Get in the hole. Get in the hole.
Even here, there's not a gimme birdie on this course.
Great. I mean, it's finally set in. You know, just having everybody congratulate me is just, it's really nice to hear.
Hole 5 is one of the best holes we've ever seen in disc golf, without question.
I heard that we have like 1,400 spectator passes sold, so I definitely want to give those people a show and basically say thank you for coming out.
He goes with the scuba? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Look at him. What a shot by Kevin Jones.
This course was one of my favorites to begin with, and then it just got better.
And we're going to see some cool play, I think, coming down to the end of the tournament.
Hello everyone and welcome to Championship Sunday here at the 2021 Great Lakes Open. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside Philo Brathwaite. Also joining us in studio is Elaine King. Philo, a three-way tie atop the leaderboard, along with one person just a stroke off of the pace. Could we set this up any better?
This is perfect. This is exactly what the competitors are looking for, a very competitive disc golf play week in and week out. There's really nobody running away with tournaments anymore. It used to be 5 years ago, Paul Macbeth would show up and pretty much smack everybody in the mouth the first couple of rounds, have a nice healthy lead going into the final round, and not anymore. Now he's a handful of strokes back, and we've got Kevin Jones, Kyle Klein, the youngster from there in Michigan. Yeah, it's going to be a show today.
Well, there was a little bit of a show taking place in Milford last night. Unfortunately, it was a light show. It was a thunderstorm. It was some nasty weather that came in. It wreaked havoc on quite a few different things, including camera crews, players, everyone else that's out there in that area having to deal with the overnight rain and thunderstorms. Is there anything you have to do to mentally calm yourself, knowing that you're going to be playing a day after such thunderstorms and conditions?
Well, looks like outside looks pretty nice for them right now. Hopefully the conditions have kind of simmered down. Obviously, it looks like blue skies out there. Hopefully the ground's not too saturated. Hopefully the tee pads have dried off nicely. It can get real slick out there. I don't know how well this place retains water, if it really holds well, if it dries out and gets into the ground and spreads out, if there's going to be a lot of puddles around. It's really hard to say. We're just going to hope that these guys, knew that was a potential coming into this round. They all had to have anticipated it. It's going to be a little mucky out there, but, they'll see what they do. They're all professionals. Well, they should be able to handle this.
Speaking of retaining, Eagle would like to retain the belt that he picked up here last year, but Kevin Jones has other things in mind. Here's Kevin. Last year, he was trying to force a tie with Eagle McMahon. He needed this putt, and it wasn't enough. Kevin from just outside the circle. We're going to see what he can do to make some adjustments for this year. And then, of course, we saw Eagle McMahon from almost the exact same distance. He cans it. He collects the belt. The best part about it is he had no idea.
It's pretty incredible. Eagle birdied hole 18 so far this weekend 2 times, which is a super tough get. And they've both been outside circle 1 putts. And for sure, Eagle was totally surprised after knocking in that circle 2 putt once again. Game over. He took it down.
And Kevin Jones doing what lead card players do. They're signing autographs, taking pictures. So many fans out here. Everyone enjoying the day, as we can see. It looks like sunshine is upon us. We're going to hope that remains throughout. But Kevin's spreading a little sunshine to a young fan out there right now. We love it.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's part of the job. You got to connect with the fans and show some appreciation. They really are the catalyst for us as professionals. All the fans, all the spectators. Those guys really help us keep pushing forward, so you got to spend a little time with them, thank them for their patronage and their support. It's the best thing to do. Feels good to do it as well.
Well, and speaking of patronage and support, we've got a new tournament director this year in Nate Heinold. We've seen him put on some of the biggest shows in disc golf, of course, here at Stone, and it sounds like our lead card, or should I say our chase card, is just about ready to tee off. Of course, that's what they're playing for today, and everyone asked to silence their phones.
I heard there was a tornado pass through there last night.
Whatever it was, it sounds like it maybe even took down a cell tower. We just heard a moment ago them asking to try not to clog up the bandwidth. Here's the call.
And our tournament director, Nate Heinold, we'd like to welcome you all to the final round of the 39th annual Discraft Great Lakes Open. We're now ready for our 104 tee times. Team first, from Campobello, South Carolina, Ricky Wysocki.
High forehand shot by Wysocki, trying to crash in at the basket. Just about pin high, inside circle 2.
Team next, from Barbersville, West Virginia, Corey Ellis.
Much tighter line than Wysocki.
Nicely
And a little
done.
bit closer.
Inside circle 1. That's a good start for Corey Ellis.
Team next, from Argyle, Texas, Emerson Keith.
Low direct approach here from Keith, and he's got it dialed in on day 3.
Gotta like that. I don't know if he knows exactly how close that is, but the gallery hopefully gave him some indication. He's pretty close.
Simon, the top.
We know that Simon has more than enough forehand power, but he's really just kind of nursing that elbow. Either way, that's going to result in a birdie.
Incredible shot from Simon Lazard. It's so nice to have him back out on tour after suffering some elbow injuries. Back in form and back on a chase card with the cameras rolling. Beautiful shot to start off his round.
Sounds like we've got Nate Perkins on the ground to tell us about the conditions.
Hello and welcome back to the Disc Golf Network, my friends. I'm Nate Perkins. I am so happy to be your eyes on the course today. It is a beautiful Sunday here in Michigan. Yesterday, as the FPO division was finishing up, a storm rolled in through town. It was wicked. It was green. A tornado actually touched down just 8 miles away from here and approximately 50 miles east of here as well. And a Verizon tower actually went down. The media team's power went out. There was a scramble to charge all the battery systems this morning. I had a chance to speak to several of the players. No one had really too many issues, although I did get the chance to speak to Kevin Jones. As you guys might know, he transitioned to van life this year. And his fans, they started leaking in the middle of the night. Kev, got out of his van, got on top of it, and put a tarp on to stop the leak in the middle of the night. So pretty unbelievable. But today we are getting a break from the humidity here. The tee pads are dry, the fairways are dry, and there is again just a slight breeze out of the northwest. And I don't think in recent memory that we have had so many players this close to the top. I'm happy to be here. I hope you guys enjoy the show at home. Terry, Philo, Elaine, I'm sending it back to you guys.
And thank you for the update there from Nate Perkins. And I'm not going to call out Nate Perkins, but he may have helped with the construction of some of those traveling vans from what I heard. So Kevin may have to check in with his warranty on the Perkins work out there. But we saw Ricky Wysocki just a bit short. He thought he had it right out of his hand,
He was ready to walk that one in, comes up just a couple inches short, and we got Corey Ellis here, his first attempt at birdie for the day, just inside circle one. Solid start for Corey Ellis, looking to make a name for himself out here on tour.
Philo, I feel like every time I brought up Corey Ellis and how far he throws, yesterday you immediately jumped back in and said, yeah, but he also putts from everywhere as well. The guy's got it all.
He's got a solid game. You know, as his confidence grows, he's going to be a contender out there.
Always a contender in Emerson Keith. Park job to get things started, and Simon couldn't get much closer.
Absolutely amazing backhand shot from Simon Lizotte. One of the toughest holes on the course for a righty backhand thrower. Blind, downhill, OB out to the left. You can easily cut this one off early and sail out OB, adding another stroke. Not the way you want to start your round.
We look at some of the UDisc stats. As we say, anytime you're blue or dark blue when this graphic comes up, that means you're doing something right. Well, it means you're doing something better than almost everyone else in the field, in fact. And we see how our lead card is arrived at it by a few different strategies, some putting, some driving, but either way, we've got a three-way tie.
Absolutely. I don't think they really care which way they get it done. It could be off of the tee. It could be on the putting green. You know, these guys really don't care. They're really scrappy. Sometimes they get out of position and then they recover so well. And that's really what the difference is between the top third or the top, clump of guys and everybody else below them. You know, these guys just don't leave too much out there. They don't give up too many strokes back to the course. They're very clean. If you saw yesterday, those top four scores, there was one bogey between the four of them.
Amazing effort. I think they averaged just a little better than 10 under par. And they may need that or more today if they want to go out and take down this championship title.
Yeah, they don't want to get off to a slow start. Three of those guys carding birdies on the first hole. You can't forget about the chicken robot, Chris Dickerson. He's already on a tear, 3 down through 4 holes.
If it's Sunday, you know Chris Dickerson is out there slaying it somewhere. We'll keep an eye on him. But here's Corey Ellis.
Beautiful shot there from Corey Ellis. Left center of the fairway. Good position. He's got plenty of arm speed to make it up to the green on this super challenging second shot. Emerson Keith giving this a full send, but drifting off to the right. A little fortunate there, and then unfortunate again with the rollaway, kind of tucking him back under the limbs and off into the tall grass. We'll see how aggressive Simon Lizotte wants to play this hole.
Playing the flex shot that's panning out nicely.
Right into the center of the fairway. Hopefully he's not on the steepest part of the upslope. Ricky Wysocki looks to tug this off to the right a little bit, hoping to get a little bit of a break out of the trees, and it's tough to say if he got it.
Few moments ago we talked about Chris Dickerson, and as we say, if it's Sunday when he shows up, there's something about that extra gear. Maybe he's got the course finally dialed, whatever it is, you always know he's a contender come Sundays, and here he is off to a great start, like you mentioned, 3 under through the first 5.
He's bumped up 9 spots already in 5 holes, now tied with Paul Macbeth, and Paul Macbeth is starting on a flat line, 3 pars in a row. This could be one of those days that one of these guys from one of the lower cards could creep up there and do something special. I mean, there's some other players out there doing work too. Silverlot, Gannon Burr, they've got a bunch of birdies, bogeyed hole 1, but since then, lots of blue and not many pars.
With his attempt to defend the home turf here in Michigan, this is Kyle Klein. Steadily watched him rise through the ranks over the last few years on the biggest of stages. I think back to MVP a couple of years ago. He worked himself onto the lead card. He held strong. Also, he's been under the microscope. He's been in pressure situations. A few years ago, I watched him take down the Next Gen Tour, and he did it in very deciding fashion. I think it was more than a double-digit win for him. So he knows what it's like to perform on a large stage under pressure with big stakes.
He also knows how to win, taking down the MAO not too long ago over in Missouri. And Ricky Wysocki saws one off to the left, and he's playing a little bit of Army golf at the moment. He's going to have a tough up and down to save par here on hole number 2.
Tough to tell if Emerson will have a clean line. Looks like he's got some work to do. He's going to have to adjust his footing. You see him with the run-up.
There is a little bit of airspace under those limbs in front of him. Hopefully there's not completely blocked off, but this is again one of those situations where when the players get a little too aggressive, typically throwing uphill and trying to put a lot of speed and matching a perfect angle, things can go wrong in a heartbeat. Got to be extremely accurate with your shot shape and angle up the hill. Well done from Emerson Keith. Safely up on the left side of the fairway. That should be a manageable up and down for par.
Sizable gallery. This is for the chase card. Of course, in just a few minutes, we're going to be getting to our lead card. As I bring in Elaine, I've got to ask, it's Sunday. They've played here for 2 rounds. A lot of these guys are veteran players out on the tour. You still dealing with nerves?
I think there's always some performance acute adrenaline rush, you know, and the best players know how to take that adrenaline rush and channel it into their game positively. A less experienced player will take that adrenaline rush and it'll come out as nerves. These players, they know how to deal with that adrenaline. They're channeling it into their throws, such as the one we're seeing there.
Absolutely incredible shot from Corey Ellis from the standstill, having to clear at least 350 feet up the grade. Inside circle 1, looking to go 2 for 2 to start his round here on Sunday.
Lizotte with his second shot here on hole 2.
Just tugs that off to the right a little bit. Going to be right in between circles, or just a few steps off circle 1. Good look at birdie.
Filer, you're talking about the difficulty of what Corey was doing here. Stand still, uphill, on the right angle. Did the long legs help there?
All of it helps. The long legs, the long arms, the fast twitch of the hips. You can see him really ripping through that and falling away. Good stuff from Corey Ellis.
We know Kevin Jones is trying to hunt down his first DGLO title. He'll be teeing off in just a few moments. We'll be back with you right here on the Disc Golf Network.
The Combat Commander has enough space for all your discs here and everything else you need here. We beefed up the construction while keeping it lightweight and made sure there's ventilation so you can stay cool while waiting for your friends to throw because you just outdrove them. Or while you're looking for your disc in the OB. Either one.
At Upper Park Disc Golf, we're in business to make the game better for everyone. We do that by helping our player team grow their brands, by donating to great charities like You Play Disc Golf, by maintaining a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and by living our core values. Play different, create legendary relationships, be a good human, and enjoy the ride. So when you buy from Upper Park Disc Golf, you know you're buying from a company that loves the game as much as you do. Upper Park Disc Golf. Play different.
Zuka carts are built for a better game. Our carts feature a lightweight aluminum frame that can also double as a seat for added comfort. The durable hand-washable bag with convenient zippered compartments and pockets to carry all of your course necessities. Performance tires provide unrivaled traction over any terrain. However you play, your Zuka cart has you covered. Zuka, disc golf carts for a better game.
Welcome back. We're here with Ricky Wysocki.
That's for par. He got up and down.
Having to do a little more work than he would expect for a par. This is Corey Ellis. We saw his approach earlier inside the circle.
We saw where Simon's putt left just before we went on the commercial break for birdie, and now this is what he has left for par. Makes good. And Emerson will clean up his par. Head on over to the tee of 3, and I think we'll be taking a look at our lead card teeing off here shortly, huh?
Kevin Jones getting ready along with the rest of the card in just a few moments here. Our lead card championship Sunday, beautiful Sunday afternoon in Milford, Michigan. We're at the Toboggan course in Kensington Metro Park. And there's your defending champion, Eagle McMahon, getting himself ready as well. As the beautiful toboggan run is lined with spectators. Man, we have really giving them a show this weekend.
Absolutely. It's nice to have them back. We had half a year or more with no spectators on the course or limited people on hand, and now it's nice to have some people back cheering and rooting on these players. Get a lot of energy from those spectators when the scoring is good, and they really can inject a bit of an adrenaline rush into the players and make them want to perform at their best.
Michigan has one of the highest rates of disc golf courses, so we've got lots of players turned fans. There's tons and tons of casual players, amateurs, weekend warriors who are out here, as well as a growing audience of people who might never have played or only played a few times, but are appreciating how visual disc golf is. You know, you can see the disc fly, they're brightly colored. You can see the obstacles, the trees, the bushes, when discs get snagged. There's a lot of drama, and it's easy to view as opposed to other sports.
It's a whole lot easier to follow a disc than a ball, that's for sure.
And no longer following is Corey Ellis. He is officially tied for the lead with that birdie he had picked up. He sits at the 17 under. We're going to, of course, keep our eye on all of our top competitors. But right now, he's officially got a little share of that lead. Our lead card just about ready. Teammates in Kyle Klein and Eagle McMahon, both of Team Discmania.
Our tournament director, Nate Heinold. We'd like to welcome you all to the final round of the 39th annual Discraft Great Lakes Open. We're now ready for your lead card. Team first, from Greenwood, Arkansas, Kevin Jones.
Jones hanging it out just a bit wide, plenty of distance, but we know he can make from that circle 2 range all day.
I think he has the same putt as he had yesterday, right outside circle 1, about 36 feet. Hit the band high, see if he can make the adjustment. Big round of applause for the youngster Kyle Klein.
Looks like a little more swing.
That'll do. Right inside circle 1, backside of the green, misses the tall stuff in the shoal. He's going to have a short uphill putt on this elevated basket.
Eagle McMahon.
Pretty solid stuff there from Eagle, minus a little rollback. Unfortunate there, losing a couple feet, but he's still well within circle 1. Now Eagle's trying to defend his title, the returning champion here in Milford. Adam Hammis on the box, trying to keep pace. Taking a bit of a different route, a little lower, a little wider. He's going to be hoping that thing hooks fast and stays in. He's safe, but he's probably outside circle 2 from there. He got a long bid up the hill and on this elevated basket.
And here on the tee of 1 is where Eagle McMahon, his title defense continues. Let's see if he can close it out. He's got 18 holes. He's staring that down. Looks like he's going to have closest to the pin of this card. And Philo, besides going with a little superstition, which Eagle has said he's growing the beard out again just because he had won with it last year, you had some other key tips and tricks for how you could be successful out here. Let's break them down.
Absolutely. This place is so rough on the rough that you have to stay on the fairway. You cannot get wild off the tee here. Make sure that when you do land in the fairway, you convert on those birdie opportunities. The second shots typically aren't the hardest. I think the tee shots are the most difficult here at Milford. The second shots, once you get into the fairway, aren't too bad. And I really feel that a bogey-free effort today is going to be the difference. We saw yesterday on round 2, 1 bogey between the top 4 scorers. That means that they're playing exceptionally clean, taking advantage of the opportunities, and when they do have to scramble, we've been seeing a high 90 percentile, 100% scramble rate out of these guys. So those are my 3 things I think we're going to look for today to see who's going to take this one down.
Well, and speaking of scrambling, it looks like we've got galleries that are going to be scrambling throughout the entire day, trying to get themselves in the best possible positions. Front view, front row view. And here we've got Adam Hammis as the gallery trickles down the toboggan run just behind him. Just outside circle 2, just about 70 feet here to open.
Gave it a stab, comes up a little bit low and left. Should have about a 20-footer left to save par here on hole 1. Kevin Jones should be next to act.
As you mentioned, Kevin opened the round yesterday. 38-footer, 60-footer, 60-footer. Let's see if today he can keep some of that momentum going.
See those limbs in the background jumping around. A little bit of wind blowing out there today. Have to keep that in account when putting up on these elevated baskets.
He's going to really have to put this one up. It looks like the wind is at his back and moving to the elevated pin.
A little bit too much early turn on that one and never had a chance to hook up and find its way in the chains. Must most likely settle for par. Solid start for Eagle McMahon, collecting birdie on hole number 1 after a beautiful sidearm. Finds himself inside circle 1, and Kyle Klein, CTP actually, a few steps closer. Oh, they're going to let Kevin Jones go first. Looks like Kyle Klein's still a little bit closer than Kevin Jones' birdie putt. Now he's putting into the headwind with a steep drop off after the basket.
A little extra challenging as he comes down so low and then thrusts forward.
Just creeps it in over the rim of the basket, makes good on his par. Hopefully we'll shake off these early round jitters and find his rhythm.
After taking his time, Kyle Klein finds the bottom of the basket, taking full advantage of the closest to the pin. Kevin Jones has been so close the last few years at the DGLO. Unfortunately, he's come up just a bit short. We caught up with him before the tournament to see what he had to say and how he might make adjustments for his 2021 campaign.
Well, hopefully I just play more mentally solid, because the only reason that I felt like I lost last year is because I kind of got out of my comfort zone just a little bit. I let some easy shots slide, and that's unacceptable for me. So I hope to clean up those mistakes. But at the same time, it's tough to win events this year. Everybody's playing really good golf, so my mentality is going to be go in there, try to play solid, don't make huge mistakes, understand where big scores can come from, and then put yourself in contention at the end of the tournament.
Sounds like a lot of respect that he's throwing around out there. He may be one of the best, but he also knows he's got to play his best if he wants to try and take things down. Look at how he's been playing out here at the Toboggan. Is there anything you see, Philo, when you think about Kevin's game and how it matches up at the Toboggan?
Kevin can take his game anywhere. He's got all the skills. He's got all the shots. He's got a wide variety of angles that he can throw the disc on. He's got a ton of speed. Obviously, he putts extremely well. Really, I mean, he's shooting 1040 golf out here at the Toboggan. Like, that's pretty solid over the last couple of years. It is not easy to do.
Now with the honors, Kyle Klein.
That's drifting off to the right. Looks like the wind just slammed that thing right out of his hand. Maybe a little bit too much negative in the disc. He's going to have some work there if he's going to try to make birdie, most likely par.
So his card mates are going to take note of how the wind affected that disc. They're going to try and adjust their own throws.
That'll work for Eagle McMahon, going back to the FD, looks like, fairway driver with the Huck Lab design on top, and that'll be in position for Eagle. Kevin Jones hoping that unravels a bit and finds itself in the short grass, and it does. Bit of a fortunate break there for Kevin.
Interesting play to see Hannes lining up the forehand off the tee here.
I think he sees the winds pushing the disc hard to the right, so I think the sidearm, he's got plenty of speed, aim this thing out to the wall and let the disc break back, and that is a beautiful little cut shot. Again, that thing's unraveling fast, and he is right on the edge.
And we're going to jump ahead to hole number 3. Simon Lizotte, his tee shot was just barely in bounds. This is his second.
Beautiful shot from Simon Lizotte, well inside, just a tap in for his birdie there. Hole number 3.
We also see that our defending world champion, James Conrad, off to a great start. He's got 4 in the first 5, so we'll be keeping an eye on him. And I feel like I'm going to be a little bit of a broken record in saying that we have to keep an eye on almost everybody in the top 2 or 3 cards. This event, this year, more competitive than we've ever seen before.
Absolutely, and I've played a lot of rounds with James Conrad in the past, and his final rounds are usually extremely solid. I just played with him in Des Moines a couple of weeks ago. Final round, some kind of shaky conditions out there, and he played so clean, so incredible. He made putts from everywhere.
Another medium length putt by Wysocki, again for par though. He's off to a little bit of a slow start.
Yeah, not the start Ricky was looking for, going par, par, par here to open up the final round. Back over to Kyle Klein, pinched off a little bit on the right side. Looks like he's just playing a layup, get somewhere up the fairway and scramble out a par.
I'm going to put him in position. From there, it's going to be a chip up, and as you said, best he can hope for is a par.
You can see the large gallery following the lead card. Being asked to put their cell phones on airplane is a hard ask when it's this close in scores.
Everybody wants to know what's going on, and as you can also see, it looks like it's affecting a little bit of our coverage. Trying to use the bandwidth, as that's how we upload the signal to you guys.
Kevin Jones giving this a full send, nice and high up the hill, just hoping to miss all that stuff, and does so nicely, just inside circle one. Excellent effort from Kevin Jones. Will give him an opportunity to make birdie 3 here on hole number 2.
Yeah, that crowd is very close on the green, isn't it,
They
Philo?
were really close. You know, hopefully we'll get some of the crew to back some people off and give these discs some space to come in. Very close to taking out a competitor or two and costing Adam, or excuse me.
Well, if a disc hits a spectator, it's where the disc lies. The player does not get a redo or get any benefit from the fact that their shot, which may have gone under the basket, instead hits a person. So very important, not only from spectators' safety, but from the player's ability to be able to execute their shot.
Awkward run up by Hammis, and he's pulled that one to the right, and you hear him say, oh boy, right out of his hand. And
there's a bunch of trouble on the right side. Fortunately, it'll be the better angle to go into the green from than if he were on the left side. That would be extremely awkward. Hopefully he didn't go in there too deep and can find his way up and down for par.
And thanks to our Bushnell Edge rangefinder, we can tell you that Eagle is 380 feet to the pin.
It's going to feel more like 430.
I was just going to say, what is the effective distance of that, Philo? At least 430?
At least 430. It's going to feel like a 400-foot throw or more because it's so steep up the hill.
There is 76 feet of uphill total on hole 2.
Eagle with the best footing of the group.
Hoping this thing fades out in a hurry. Here comes the gallery to move out the way. And that probably caught somebody. Big shout out and thanks to Bushnell for being a part of our disc golf community and hopping on, supporting disc golf all across the country, all across the world. People are super excited to have the Bushnell rangefinder. Does distances in both meters and feet, gives you the grade of the ground in front of you. Great tool to have in the bag if you're out there playing disc golf and not very accustomed to what your speeds are and your distances are. This will be a great tool in your bag to help you get there.
And it settles the argument of who really is closest to the pin.
That's a good point as well. Or if you're just curious to know how far the shot you just threw in, maybe a field ace, and you can go tell your friends, hey, I made a 248-foot throw in like James Conrad, however you want to do it.
Kevin has hiked up the rest of the way to the hill. He's going to catch his breath as he's going to be staring down a birdie putt from just outside the circle.
I think we're going to be waiting for Adam Hammis to make his play, and here it comes up the hill. Nicely done. And now Kevin Jones will have an opportunity to line up his putt. Actually, Eagle might be out first. It looks like he clipped some of the gallery, lining up the right side of the green. Folks are a little tight in there, right in the airspace, discs and fly, and Wayne, you were just talking about that. Kevin Jones fortunate for the spectators to get out the way, and Eagle not so much, not allowing the disc to finish. So
it's very tempting when you're a spectator because you can't see the second shot of the competitors. It's too steep of a slope. So the gallery, of course, being very eager, inches forward, and the next thing they know, there's a disc traveling at a speed they did not expect right at them.
I think a moment ago it was Kyle Klein from the fairway. He might have been about the same distance as Adam is, but he was open, and I think for speed of play, he was simply throwing next. And now we'll have Adam Hammes, who clearly has some work to do.
Yeah, I was thinking if that was Adam's shot, that was fantastic because it looked like he was really pinched off, and my mistake for making the call on the wrong player. But here we are with Adam Hammes trying to find a way to get up and down and salvage a par here on hole 2.
Patent pending stance here for Adam. It looks like he's got an alley.
And the disc is away, and that'll do. Nicely done, Adam Hammes.
Looks like McMahon is next to act.
He's been pretty lethal from this distance this tournament. This would be a statement putt right here. He's ready to go if he knocks this one in.
Rarely have we seen his putter hit the ground actually at any point during this weekend. Like you said, middle of circle 2. Eagle McMahon for birdie.
Boom, Eagle McMahon dropping buckets from circle 2 all weekend long. Incredible. Elevated basket once again here on hole 2. Eagle McMahon making things look easy on the putting green. Kevin Jones to match, just creeps it in over the rim. That'll count.
Little pizzazz of his own, just barely getting it up and over.
That ought to settle the nerves a little bit, if there are any. He seems a little bit toned down from his normal hyped energy levels that he would bring onto the course. Trying to keep himself composed and even-keeled.
Yesterday, he was playing from a couple cards back, probably with competitors that were not pushing him as hard on that card, and now he's with competitors that are neck and neck with him. It's a bit of a different psychological situation.
Nice cleanup there from Kyle Klein.
Take one more look at Kevin Jones. I noticed right after Eagle's putt, he just put his head down. He walked right to his lie. He had focus of his own. Prepare for the launch. Just squeaks it in. Kevin Jones with the birdie on hole 2. We'll be back with you. Stay tuned right here on the Disc Golf Network.
Thank you for tuning in to this week's coverage on the Disc Golf Network. Because of the record support you have given us at the Ledgestone Pro Shop, over the last year we are able to offer a record amount of added cash to both DGLO and Ledgestone. In addition, we are also planning a very sizable donation to charity. Thank you for the continued support, and please enjoy this week's coverage.
Welcome back. We've got Eagle McMahon on the tee of 3. This is a par 4 for our open competitors. It plays as a par 5 for the FPO division. And of course, we'll be bringing you the championship final round on the FPO side in just a few hours. Paige Pierce trying to hold off the rest of the field as she has dominated here for the last couple of years. And another one of our champions here, Eagle McMahon, with the honors.
Drifting a little bit to the right, but he's got a bit of land over there if that thing can get down. And there you go. Beautiful shot from Eagle McMahon. Safely in the fairway. Be a little chip shot for him to get up and down. Kevin Jones opting for the hyzer flip. Just peels off into the stuff a little bit, hopefully not too deep. Oh, the spotter's walking in there a ways. That could be a little sketchy.
That is some nasty rough because there is a downhill as well as trees. If you get yourself very deep down there, you're in trouble.
That's got to get down in a hurry.
Pushing to that left side OB. Sit down.
And that looks to be gone.
You know, when you're standing up on the tee of 3, you cannot feel the wind. So you're trying to remember what you felt back on hole 2 and translate it into what you need to do on hole 3.
It's very difficult to throw downhill into a headwind and not get the disc to stable up on you.
This is going to need to turn over, and it is. Oh, what a flight path out
of
Hamas.
Got to hook up. Doesn't quite make the full turn. He's going to be right on the edge of the stuff up on top of the hill before it goes down into the valley on the other side. And let's not forget about this man, our world champion, current world champion, James Conrad, is on a tear. He is not giving up on this event, playing his heart out from the 3rd card, I believe. Found his way into a tie for 2nd place at the moment.
And James had quite a flat start, so it's great to see him figure out what he needed to do.
James is one of those guys who always figures it out. And we take a look at this flyover of hole 3, the long par 4, playing downhill at 915 feet. Actually feels a little bit shorter than that because gravity's going to help move your disc down the fairway. There is this treacherous right side. You don't want to go in there. It's just as bad as bailing out to the left and taking your OB stroke on the left side OB. You're pretty much going to be trying to salvage par either way. So crucial that you get the nose of the disc pointed to the ground and try to let gravity suck it on down in there. Anywhere in the fairway should do, set you up for a really nice shot into this awesome green, a little bit elevated, baskets at ground level. Plenty of space to work with. OB is outside circle 2 to the left, and there's plenty of land off to the right.
And plenty of spectators taking it in. We're so glad that you guys could join us, whether you're watching on Disc Golf Network or you're with our free YouTube version. Please consider subscribing to us here on the Disc Golf Network. This is the first of 4 consecutive weekends in a row of giving you Elite Series events. Next weekend we've got the Preserve. But first we're going to jump over to Emerson Keith here on hole number 5. Let's see him flex that, playing that left side. It just comes out.
Best shot of the tournament we've seen on hole 5. Absolutely, hands down.
Here's Kevin Jones, right side.
Fortunately, he was not in a bad place at all. That's not going to slow him down too much.
Well, unfortunately, he wasn't able to get full speed on that sidearm, having to shape it around the bush. He's going to have a long get to make birdie 3 here on hole number 3.
And hopefully those spectators were alert when the disc came crashing down at them. That is the danger of standing close to the out-of-bounds area. You don't always see the disc until it is very, very close to you.
Meanwhile, on the right side of the fairway, Hamas is trying to get it dialed in. And it looks like he actually has a similar stance and position to what we just saw from Kevin Jones. Now you can see the wall in front of him, probably about 200 feet up. That is not an OB indicator of any kind. That's simply there for marketing and advertising purposes. So you can throw into that long grass if need be, or if your disc were to go there, no penalty to be assessed.
Adam's going to have to drop the hammer down on this one to get onto the green. It's a long carry from there up the hill.
Philo, does it surprise you that he's throwing sidearm rather than backhand from that position?
No, he's got fantastic control with his sidearm from this distance. Incredible amount of speed. Burn that one over a little bit, but it's so overstable it's going to make the finishing skip, and there you go.
Well, you called it.
Beautiful looking shot from Adam Hammis, gives him an opportunity to make birdie. Kyle Klein, after drifting OB off to the left, is going to have to get up and down from here to salvage par. Early mistake he definitely wasn't counting on.
And in some ways, hole 1 and hole 3 somewhat parallel one another. So any wind that you were feeling on 1 is going to be similar here on 3.
Well, not quite in the hole, but right under the hole. Nicely done from the youngster. He'll be salvaging his par.
And in the early goings here, Adam Hammis has our Hempfield recovery shot from just off the right side of the fairway. He's going to watch it. Gets the late hook up as it comes back toward the basket.
Solid play there from Adam Hammis to get himself out of trouble from the edge of the babushka.
And that was a very long shot. How long do you think that was?
I'm going to give that a 375. Standstill sidearm flex. Had to come over the top on that because he had all those bushes in his way. That was an excellent, job of shaping that up.
And now Simon is just really picking a landmark to throw to. He cannot see the basket from where he's at. Correction, Eagle. I seem to do that at least once per weekend.
Hey, the Smash Bros, they got a similar game, and Eagle McMahon lining it up, looking pretty good. Nicely done inside circle 1. He's going to like that when he treks up the hill.
And just to prove how bad I am at that, I played with Eagle at the Celebrity Pro-Am a few weeks ago.
How was that?
I still called him Simon, even though he was my teammate. So I'm good for at least one of those per weekend. Either way, he is atop the leaderboard. I better get his name right as he sits at 19 under. Kevin Jones, Kyle Klein, and James Conrad doing some work, all sitting at 18 under. We're going to keep an eye on all of those competitors. You look a little bit further down. Joel Freeman, he's 6 under through the front 9. We'll see what kind of late charge. I'm not sure there's going to be quite enough holes for him in terms of getting all the way on top of the leaderboard, but you could put together one of those magical rounds, and all you can do is sit and wait from the clubhouse.
Did you have fun in that Celebrity Pro-Am?
Oh, such a great time. I can't say enough about Ben Askren and all of the celebrities, the real celebrities, I'll call them, that were there and participated. We hope that you guys were enjoying that action, found on either Disc Golf Network along with GK Pro. But yes, Ben Askren over at the Funky Farms, just 10 minutes west of where I live.
Nice. I was kind of jealous. I mean, kind of. I spent the week in Sweden. I had a great time. But, yeah, I was watching what you guys were up to and was a little jealous. Looked like a lot of fun.
Also from Wisconsin, we're seeing Adam Hammis tap in. What a recovery shot. That's for birdie. Going to be impossible to catch Eagle McMahon if he birdies everything. We're going to jump back over. We saw Emerson Keith, the tee shot on 5, just deep of the pin.
Absolutely gorgeous shot from Emerson Keith on a very technical par 3, 480 feet. Solid putt for Emerson. That's going to move him up to 18 under and a 4-way tie now at second place.
However, Eagle remains perfect, 3 through 3.
It'd be hard to catch the man if he keeps the pace like that. Everybody's waiting for him to make a mistake to try to sneak in there and grab a part of this lead.
We've got more action coming to you in just a few moments. Stay right here on the Disc Golf Network. Welcome back as we're taking a quick look at Mason Ford's scorecard. Maybe a little slow or lackadaisical start, but putting together 7 in a row after that start, that's a quick way to turn things around.
Absolutely. Mason Ford's got a tremendous future ahead of him. He's a young player out of Texas, got a bad game in his bag. Man, he can throw the disc, he can putt, a little bit shaky start, but way to clean it up. Eagle McMahon, perfect placement here. It looks like that'll be another birdie. He's got a chip shot up the hill and a small putt. Keep his 2-stroke lead.
Hammis with the backhand.
Looking to match the line of Eagle McMahon, punched through the trees and not quite all the way through, but I think he's in the middle of that clump there and he should have a nice line up the hill, have enough airspace to navigate the rest of this fairway up to the green.
Yeah, certainly an interesting play because we've seen players go with the forehand, and that's the preferred shot by Hammis usually. Here's Jones with the backhand.
A little bit far to the left than ideal. There's still a little bit of a crease that he can get up this very steep grade of hill and low canopy. Let's see what Kyle Klein can do. And that's nicely in the fairway. Looks like he'll have a nice gap to shoot the hill up to the green.
And up ahead a little bit on hole number 6, Simon Lizotte. As always, he's playing different. Our Upper Park play different moment where he's going with the backhand roller on hole number 6. That's one of the new additions to the course. And Simon says, well, whatever you throw at me, I'm going to take my craziest approach.
Sometimes he does that. He likes to go for the hero shots, and it looks like he's down in the gully. He might have a short up and down to make birdie on hole 6.
Big shout out to Upper Park. Thank you for your support here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. And we're so glad you guys could join us on the Disc Golf Network as we're here on Championship Sunday looking at James Conrad, who's birdied yet again. He's got 6 out of the first 7. He's officially on fire.
He's on a heater. James is motivated. He's definitely trying to show people that Worlds was not the best he could do, that he can still play good golf week in and week out. I love the man's game. It feels like an extension of my own. He doesn't throw many sidearms. He's got a wide variety of backhand angles and throws he likes to do. So good at making the disc move from left to right. There's a ton of that out here on this course, and he's carving this place up at the moment.
There is no quit in Conrad. We all know that. And
he was frustrated yesterday. You can tell things were not quite clicking and popping for Conrad on all cylinders. And today it looks like he's got the machine well oiled and firing.
Slight adjustment. We saw him just a bit high on a number of those putts that he was attempting.
Felt like 6 or 7 of them were half an inch from being in the chains.
Looks like Kyle Klein maybe has a bit of an awkward look. Farther back than you would like.
Looked like he had plenty of space there. Does a nice job using the ground play to slow the disc down just shy of the basket. Well inside circle 1. Should be a comfortable birdie putt for Kyle.
Hammes now moving to the forehand.
Throws a laser beam in there, also using the ground play, bouncing up the hill inside circle 1. That'll be another look for Adam Hammes for birdie.
And the men need to make sure they do not overthrow the basket by too much. There is a down slope past it and not much to catch your disc. Once it gets going, it will slide far down, could even pick up and roll.
Yeah, we saw a couple of plays yesterday come over the backside of that hill. It's pretty barren back there, and they can really stand up and run. Kevin Jones saws this one off a little bit. He was really not in the best angle to make this second shot up into the green. Catches some of the foliage, knocks him down. He's going to have to watch Eagle McMahon from perfectly in the center of the fairway. Most likely park this one and put the pressure back on him. And that'll do.
If you were to place your mini in the fairway in the perfect spot, I believe that's where Eagle's disc was. Here's Kevin take another look from his reaction, and he knew it right out of his hand. He was a little bit frustrated. That was a mistake we weren't expecting to see from him. He had plenty of room to that right-hand side. I know he had to adjust the angle, but lots of room over there. The one place he couldn't go was short and left, because at best he's going to have a pitch up from there.
And an awkward one at that. Seems to be over there in the bush trying to figure it out, how he's going to straddle out and shape this one up the hill to save par. Just a little touch. And that shouldn't be too far, maybe 5 or 6 paces past the basket. Yeah, not too bad. Actually putting to the flattest part of the green from where his disc is.
You can see that most of the men fell short of the basket and skipped up, with those wood chips having the ability to slow down the disc if you're on point. If you miss the wood chips, then that increases the danger that you could get a little farther past the basket than you want.
It's all about that course management, knowing that, having the ground play, knowing where you're trying to land, and then where you're playing for that skip.
Can I have you from the left bullet, please? Thank you.
Spectator in the line of Adam Hammes, probably standing in the chains in the background and scooting him out the way to find his focus. Connects with the birdie putt. Nicely done.
And I'll just take a moment and let any spectators know, often it's okay if you're in line with the basket or you're in line with the player. That usually the biggest consideration is to just simply stay still.
Absolutely.
Once in a while they may ask you to move out of that position, but you really just need to stand still, as that is what's most distracting to them. But Kevin here's going to fall off the pace a little bit more with the par, as we'll likely see Eagle here tap in for his 4th birdie in a row. Again, he's saying, I'm wearing the belt. If you guys want it, you're going to have to come rip it off me.
James Conrad's trying to do it, that's for sure. He's right on his tail, just a couple of strokes back.
going to jump ahead to Ricky Wysocki. We've seen him make a couple of sizable par putts. This one's for birdie.
Oh, no. That's the worst thing that could happen when putting up the hills. Catch the face mask. That's usually going to turn into a roller. Ricky's going to have some more work to do to try to manage par here.
And there are a lot of skinny trees down there. Hopefully he's not constricted.
Oh, maybe one of them slowed him down, because that could have just wiggled and wobbled right through all of that stuff even further, and it looks like he caught something to slow him down, and Ricky's got this putt for par. No, not again. Not again. Sit. All right. Unfortunately, that's going to end up in a bogey for Rick, and that's going to put him back to level par for the round. He's slid 3 spots so far today. Now in 8th place.
The lead card is lining up their shots on hole 5, the red carpet hole, so named because of the red wood chips that form a beautiful line down this tree-lined fairway.
And it looks like Eagle tested the left side a little bit too much. The disc didn't unravel, and he is off into the woods. More than likely taking his first par of the round. Adam Hammes now on the box. See if he can make the adjustment.
Adam low, pushing to the right side. Will it hook up at the end? Maybe get a little bit of a flare. It doesn't look like it does, but still within a makeable putting range for Adam Hammes.
I'm sure he's within circle 2. He's going to have a look. It may not be the best, but it'll be a look. Beautiful looking shot from Kyle Klein. Fading out a little bit, but not too bad. Getting a nice little slowdown from the ground. Looks like he'll be about pin high, probably just outside circle 1.
This is a 480-foot hole, but of course it plays much shorter than that due to the elevation. These men want to just make sure they get their shot in the right direction, let gravity do the work.
And I love the angle here.
A little bit of an overstable skip and finish at the end, but that'll do. Just short of being pin high. Kevin Jones will be looking at a birdie putt.
Great position. You really don't want to overthrow the hole. There is OB about 40 feet past the basket, which slopes down.
I'll take another look at Kevin's, which gets a little flare at the end. It looks like he's navigated through most of the fairway. Should have a putt from, as we said, just about circle 2. Also out near circle 2, I believe we've got Nate Perkins, and Nate, looks like Eagle is on fire today. Is there anything that you're picking up from the tone or the vibe out there on the card or from the gallery?
Hey Terry, happy to be here. You know, the thing that I noticed about Eagle McMahon is his pace. I have actually never seen him step up to the front of the pad as quick as he is today. That MT3 was a little early out of the hand, but he got through some trees and it kept him out of the bogey zone. And guys, we have a healthy gallery. They are lining every inch of the woods here. Kyle Klein did catch a log that kept him on circle's edge with a clean putt. Kev Jones also circle's edge with a beautiful fairway shot, and I can't stress enough how beautiful it is to stand on a hole 5 screen. Sending it back to you guys.
Thank you for the updates, and also great for Nate to take note of how he feels like Eagle's feeling out there, saying he's playing a little bit almost, I don't know if quicker is the word, but just within his own pace, within his own rhythm. Eagle's not necessarily known to be a fast or a slow player, but sounds like he's right where he needs to be here on Championship Sunday.
Absolutely. He's in a great spot right now. He's got James Conrad throwing a heater down, 7 down through 8 on his tail. Just 1 stroke behind. This is most likely going to end up in a par for Eagle. He's got to turn the heater right back on.
See if that flattens, and it does. Great shot, good recovery there by Eagle McMahon.
Absolutely. Very touchy sidearm flick out with a putter, casting up real high and just letting the disc unravel, pan out into the ground. Nicely done. Adam Hammis seems to be somewhere between circles. Eyeing down what looks to be somewhere in the 50-foot range for his birdie. Everything but in. That thing looked like it jumped around the chains, bounced off the rim, and just doesn't connect. Adam Hammis, one of the best Circle 2 putters, so clean and smooth from that range. Keeps the disc on line the whole time. Just not able to connect this time.
And we heard him say he thought it was in. It's definitely a good run. And now Kyle Klein. This is for his birdie. Looking to pick up a stroke on the leader in Eagle McMahon. Currently he's down 2. This could cut it to 1.
You can see he's just outside circle 1, that orange whisker just to the left of his right foot. Can step through if he likes. Smashes that thing into the heart of the basket. Disc hanging in the chains, just finally drops. What a fantastic effort from Kyle Klein.
Roll that Zuka replay, and that was solid. Never a doubt by Kyle Klein. As you said, right into the heart of the chains.
That's going to move him back into a tie with James Conrad for second place. No, high off the band for Kevin Jones, and this is a slow start for Kevin. He 1 down through 5 holes. He's finished in the top 7 every time he's played here at the Great Lakes Open. And
the pars will tap in. The only one to take advantage was Kyle Klein, and for a moment, Adam Hammis thought he was going to cash this one in from downtown. Let's take another look. The lock, the load, the release. He thinks he's got it. The fist pump. The anguish.
don't count it till it's in the bottom, buddy. Don't count it till it's in the bottom.
And never to be counted out, James Conrad. He's birdied again. Now 7 under through the last 7 holes. James Conrad sits at 20, as you just said, knotted up with Kyle Klein, 1 stroke off the pace of where our leader Eagle McMahon is. It is going to be a shootout here today in Milford, Michigan.
No mistakes can be had at this point from the guys up on top. If you want to have any chance of winning this tournament, you cannot make a bogey. You cannot have any shots slip through your fingers. You got to play clean the rest of the way if you want a chance to win.
Hopefully we're going to see if we can catch up with some of the action from James Conrad and what he's doing as he's shooting himself up the leaderboard. But now we're going to jump over to Emerson Keith. This is his second shot on hole number 7, the par 4.
He's off to the left, so he's going to opt for the sidearm play. That'll do a little bit of S-turn. Looks like he's got the first part in, and the second part is beautiful as well, right under the basket. Nicely done, Emerson Keith. Back to the tee of hole number 6. Kyle Klein on the box. Not looking too enthusiastic about that, but it actually worked out okay.
That's a great shot. This is one of the new holes, so the players are a little less familiar with them. It is a slow right turn off the tee box. You don't want to turn it too hard or it'll be off in the rough, but you don't want to have it land in the left, which is even worse. So the men will have played this hole several times in practice, tried to remember and dial in what they need to do.
Eagle McMahon using the ground play to bounce himself into the center right there by Kyle Klein in position.
And Adam Hammis opting for the sidearm, which is also a good play. Just have to make sure you don't let it go too far to the right. He's not in a great position, and he'll have a bit of a challenge to get up and down from there.
Is this an extreme Anheuser, or is this a roller here by Jones?
Looks like an extreme Anheuser. Keeping it high up into the window, trying to give that just some space. Looks like caught one of those ninja branches, kicks him down well short of Eagle and Kyle. Swinging on over up ahead, hole 7. Corey Ellis talked about his putting game earlier. Outside circle 1, bang, baby, right in the heart of the chains. Sunstein moment. Hang with us, guys. We're going to go take a quick break, go refill your favorite beverage. Come on back. You're watching live disc golf on the DGN.
When I walk up to the tee, I have these game plans. I know where I want to land. I know.
Welcome back. We're here with Kevin Jones throwing his second shot. Forehand approach coming in at the...
Oh, almost a flare skip. Stop rolling, baby. Stop. All right, Kevin Jones, what a recovery shot. Way back in the fairway, slicing and dicing his way through the chicane of the fairway, through the gully, over the gully, skipping up, almost flaring in for eagle from the most improbable of locations. His heart was racing, and now he's got to simmer himself back down.
That was an extraordinarily difficult shot that he just executed there.
So much fun to watch.
Almost a play different moment. Kevin Jones thinking, well, maybe if I can't get the birdies, I'll just go after the eagles.
He's going to have to do something if he wants to catch one, Eagle McMahon. Adam Hammis catching a little bit of the foliage, sending him down into the gully. Looks like he's about pin high, shooting back up the hill. Let's reload on this Kevin Jones. Awesome shot. Look at the focus in that man's eyes. So close to skipping in for eagle. His heart rate just jumped out of his chest right there. And back with Kyle Klein in the middle of the fairway, hole number 6.
You can see there's a fairly narrow gap there that he needs to hit. He needs to push it forward, and it needs to flare over to the right. He's better to go long than short because of the slope of the land.
That looks really nice. A little bit short. The ground play slowed him down a bit more than he would have liked, but beautiful lying out the hand gives him an opportunity. From just a few feet closer, Eagle McMahon has a very similar shot. May not need to flex it quite as much or at all. Looks like he's going to the FD. maybe even a mid-range.
Eagle just right of the pin. He'll have a slight uphill putt as he's throwing one of the newer discs, the Mutant. But we take another look. James Conrad, we keep coming back to him. He keeps birdieing. He's 8 down on the front 9 as he pushes to 21 under par.
He's caught eagle, tied for the lead. James Conrad doing world champion things right now. It could be a really awesome finish and an incredible, unlikely finish from the third card if he could come back and take us down.
I know we're rushing to get our crew over there to see if we can get at least one camera on what James is doing. What a start. And we know that there's a few less birdies on the back 9. Well, I shouldn't say less. They're just tougher to get back there.
They are tougher to get. He's on the fairway on hole 10 right now, so which means he's probably going to salvage par on hole 10. He's probably outside circle 2. Hole 11's not much easier. We did see him posterize that shot the other day with that high anhyzer. We'll see if he can get back on fire and keep things rolling. Push eagle all the way to the end.
Meanwhile, Adam has got a very challenging position. There's lots of skinny trees between himself and the basket. As well, we've got branches and that very steep slope. So you need to make it all the way up, because if you land part way down, there is the possibility of rolling back.
And we saw earlier some of the struggles that Wysocki had by not getting it up and into the chains, hitting off the front face mask, as you said, Philo, and then rolling back right at him. So certainly do not want to be short on this attempt.
Adam's first priority's got to be to get up and down for par. If he doesn't need to get too aggressive on the chains, unless if he's got a really nice window to get up there. Smart play.
Are you out?
Nothing wrong with a par here.
No, he's not too excited about that. I think he knows that second shot really wasn't the best. And Kyle Klein now lining up the slightly dangerous birdie putt. If he airmails this, that could gain some feet on him.
Looks like about the similar distance that he just had on the previous hole, hole number 5.
Just outside circle 1. We'll see if he stands still or steps through. Klein keeping his hometown crowd engaged. He has also got share of the lead at the moment with that birdie putt. Nicely done from the youngster.
Kyle Klein applying the pressure to his teammate Eagle McMahon.
Solid work from Eagle McMahon, collecting birdie, giving himself that one-stroke advantage once again.
And Kevin Jones, after that outstanding second shot, it's in.
That had about one chain left to go before that slid out of there, and Kevin would have been extremely disappointed in that. Let yet another stroke slip through his fingers. And let's take another look at the young man from right here in Michigan, Kyle Klein, keeping that hometown crowd on his back, making good with yet another solid birdie putt.
Payoff for Klein.
Playing with a lot of confidence. Playing with a lot of confidence is this young man. Well, we finally caught up with the long man, Conrad, doing Conrad things, world champion. This will be his first par since hole number 1. Pretty special stuff for the world champion at the moment. Let's see if he can continue on this heater of a round. Still got a little bit of space between himself and Eagle, who's a little bit further back on the course. So James will potentially have an opportunity to be a clubhouse leader and add and apply the pressure to Eagle the whole way through.
Klein with 3 consecutive birdies has the tee as we move over to hole number 7.
One of my favorite holes on the course. I love this tee shot, just framed up perfectly. Kyle's going to need a little bit of love to get back onto the fairway, and looks like he's into the woods just a hair. Spectators trying to get out the way. There's so many people all wanting to get a look at this awesome disc golf live play, and sometimes they might be in the way a little bit. You see that disc jumping around out there in the wind. Eagle hoping to get a fade back in. Not looking quite as nice as he would have liked.
And the same thing happens, that there's some wind that they cannot feel up at the teeing area, and it's not actually that easy to see what your card mate's shot is doing. It's a pretty constricted area.
Well, the guys are usually pretty accustomed to testing that right side, and now Kevin Jones tries to make the adjustment from what he saw the other two guys and aim a little tighter, and that just got sucked into the left side. Let's see if Adam Hammis now, after watching 3 different throws, can make the right adjustment and keep his disc in the middle of the fairway.
Looks low out of his hands. We'll see if it gets a skip up into the center. It does. Finds on top of the platform. He's in great position to attack the green on this par 4. We're going to jump over now to Emerson Keith. This is the uphill hole number 8. This is him for birdie from just about circle's edge. And he buries it.
Emerson Keith is hanging around. 20 under par, 5 through 8. He's still in the mix.
James Conrad took a par on hole 10. He's back on 11 with the Sky Anheuser.
Absolutely parked this yesterday.
We'll see where that lands when you land right back here with us on the Disc Golf Network.
Me and my brother and my dad were out there for hours just playing disc golf, having fun.
That's like one of the first things we usually say. It's a great family sport.
We got to do it as a family.
And it builds relationship. Like, I know my dad so much better because of disc golf.
It's nice that that's something that we can connect and go do together.
My parents are 100% behind it. Bad rounds, good rounds, doesn't matter. They always have a smile on their face.
We don't call it sacrifice. We call it fun.
Get out there and have fun. At the end of the day, most important is have fun.
Just like fierce, passion is something I feel when I'm playing. The Passion is a speed 8 neutral flying fairway driver that has a lot of glide and a straight finish. I intentionally wanted this disc to be a lightweight driver that makes distance feel easy. The Passion is the perfect addition to the Discraft lineup.
Welcome back. We are with Eagle McMahon on the right side of hole 7's fairway.
It's not the worst position he could be in.
Yeah, had he or Kyle penetrated a little bit more into that right side woods, you're all but playing out just for position to maybe then pitch up and walk away with a par. In this case, Eagle might be able to manufacture something into a birdie here.
Yeah, he's got, you know, probably a 350-foot shot from where he is to get to the green. I cannot explain how tough that is. He's standing at a standstill. He's got to put some anhyzer on it, and he's got a goalpost to get through. He's constricted on the left, the right, and the height, and he just drills one through the available space closer to the basket than you could even hope for.
Well, and his teammate Kyle Klein saw the shot. He would love to hit copy and paste and have the exact same result.
He's about a foot to the right, and I think that might make all the difference. Now he's got to have more of a turn. He's got that tree possibly in his swing, his follow-through.
As you said, a little more anhyzer on it. However, nearly identical result, just a little bit short of the basket, but great recovery shot there by Klein.
These guys are so talented, and they make it look so easy. And for any of you who've played the Toboggan course, you know that that took incredible talent from both of these men to execute that shot.
And Adam rewarded with a center cut fairway shot here. I could get a little skip up right next to the pin.
Excellent job there from Adam Hammis. 2 solid plays in a row. Gets him up there looking at birdie.
And our last competitor to throw his approach shot, Kevin Jones from the left side fairway. He's going to play a little more of a sliding hyzer up to the pin.
Picture perfect.
We jump back. We saw Conrad's tee shot on 11. This is where it finished. He's got the uphill incline to worry about. Somewhere deep in circle 2.
I'm going to call this about 40 feet. That's what it looks like to me. Maybe 45. James Conrad trying to get back on the heater with another long banger. James Conrad.
Incredible. He comes back off the par of 10 to make the long uphill putt on 11, and James Conrad continuing to rip apart this Toboggan course.
Yeah, his putting is out of control right now. 86% from circle 2, 100% from circle 1, 91% fairway hits. That's a recipe for some low scores right there, guys.
Kyle's going to step off for a moment. The crowd cheering in the background. He's going to maintain focus and composure.
Well done.
Kyle Klein, 4th birdie in a row. He's guy's making quick work of hole number 7. Eagle bag still on the back. He taps in for the birdie, as will Kevin Jones. And up ahead on hole number 9, we have Emerson Keith. This is him from the very guarded green. Backside and in, and that was the eruption that happened on the chase card that Kyle Klein had heard. That's why he had to step back from his putt. Everybody putting on a show for us here today on Championship Sunday, and Eagle McMahon with that one-stroke advantage over Klein as he sits at 22 under along with James Conrad. I just got a note from Kyle Klein's mother. She said, well, when he's done playing the tournament, he has to come back home because his room is a pigsty. He needs to clean things up back at his house. The 19-year-old still has things to do back at the house.
He's cleaning up on the course, though.
He certainly is. And to put that in full perspective, Kyle is so young that he attended a prom earlier this year. The very next day, went out and won the Mid-America Open, as you were talking about, on the Silver Series. This young superstar, such a bright future in front of him. And right now, he's trying to go up against Eagle McMahon and James Conrad, along with Emerson Keith and the rest of this incredible cast and crew on our final round. Here he is with the honors on hole number 8. Doesn't like it, but it continues, and that's not going to be bad.
That actually was a pretty incredible break. He got actually into the sweet spot as long as there's no OB on that left side. There had been in years past. It looks like I didn't see any.
No, there is no OB
out there to the left. That's a really
the tournament
fortunate
director,
break.
Nate Heinold, wants to have the course play much more where it lies.
Very fortunate break for Klein. Eagle trimming up some of the right side fairway branches there, but he pushes forward.
He does. He used every inch of the right side of that fairway, makes a big left turn. He should be in fantastic position to make birdie. That's one of the best shots I've seen on this hole this weekend. Kevin Jones almost parallel to that guardian tree on the right side. Such a fantastic angle to see the green from there.
And this is a tough Anheuser flick. What's he going to be doing there?
He's probably going to go a hyzer flip. Baby cut. Unraveling, get past that. Oh, if he gets past that, he's home free, but he's going to have a little bit of an obstruction. It's going to be hard to get the height necessary unless if he goes with the sidearm, maybe from a knee or something to get up and under that tree. Tough shot.
Yeah, fortunate it did kick out to the left, so it gives him a little bit more of an angle, but like you said, it's going to be difficult. Well, earlier in the week, we told you to go out. You had to guess how many birdies we're going to see here on hole number 8. Right now, if you picked 46, well, you're still in contention. You're kind of then praying that everybody else pars, but we'll see how our competitors push through. So 46 through 49, I think those are all winning possibilities for the moment. We're going to jump back. This is James Conrad. He starts from behind the tee pad. The uphill climb.
Ooh, a little tight. Let's see if he fights through. Doesn't look like it. Shake of the head means no go. James more than likely will be collecting just his 3rd par of the round.
See, a little frustrated with his effort. Now here's Eagle McMahon going to play the high Sky Anheuser. Yesterday he took a route we've never seen before during his approach shot. Today he's going to go with the more conventional Anheuser approach.
Yeah, I think he was much further back on the fairway yesterday, probably a good 140 feet back and to the right. Now he's more in an ideal position. There's no way you're taking the Heiser route from there. got to avoid those limbs, and beautifully done inside circle one. Eagle McMahon, another opportunity to make birdie and keep that one-stroke lead.
Just inside circle one.
I guess they just did a little Rochambeau to see who's going to go first.
Tell that they're keeping things lighthearted out on the course.
Kevin Jones in a pretty optimal position here. Hole number 8. Comfortable sidearm flick. Use a little ground play to finish. And not quite as hard of a finish as he would have liked, leaving just inside circle one, putting across the hill.
About the same distance for Klein. A little bit better angle.
He does have a bit more width to play with. You can probably even see a bit of the basket from where he's at. Plenty of room to work with. Nice pop on that shot. There you go. That's what he was looking for. Nicely done, Kyle Klein. Take a few steps up and we'll find Adam Hammis. There we go. Drops down to a knee. That's really the only way, unless if he chooses to go out and around with the righty backhand. Both plays are pretty difficult from that position.
Throwing from a knee like that uphill, does he have enough power here?
Yeah, I don't think he's too far. The distance isn't out of control. He just really needs to shape the disc well. That's all about keeping his balance. Looks good out the gate. Nice flare skip. Just a few steps behind Kyle inside circle one.
We saw the tee shot from Conrad a few moments ago, and this is exactly why he didn't like it. He's off on the left side. We don't find too many players this far over on hole number 12.
We don't have a catch cam to see where he's at. We just got a lone cameraman out there keeping track with James, so hopefully that'll be good enough for him to scrape up a par. Look at our live leaderboard. Eagle McMahon hanging on by a stroke all afternoon long. Kyle Klein, James Conrad have been right there, and pretty much after 5th place it starts to spread out. Not too many guys going low. Joel Freeman 13 holes in, -8. Other than that, not too much.
So do you think Eagle is keeping track of his score, or do you think Eagle's playing blind?
I hope Eagle's just going out there playing his game, sticking to the game plan. Don't worry about online scoring. Maybe not till there's a couple of holes left. Then take a peek and just see where you're at.
Yeah, I'd go as far as saying Eagle is absolutely not keeping track of the scores.
Kevin Jones can't believe that disc lifted out the gate, was anticipating a drop, shoots off the top of the band. Have a little work left to save par. Kyle Klein, or Eagle McMahon rather. Also just outside circle one, inside circle one, trying to compose himself. Another solid effort, Eagle McMahon.
Yeah, and you see that with a little extra aggression on the fist pump. Eagle doesn't really need to keep track of the scores because he knows if he just birdies everything or nearly everything, no one's going to catch him anyway. Adam converts the up and down. He'll walk away with the birdie.
That was a pretty awesome up and down from Adam. Such a tough shot on an E going uphill, hard hook to the right. Executed perfectly. Kevin Jones from 7 paces deep of the basket or so. Maybe 5. Nicely done.
For the shot that we didn't think was all that great initially, or at least he didn't like it, Kyle Klein is able to get up and down, and now he's looking at this short tap in for another birdie.
If he should end up being in contention or winning or tying, he's going to remember that shot on hole 8. It could have gone both ways, right? It could have been terribly bad or got fortunate as he did. And here we are with Emerson Keith. Hole number 10. We've seen a lot of guys throw the roller. Emerson going for the air shot, playing for the skinny gap. Tugs it off to the right, not too excited about it.
We saw him with a beautiful forehand flick throw in yesterday. Does he have any more of that magic?
Looks like a nice up and down effort, though.
And he'll walk away with the par, a hard-fought par at that. We also saw James Conrad throw his second shot on 12.
From out the bush.
And he'll have to settle for the par, which doesn't sound great to him right now, but it's been impressive nonetheless. He remains at 22 under par. We'll see what he can do on back 9, but right now, Kyle Klein, Eagle McMahon going back and forth. Kyle does not want to give up the honors. He took him the one-time Eagle, found a par here today. Kyle said, all right, I've got to jump on this opportunity. He takes the birdie, and they've been matching each other ever since.
Kyle Klein lining up hole number 9, which we've been talking about all weekend. Not the greatest hole design.
Gallery approved that shot, and he finds his way onto the green.
As the shot finishes, it hits the trees and filters down, and it's really quite random whether you filter backwards, forwards, or sideways. So the men will throw their best shots, take it where it lands, and see if they can convert it to a birdie.
Oh, yeah!
Gallery also approves Eagles drive. Sounds like he's somewhere inside circle 1.
It's usually the player's best response is just waiting for what the gallery, how loud they applaud on this blind downhill shot. Here's Adam Hammis.
Go in! Go in!
Adam Hammis taking the wide route. You could hear him calling for it to make the left turn, coming in on the side door. Doesn't touch a thing, near ace run even. See a couple of the gallery members holding their head in disbelief.
Right there. Oh!
And just as Elaine was mentioning, you could throw a beautiful shot and a little bit of a reverse roll and catch the spectator's bag. He's got a line. Unfortunate, huge backspin on that shot.
Now we're catching up with James Conrad. This is his tee shot on 13. We've seen him go with roller.
Oh, he's lining up again. He's going 3 for 3 roller. He's going to try to make it work.
Feels like that is his best attempt at getting that drastic turnover that's needed to complete this hole.
It's definitely a throw different shot.
He took that one well wide. I don't know if that's going to have enough cut angle to finish.
It's going to need to get up and flip on its top to see not much of a reaction, a little bit of a wave. Good friend of James Conrad, of course, Nate Perkins. Nate, you're down there on the green of 9. What are you thinking as we're watching the scores of what James is doing from the third card? He's just racking up the birdies.
Well, Terry, the gallery just can't decide who they want to follow. I mean, we've got roughly 500 people here on the lead card, but a lot of the gallery has now left to go see what the world champion is doing over there. Here on hole 9, what I'm noticing is the lower the shot is, the less it is up to chance. Kyle and Eagle, nearly identical shots. Sending it back to you guys.
What happened to mine? This tree?
Thank you, Nate. As we hear Kevin Jones kind of asking what happened, and he's going to have to go back and watch the video. And really, there's no adjustment that you can make. Nate is saying maybe throw it a little bit lower. That reduces some of your chances, but
it's still a poke and hope once you get towards the green. I mean, either you get lucky and get through, or you hit one of those trees solid and do what happened to Kevin Jones, come down on an extreme angle and get a nasty backspin. Solid effort again from Kevin Jones, not able to connect though. I'm sure the frustration is starting to build for KJ. He really wants to take this tournament down. Still in the top 7, tied for 5th, I believe, at the moment. So he's not playing any worse.
You heard a gallery member say there's still plenty of holes. Well, we've got the back 9, but the way Kyle, Eagle, the way they're playing right now, there's just not enough holes for someone like Kevin to catch up if these guys don't make any of the mistakes.
He's down 4 to Eagle now at the moment, 3 to Kyle. Kyle still trying to keep the pressure on Eagle with this big putt just outside circle 1. Klein, this man's putter has not yet touched the ground today. He is 100% from circle 1, 100% from circle 2, keeping the pressure on Eagle McMahon. Solid shooting on the front 9, 7 under.
Pressure back to Eagle McMahon to respond.
Eagle answers. Been an incredible show. Neither of these two competitors, Eagle nor Kyle, the teammates, their putters have not yet touched the ground. Both of them are 100% from both circles. Pretty incredible stuff.
You could eat off those putters. They're so clean.
Unbelievable. Adam Hammis for birdie to get to 5 under. Solid shooting through the front 9.
And it's got to be tough for Kevin, who wants the tournament so bad. He's been in contention, but right now he's seeing his card mates just shred this course, and he's just simply not keeping up.
It's very tough when there's a party going on and you're not part of it. If he was on a different card, he would be able to.
That's definitely not helping his cause. Hard chain out on the left side. Brief moment of loss of focus for Kevin Jones, and that's going to slide him back to now 7th place.
Unfortunately, I think that's going to be it for Kevin's run at this point. These guys are playing just too good for him to be able to catch back up. We'll continue to watch, but right now we've got Emerson Keith playing the Sky Annie. And I think we've got eyes on that. Well, here's where it landed. Emerson in great position for the birdie. I want to take anything for granted out here on Championship Sunday. Tap in. Here's how Ricky Wysocki attacked. He went a little bit deep of the basket. This is for birdie as well from circle 2.
He's got to hit chains on this. If he airmails this, this is dangerous. Rick.
Come on, baby.
Let's see if Rick can get dialed in here in the later goings.
Back ahead to hole 13, James Conrad. This is where his roller ended up. Got a long bid. Long man, not quite long enough. Caught up by the bush. He'll be settling for another par here on 13. And another look at our live leaderboard. Eagle McMahon hanging on once again by a stroke. The youngster Kyle Klein pushing him to the limits today. They're starting to get a little space from Emerson Keith and James Conrad at the moment. We'll see how it goes. James Conrad's got 5 holes to go. Emerson Keith has got 8 holes to go. Let's see if they can keep applying the pressure to the 2 guys up on top.
I think back to Kyle Klein taking down the Silver Series at the Mid-America. A few weeks later, he went into Colorado. He went up against Eagle McMahon, and he beat him by a single stroke. So Kyle knows what it takes to get past his teammate Eagle McMahon, and right now they're going back and forth, stroke for stroke. He's pulled this to the right, but it somehow sneaks through, and Klein, a birdie look here on hole 10.
If this trend continues, Eagle's going to be like, what do I got to do to put this kid away?
Well, we're going to see. He's going big again. He's eyeing up the right side. Huge hyzer line.
This was an incredible throw from round 2. Most unlikely route that's available on this hole, and Eagle's one of the few guys that has the arm speed to get it up there.
428 feet with 57 feet of uphill. This throw's like, I don't know what, 550?
That's the number I was thinking, Elaine. If it doesn't roll, that'll be okay. If it doesn't get any backwards roll, that should be fine. Maybe right on circle 1. Right on the edge. There you go.
I feel as if the gallery down at the tee almost didn't know how to react, because we're not used to seeing that shot or that route even attempted. So they're all kind of collectively holding their breath. We'll see if Eagle is in fact around circle's edge. Trying to go stroke for stroke with Kyle Klein. Here's Adam Hammis.
Opting for the low skinny line, overstable, get a big skip, and that's a beautiful shot from Adam, well within circle 1. Unobstructed uphill putt. That's something to be excited about here on hole 10.
That's exactly the route you want to hit. You want to hit the fairway on the right side. It's the lowest on the right side, and there's also skipping opportunity. What is Kevin doing?
He's chasing down Eagle's line. He really has nothing to lose at this point in the round, and unfortunately hits the side of the hill, gets some backspin, and Kevin's going to have a long birdie bid up the hill. Spotter going to check it out and try to help out and locate these discs for the guys. And there's Eagle.
Taking another look at Eagle McMahon's pull through. He dips down so low to play for that power hyzer. Everyone jumps up and is looking, where is that going? Is it going to get there?
He really shapes that shot with his body. You can see how he's loading that hips from low to high. Jumping back up. Emerson Keith. He's over on hole 12, the sharp hyzer uphill.
He continues to apply pressure from the chase card. Guys, I don't know where to focus all my attention here.
Doubt.
What's going on? We've got so many
cool.
top contenders here, all in the mix. What I think is interesting here, and this tells me a little bit about this round for Kevin, we've seen him go with the roller for a couple of years now here on hole 10. I don't know if it's just a total change of plans or frustration, but to see him go with the hyzer, that's not his typical play here on hole 10. Do you feel like, is that frustration? Just feels like letting out the power hyzer?
I think it's a bit of frustration and a bit of, I'm just going to let it all hang out and just try to have some fun, because it's really not going Kevin's way today. 2 down through 9 holes is not the number he was looking for, and he knows that this one's getting out of reach. Takes a long stab at this one, and he'll have a tap in to salvage par. I mean, he saw Eagle do it, and he's thinking, I can throw about as hard as Eagle. Why not take a stab at it? Take a little bit of the uncertainty of the roller out of the equation and see if he can match. And unfortunately, gets a bad reaction off the ground. Eagle McMahon, a little bit more fortunate. Right on the edge of the shul, right around circle 1. That means that Kyle Klein's a little closer, so this is a big putt for Eagle.
Boom.
Wow.
Eagle. Perfect from the putting green from everywhere today. That's exactly what he's going to need if he wants to hold on to this lead and take down this tournament for back-to-back wins.
Did he go under that branch or through it?
He just went straight into the chains. He didn't care what he had to do. It was an amazing putt.
Adam resets.
Clean motion there from Adam Hammis, up and down on the line of the basket the whole time. Beautiful effort, great birdie. And this is how close Kyle Klein is. Looks about 6 paces off the basket. Big putt from Eagle McMahon to
at least momentarily take that 2-stroke advantage.
Yeah.
Kyle says, hey, get back here. I'm trying to maintain.
This tester range, it's not a given. Yeah, and there you have it. Just a little heavy on the left side. Kyle Klein, first big mistake of his round. First missed putt of the day. And that big putt just might have done it. Kyle Klein.
And it's interesting the psychology that must be going on in that lead group. For a while it seems that, you know, all 4 of them were pumped up. They were feeding off each other's positive energy. And then Kevin fell off, and now it seems that the psychology is shifting.
Yep, momentum back to Eagle McMahon after this unfortunate hard chain out from Kyle Klein. Such a big miss at this crucial part of the tournament. He knows it.
Stares it down. A little bit of disbelief there for Kyle. He's been so perfect here in the early goings. We're just a little over halfway through the round. Of course, advantage McMahon, and that might be a real turning point for Eagle McMahon, who has not had the honors for the last 4 or 5 holes, and now he picks up the stroke, he picks up the honors, and we'll see how he carries that forward. We're going to jump ahead. This is James Conrad with his tee shot on hole 14.
Beautiful drive from James Conrad, keeping it low and tight. Gets right to the base of the hill, have a good run up. Give this a nice tug up the hill, hopefully miss those last little things. Look decent. We'll see how the gallery responds, see his body English. Doesn't look like he liked it too much if he's doing that.
And now we jump over to hole 13. Emerson Keith with a forehand off the tee.
This hole really sets up well for the sidearm. Keep it low, most of the men, I think, Philo?
Yeah, you really want to hug that fairway defining tree down there on the right side with a lot of speed and a lot of angle. Hopefully get some ground play on the hard pan, and that's got to turn in a hurry.
Trying to hook up for the late play. Emerson waiting for a reaction.
This is such a tough get on 13. Back to our lead card, Eagle McMahon on the box, hole 11. Big Sky Annie. And And that was a bit early and to the right. He's going to have an obstructed, most likely, second shot trying to scramble par.
Now we've got Hammis looking for the Sky Anheuser. Also just a bit short, but he'll at least have a look at the basket.
Hopefully he's down in the gully below the basket. He might be able to find a crease to rattle the basket.
Looks a little bit low for Klein, but no.
That's all right. I think he's inside circle one. He's going to have another funky stance, but that looked all right.
I like the fade, but just a bit short for Kevin Jones. 3 players in the same vicinity. As we jump ahead, this is Conrad. We saw his approach a few moments ago. Looks like he's just outside circle one, pinched up on the left side.
This is a big putt for James if he wants to stay in contention to win this event. Straddled out on a knee, a little bit of wind blowing around.
I think you're going to see a full layout here by James Conrad.
Oh, that's so frustrating to get so many chains and not stay in after the full layout. James Conrad making a lot of pars here on the back nine, and that's not exactly the effort he was hoping for after that hot start on the front.
He would then go on to tap in for his par as he's about to move to the very difficult par 4 on hole number 15. That'd be a great place to pick up a stroke on the field. And now we're back with our leaders.
And with everyone throwing short, I wonder if the wind was maybe pushing the discs down or...
Very possible.
Yeah.
Such a touchy shot. It's, you know, pretty close to a full rip for most of the players out there, but the shape, throwing against the grain from left to right, is really the most difficult thing in disc golf.
And keeping it so high.
Yeah.
And our leader is actually the competitor most out of position here.
Eagles searching for some way to get up to the basket and salvage a par. Not the best drive of the day for him. One of the more difficult gets out here, hole 11. Doesn't seem to be too far from the basket. Yeah, there you go. Might see some kind of overhand throw or Annie out. Sounds like that was good enough. The gallery approved. Don't really see the disc, but I imagine he can't be too far. Maybe up on the back side of that hill there. Looks like Kevin Jones will be next to act. He's just outside the circle. Looks like he's got a good look at it. Kevin Jones a little frustrated. Things aren't really connecting for him today. Another hard chain out.
That placement also tells us that our other 2 competitors are right around circle's edge. It's a matter of, are they obstructed and will they have an awkward stance? Looks like Adam has climbed in there. Not much between him and the basket.
What a putt from Adam Hammis from down in the gully. Found a crease, able to take advantage and keep himself in the conversation to potentially win this event.
Closest to the pin is Kyle Klein.
Opportunity to pick up that stroke he just gave back to Eagle on the hole prior.
This is to cut the lead in half. Kyle Klein answers. Yes.
You can hear that hometown crowd really cheering him on. Eagle McMahon with a little bit of work left here to salvage par after being a little deeper than the other three into the bush. Rewind that Kyle Klein putt from down off to the side, just about pin high. Maintaining his composure. High left into the chains, has enough gravity to pull that thing down into the basket.
He is again within one of our leader in Eagle McMahon. We jump over to Emerson Keith with his tee shot on 14, a low line drive.
I like that play. I like that play a lot. Keep it low, keep it tight, get yourself right to the base of the hill. Seems like the guys that are trying to flex the disc are kind of finding themselves off to the left or off to the right, maybe even on the other fairway of 15. And Emerson Keith showing the guys exactly where you want to be. Look at our live leaderboard once again. Eagle McMahon still out in front by one. The youngster Kyle Klein is not giving any quit. He is right on his tail once again, but they've got a little bit of separation from third place with Adam Hammis and Emerson Keith, and James Conrad is not too far behind in fifth.
We talked about how our lead card yesterday, they averaged 10.25 under par, and right now through 11 holes, Eagle McMahon 9 under, Klein 8 under, Hammis 7 under. So they are certainly raising the bar, resetting the pace in which we saw from the stellar play that took place in round number 2. And right now, it's just they're off to the races, and you're going to need a fire round to claim the belt here today.
Absolutely. These guys got about 6 or 7 holes left to go. Getting ready to go up into hole 12. Last third of the course. Pressure's on to complete this round. Execute at a high level. Don't leave any strokes out there on the course. Adam Hammis is taking the box.
Hey guys,
He's birdied the last 5 holes in a row.
That was the voice of Nate Heinold, tournament director, making sure the crowd is under control and not distracting the competitors.
Adam has sawed that one off early on the left side, hoping he can punch through. You can see the look on his face. That was not the action he was looking for. And I have to hope that he's not too pinched off in there.
Like the angle here for Klein, tracking right at the basket, inside the circle, uphill putt for Klein. Going to pick up back-to-back birdies over the last 2 holes.
Saw Eagle McMahon nearly ace this hole. The big flaring skip with that same disc. Let's see if he can match that line and keep himself inside circle 1. Pretty sure he doesn't want to have to putt from distance too many more times this round. And that sounded like some foliage, and Eagle McMahon turns his head away quickly. Advantage Kyle Klein, potential tie up this tournament. Kevin Jones throws a nice line, but a little low on the height, a little bit flat on the angle, and it just kind of gets gobbled up by the ground. He's probably just outside circle 1 looking up the hill.
A little more angle on that. It may have skipped or flared up the hill, but certainly still in makeable putting range for Kevin Jones. And looks like we're going to be catching up with our lead card here in just a few moments. Of course, Paige Pierce out in front by 2 strokes over Kristen Tatar from Estonia.
You can see how much the wind is picking up.
From Plano, Texas, Paige Pierce.
So Paige has that purple and white striped disc, which is her new signature disc, the Passion. It is slightly understable, perfect for hole 1, where she's going to throw it out to the left, have it hook back to the right, and hopefully land somewhere close to that basket.
Ooh, a bit tight out the gate. If that keeps turning right, she could be real deep in the bush.
Kristen going with the safer sidearm look. That'll get her away from the OB. She's got to keep it fairly flat, maybe even a slight flex to start out with, and count on the overstability of the disc to draw her into the basket.
That was a beautiful shape out the hand. Should land her safely in the fairway. A nice, comfortable up and down to start her round. Tough get for the ladies here on hole 1.
It is. It's a long distance. The women play from the same tee as the men. Total of 477 downhill.
Katrina Allen potentially could have been on top of the leaderboard had it not been for the unfortunate rollaways on a handful of putts. She just misses the edge on the right side, and hoping that thing unravels nicely. Gallery approves. They're off and running.
Sarah Hokum rounding out this lead card, and she also favors sidearm, so she'll have been watching Kristen's disc and making any notes on how the wind treated it as it sailed down the fairway.
I really like how she gives herself the visual of the shape of her shot with the left hand and then transfers that idea to the right hand.
Well, that's looking safe.
Gallery approves. We see a green flag wave. The lead card of the ladies on their way.
We're going to come back to hole 14. This is Emerson Keith for his birdie a few moments ago.
Unbelievable. Those are too close to miss. Adam Hammis wasn't as bad as it kind of looked from the tee pad. It looked like he was going way in there. Find himself on the left edge. Looks like he made his way up to the level of the green. Maybe not all the way as far as he'd like. A little frustration there from Adam.
And Eagle also off to this left-hand side. He's just looking to pitch it up near the pin. Very effective approach. He'll walk away with the par.
Kevin Jones outside the circle.
There he is. He hasn't connected with one of those for quite a while. Kevin Jones gets the jumper working.
And now we have Adam's par attempt here from just outside the circle.
Another strong putt from Adam Hammis. Had a way to clean it up after a couple of not so sharp throws.
And with the only birdie opportunity that remains, we've got Kyle Klein trying to get a share of the lead.
Young Dan has been chomping at the bit, chasing down his teammate Eagle McMahon all afternoon, and he's finally caught him.
And the drama continues. Kyle Klein takes the birdie on the uphill, hole number 12. We couldn't ask for a much better battle that's unfolding as they sit both at 26 under par. Hammis just saved his par, as we saw Emerson Keith letting the birdie opportunity slip past him with the short putt on 14. It's shaping up right now to look like a Kyle and Eagle battle, but Adam says, hey guys, don't go anywhere. I'm still right here. I'm contending.
Yeah, the world champion James Conrad, the heat is off. He's parred the last 3 holes, only 1 down on the back 9 after going Del Scorcho. If you're a SoCal resident, know about Del Taco. He was Del Scorcho with the sauce all over this course. 8 birdies in a row. Kind of gone cold now. He's only got 4 holes left to play. And here he is, James Conrad on the very tough par 4, hole 15.
And this hole has been honestly playing more like a par 5 for the men than a par 4. The average score being around 4.5, bit of a tweener.
James throws a nice one down there. Looks like he landed safely in the fairway.
Wow. That's what I thought you. I thought you.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna see it one coming back. All right, thank you. There's that.
Kyle Klein looking calm and confident out there.
I'm good. Jeffrey. I'll take it. I don't like each other. Oh, I know you. 3. Too long. We need to
Refreshment delivery taking place out here on the tee of 13.
Nice of the tournament staff to take care of the lads out there. Keep them hydrated.
hang up next week, Jared.
So close to making the turn. Kyle Klein catching the guardian tree on the right side of the fairway that shapes this little dog leg down and to the right. Kevin Jones, let's see if he can make the adjustment. Fights most of the way down there, probably in that 80-foot range. Have another opportunity for a long jumper.
Oh, and hitting the
That
high.
was so close.
Oh, the high archway there. This is trying to push through the tunnel. Now Eagle McMahon, 4th to tee.
Giving this a nice yank, hoping to miss that tree, and he also clobbers it. Starts to make the turn, but hooks hard to the right. He's going to have a tough up and down from there, Terry.
Kevin Jones, we're going to take a look at his tee shot again. Feeling like this one might be slipping past him.
Shoulders buckle, the stomach collapse. That's the sign of disappointment and frustration from Kevin Jones. Today has not been his day. Closing out this event has been so tough for Kevin over the years.
Meanwhile, let's look at Sarah Holcomb for a par. Boom.
Doing some work here on the opening hole. This is, and Paige Pierce found trouble off to the right-hand side. This is her for a double bogey to open the round, and then it rolls away.
That is not the momentum she wanted to start with. She's only 2 strokes ahead of Kristen, and those have slipped away after the first hole. So it's looking to be a battle in the women's division as well as the men's.
Tough way to start the day for Paige Pierce. Unexpected. Coughing up 2 strokes. Back with Kyle Klein in the fairway of hole 13. He's got a straight look down the tunnel to the basket.
Just needs it to sit. He's going to get just past the pin, almost to circle's edge. Very makeable putt from 29 feet for Kyle. Slight downhill slant.
I don't know, is there someone deep away in the woods? I think they're next.
Looks like Eagle McMahon will be next to play, and he's really pinched off over here on the right side. Going to have to find a little sliver of air to penetrate through the woods and find himself on the green to hopefully scramble out a par. It's really the hardest angle on the course to get up and down from. It's real thick over there, Terry.
Eagle exploring all options. You see him lining up potentially even a little forehand flick roller, trying to possibly punch out. He has to decide how aggressive he wants to be, because if he tries to bite off too much, hits an early branch or limb, he could be as far as he already is and really gain nothing on this shot. So he has to be careful about it. I think we're going to see a roller.
Open the door for Kyle to take the outright lead. A huge shot for Eagle.
Flops it down. Does it gain the right edge?
That
Looks like it
that
hooks
cut
up and goes to the
really
right. That's going to be short. He's got work to do, even more work than Kyle.
Gallery gives him a little applause for the effort, the imagination.
And albeit short, Adam's still in really good position, lined up with the basket. This is a relatively routine shot. In fact, so much that he's going to go with a jump putt for it.
Hammis scaring the basket on the way in. It's a nice round of applause from the gallery for the effort.
That is more than 100 feet, slightly downhill. Like you said, flashing just past the pin. Let's see if Kevin's got a little magic in him. So for the first time today, Eagle McMahon is going to be challenged for his par. He's going to be in circle 2. This could be a huge momentum shift.
Gave it a bid. Comes up a little bit left. It was chain high, tracking.
You've got to be surprised that that didn't draw any chain. That wasn't obstructed. I know it was a little bit from longer range, but I wouldn't have been surprised had he made it. I'm more surprised the fact he didn't draw any metal.
Yeah, the pressure's really starting to settle in. He's had this young man here, Kyle Klein, on his heels all afternoon. And now he has an opportunity to take the outright lead with this par putt.
Huge moment for the young 19-year-old. Klein buries it, taking the outright lead over Eagle McMahon.
That'll get the hometown crowd cheering and excited for him. Well done, Kyle Klein. You've earned yourself an outright lead. And the band cleans up for bogey.
Take another look at this moment by Kyle Klein.
Really took his time, settled in, feeling the shot, seeing the shot, making the shot.
A little bit high, but it pulls it down, and Klein is your leader as we're through 13 holes. Eagle McMahon has bogeyed just twice this weekend, one of them being hole 13, and that may be the most inopportune time as Klein takes the lead with just 5 holes left to play. Looks like we've got Emerson Keith on the tee of hole number 15. Elaine, you talked about how challenging this one is, playing more like a par 5 than a par 4.
And the men have been taking 2 different options. One is to throw high, like Emerson is doing there, trying to filter or crash through the trees in the middle of the fairway. The other choice is to go low and to go under the archway.
Taking one more look at our live leaderboard. Kyle Klein now out in front over his stick on top of Eagle McMahon. Adam Hammis, Emerson Keith in hot pursuit. They're running out of holes. These guys are going to have to make a move quick.
And one thing I've noticed is that UDisc is not showing many of the women's scores, so I think the bandwidth is getting sucked up out there. You know, these spectators can't help but want to turn on their phones and see where things stand. There's no physical leaderboard to tell people how the scores are shaping up.
Kyle Klein has yanked this one off to the right, and he's going to be in the tall grass on the other side of the yellow rope. He's safe. There's no out of bounds here. The tournament director, Nate Heinhold, wanting to keep this as natural as possible. No artificial OB. Kevin Jones next to tee it up.
He's going to bomb it, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's going full send. He's trying to get all of it. I don't really think it matters so much where you land on this hole, as long as you're in the short grass or right there is okay even. Should still have an angle to get up and down. Obviously, the flatter and the shorter the grass, the easier it is. Adam Hammis playing a little flex from left to right, keeping it low and tight, penetrating the fairway, right to the base of the hill. Nicely done. Eagle McMahon giving this a full send, tracking off from the left side of the yellow rope, it looks like. Opposite fairway, but not too bad.
Kyle Klein's your outright leader. Let's take a look at what he's been doing today. Feels like he's getting it done from everywhere.
Well, the young man's putter has hardly touched the ground at all, minus that short one on hole 10. He's been banging them from all over the place. Circle 1, circle 2, straddle out, inline, step through putts. And this is the putt right here that gave him that outright lead from the side of the hill. High in the chains, drops it in. Jog it in there and scoop that out. Local boy putting on a show for the people out there in Milford, Michigan today. Big par putt here just a moment ago on hole 13 to jump out in front of Eagle McMahon.
Taking a look at some of the most notable statistics where Kyle is getting done. Of course, the birdie rate, 59%. He's keeping it clean, too, by avoiding bogeys. So impressive what's going on out there. And we're also checking in with the FPO scores. Elaine, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing that Paige bounced back after her terrible 6 on hole 1 to card a birdie on hole 2, as did Kristen and Kat. Sarah Hokum rounding out the group with a par.
Kristen Tatar now on top of the leaderboard after the blow up on hole 1 from Paige Pierce. And we've seen Kristen make eagle on hole 3 both days in a row.
We certainly have.
Paige made bogey 1 round, and I believe she made eagle the 2nd round, right?
Yeah, she's been Jekyll and Hyde on that hole.
Klein electing to go with the standstill.
Yeah,
Not that I feel like he's got much option, right?
Yeah, it looks like he's in some pretty rough ground over there. Lots of bumpiness and hard to find a stance even from the standstill, it looks like. Having a hard time gaining his balance. See his foot sliding, slipping away. Maybe some soft ground. So important to land on the fairway on these holes. This the rough out here is really tough to navigate and to get yourself under control.
It looks like he's in a bit of a trough there, because the one leg is much higher than the other. Very awkward.
So now his hips are pointing down, and he's got to throw up the hill. This is super challenging, folks.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Kyle not switch it up, go to the forehand. As you said, Philo, he's almost adding difficulty to his own shot here, and
that's
this
way
is the result.
To the left. That is not what he needed right now. He's going to have a hard time getting up and down from there. Maybe you were right, Terry. Maybe you should have gone with the sidearm and taken it up and around and used the width of the fairway out to the right. Instead, he had his body pointed in a really difficult direction to make an uphill shot and saws that one off terribly into the left woods.
Was he trying too hard?
I don't think he was trying too hard. It's just such a difficult stance that it's really hard to time everything up when your hips aren't pointed in the direction the shot's going to go. One thing, he was pointed to the left, and then his hips were pointed down. Two things working against him there.
Yeah, your feet are so important. The direction of your feet generally tells you what direction the disc is going to go in.
Could see just how punishing that is, but we've got Hammes trying to toss it up the hill, but looks like some of his footwork and a little bit of his momentum was out of sync.
Yeah, he didn't look too happy with that effort. Probably comes up a bit short. This is a second shot. You really want to get past those signs and these posts. Skip and slide in here into the circle. It's not the most difficult shot. It's really just a touch shot. The course giveth and the course taketh. And that time the course gave a little break to Kevin Jones.
Take another look at Kyle and the reaction that he gives. Oh, and it was immediate. He knew that he was just, as you were saying, his hips, his footwork, his arms, everything just not in sync. And he's going to have to see just how punishing that shot really is.
He was showing a lot of hyzer on that disc. I think he would have helped him to play a little bit of a turnover and just first things first, stay on the hole. Door open for Eagle McMahon. And Eagle does exactly what he needed to do, put that thing under the basket, reapply the pressure now to Kyle Klein. He had the lead for one hole. Now it seems that Eagle McMahon will regain the advantage. Kyle Klein can.
Eagle has put the disc close to the basket all 3 rounds, hasn't he?
Even
though it's blind, he knows where it is.
Yes, he does. Adam Hammes was perfectly in the middle of the fairway, and it looks like he just threw that one straight into the face of the hill. Never had the height needed to get onto the plateau, and he's got a long bid here. That's off to the left. Should be okay to manage for a par. And we'll see how far and deep in there Kyle Klein is in a moment. Kevin Jones going to offer a hand. Looks like he's found.
It's clear Kyle does not have a good look at the basket in terms of actually making it. The question is, can he just get himself out enough to salvage the par?
Yeah, it's going to be tough to say. I mean, he's already walked into the woods 15 feet, and every step is another 3 or so. Hard to tell exactly how deep he went in there. It's possible he could have hit something relatively early after he made his way in there and knocked him down immediately. Maybe he's got a little bit of a crease. He can throw a sidearm out of there with a putter and give himself an opportunity to make par, which would be huge.
There it is.
Nicely done, Kyle Klein. Salvaging par. That'll knot things back up at the top with he and Eagle McMahon. Can't imagine Eagle will be missing that from 3 paces away. Wasting no time, Kevin Jones popping that in there for a birdie.
Hammes will have to settle for his par. Kyle with a different set of emotions, knowing that par will be just fine after that second shot that he had. Recovery by Klein. However, the par will not be enough to maintain the outright lead because this man, Eagle McMahon, taps in. He's back on the prowl. They're all knotted up. Stay tuned. We've got the conclusion of our Championship Sunday right here on Disc Golf Network.
There's no shortage of things to make us anxious these days.
With all the chatter in the world, it's easy to get knocked off balance.
Quiet Mind naturally promotes a zen-like calm without dulling your abilities.
Thanks for coming in today. Have fun out there. Let's go.
At Dynamic Discs, we don't just work disc golf, we play disc golf. Be extraordinary, be passionate, be dynamic.
In this game, preparation is everything. It gives you that edge to become something from nothing. Success is not by accident. Because you know, the course plays no favorites. You know what it takes to be the best. In this game, detail matters. Idio Sports.
Welcome back. As we're going to take a quick look back at what's happened over these last couple of holes. Eagle McMahon not converting, not saving the par back on hole number 13. That sets up for Kyle Klein to take advantage and pick up the stroke and take the outright lead. However, we move over to 14 just moments ago. He pulls his second shot hard to the left. At best, he's hoping for is the par. He's able to pitch out from there, but Eagle McMahon says, I've put myself in good position. I'm going to go with the standstill, the blind hyzer up to the plateau, parks it right next to the pin.
Honestly,
and just like that, the lead
maybe a little more left for
is no longer.
More
We're all knotted up
to the basket, but otherwise it was pretty perfect.
Yeah, that's crazy. That was so crazy.
Yeah, I threw a huge drive on the hole before, and I was just I was feeling juiced up, and I was like, I want to throw another big shot.
It's right there. That's awesome, man. That second shot is out of this world. I mean, like, that was so good. My point of view is like on the next hole. I'm like, there's Eagle. There's no way you can do anything from there.
He's like, what is he doing over there?
Literally. And then I saw the shot from like the side, and I'm like, slow flipping, slow, and then out of sight. I'm like, it's going in the right direction, and everybody goes crazy. It was a fun one.
He has too much wind for it today.
Nice to see some camaraderie amongst the lead card, even though Kevin Jones isn't having the day he was hoping for. Still in a chipper mood, chatting it up with the guys. Just 4 holes to play. I think they're talking about that shot that Eagle McMahon threw that landed on 2's fairway, and then that beautiful second shot to get him inside the circle. Pretty awesome stuff. See if Eagle chooses to go with that same play today.
I think one of my favorite moments here is the fact that they're all fans of the game. They're competing against one another, but they still appreciate everything that they're seeing and doing against one another out here on the course, because they're, at the end of the day, they're fans as well. And we've got Emerson Keith, who's been making a push here for the lead all day long.
Emerson Keith in the fairway of number 15. Looks like he's thrown a dime. He's got that same skinny line he can take on the right side of that tree to your left. We saw him do that perfectly in round 2. And Emerson has gone wide, wide, wide to the left, and he's going to have a lot of work to do to get up and down.
That may have just squelched any opportunities for Emerson to still make a push for the win here as he sits 3 back. Now we're rejoining the FPO. This is Katrina Allen on the tee of 3.
Yeah, after quite a wait up there to wait for the group before, they finally get to tee, and that is an amazing drive. As we know, it's quite windy out there. Kat puts her disc middle of the fairway. Couldn't ask for better. Paige is going to be thinking about her mistake on hole 1 and trying to adjust because it's basically the same throw.
Keeps that out center left, hoping that disc doesn't get understable too much. Passion again, drifting off to the right. Paige Pierce unable to make the adjustment here on hole number 3.
Yeah, the wind is obviously not the right combination with the instability of that disc. So we'll have to see what Paige has got to work with.
That's got to be driving her crazy to not be able to find the fairway on this hole.
Sarah Hokum with the sidearm, a much safer throw.
Tracking off to the right side as well.
Too safe.
And there goes the spotter running it down, trying to lend a helping hand on a mark.
The fairway looks big when you're standing up on top of the hill, but you know, there is OB to the left and very punishing rough to the right.
Kevin Jones now here on the tee of 15. We saw him put the hurt on his drive yesterday.
Sounds like he's in lovely position here on the fairway of 15. No need for any extra additional help from the spotter. Sounds like he's in the fairway. Gallery having a good time out there. Eagle opting to play the more traditional route, not going over to hole 2, plays it down the middle. You'll have a look at the green, I believe, from there. Maybe an odd shaped shot, but something.
Huge moment for Kyle Klein to bounce back after getting knotted up with Eagle McMahon. Not sure that tree did him any favors. I think he would have loved the little extra push to the left side of that fairway. Also have to see if that was pinched up against the stance or any of his run up. Here's Adam Hammis.
They sure are asking for a lot out of this tee shot to get into position. And Adam Hammis penetrates past the mark of Eagle McMahon and Kyle Klein. We'll see how it's looking for them once they get up to their lies, what kind of shot they're going to have to get up towards the green. Another look at Kyle Klein, giving us a nice rip out to the right side. Using all that space on the right side of the fairway, dragging the disc back towards the middle. Gives it the, that'll
Meh.
do.
Meh.
Meh, that should be okay.
I can do some work from there. Once we take a look at hole number 15, playing as the hardest hole on the course, averaging a little more than a half a stroke above par. And Philo, like you said, this is a demanding tee shot.
It's very demanding. There's a small sliver basically just past the ladies' teeing area that gives them the best line. I mean, they have to penetrate past this tee pad here and hopefully get into this short grass to the left, and that's really going to open up the tunnel. If you can see the tree over here, that's where Kyle Klein is, between these two trees right over here, and that's going to be an awkward shot. He's not going to have a lot of room to shape something because the fairway still kind of chicanes here. Going to have a little bit of a turn to the right and a little bit of turn to the left. Obviously this gully, which if you get up into this area, which is almost impossible, then you got a straight look down the tunnel. But tough hole. No it's not a mystery why this is the hardest hole on the course this weekend. There's really not a lot of space. If you get out of position, the best you can do is salvage par.
A moment ago, we saw Emerson Keith's second shot. Where that had landed, he had actually gotten somehow to here. This is him for his par.
That's an awesome par from where he was off to the deep right side of this hole, probably somewhere near hole 17. Emerson Keith hanging on, tie for third place at the moment with Adam Hammes.
Emerson will remain at 23 under par, along with Hammes, as you just mentioned. But Eagle, along with Kyle Klein, both sit 3 strokes above at 26 under par. I feel like a few too many things that would need to happen for it to not be Eagle or Kyle to walk away with this at this point.
Yeah, James Conrad, the heat is off. He's now tabulated 5 pars in a row after going 9 down through 11 holes. He's on hole 17, looking for a couple of finishing birdies here to maybe climb up into third place with Adam and Emerson. Yeah, Kyle Klein's out of position here. The best he can do is find himself back into the short grass of the fairway, progress the fairway about 150 to 200 feet, get up and down for par. Nicely done from the youngster. That should be just fine. Center of the fairway, we'll have a nice look at the green from there. Straight mid-ranger putter should do from that distance. Nice work from the catch cam to give you a good visual of what he's got left to work with. Kevin Jones giving this a full send, hoping he misses that stuff on the right. And he's heading out there where Emerson Keith was. I'm not sure the gallery really understands which basket he's going for.
Either that or they're over on 16, maybe seeing some of the tee shots taking place on 16. But, yeah, as you're saying, I'm not sure if they should be applauding that for Kevin.
Eagle McMahon doing the same thing as Kyle Klein, opting for the layup. It's a chess match between those two now, right? Kyle and Eagle, the teammates from Discmania.
Yeah, and I'm already starting to think ahead just a few holes where we saw miraculous shots by both of them on 2 separate occasions over on hole number 17. So I can't give one or the other any kind of advantage over these last few holes. They both have incredible forehands, and they both can make putts from anywhere.
Eagle has birdied hole 18 twice so far this event, both outside circle 1. He's got up onto the level of the green both times, so you kind of want to think of giving him the nod coming down the stretch. Hole 18, such a difficult get.
And although Adam may be closest to the basket here, I'm not sure he's in good position. I think this is going to be a little bit of a crazy shot if he's trying to attack the pin.
Low percentage for sure. He's going to have to really drop a dime out there to not go bent out hard left or hard right. That's a very great play from Adam Hammes. That's an excellent shot. He's going to give himself an opportunity for a long 3.
So our confusion is answered. What they were cheering for was Simon Lizotte, his tee shot up ahead on hole 16. Aptly dubbed the human highlight reel.
Oh! Cuts through the high foliage of the trees on the right side. Tap-in birdie putt for Simon Lizotte. All smiles. Emerson Keith, currently tied for third. Like to call him the pocket knife.
We'll see if that flips up. It doesn't. It hits a late tree and not enough for
Tembo finger. No, no, no. Brutal kick for Emerson Keith.
We've got Nate Perkins out on the green of 15. A little congestion on 15, 16, and 17 even, Nate. Are they going to have any problems locating any of these shots?
I got him.
Looks like we've got Eagle off to the side, and he's found now.
He's probably got about a 230-foot upshot from where he is off on the right rough. Very important up and down for Eagle. Kyle Klein safely in the middle of the fairway with a straight look. Disc is away for Eagle McMahon, and that is going to be just outside circle one, but he's got an opportunity to salvage par. We'll see if Kyle Klein can stick this one in there tight and add a little bit more pressure to Eagle.
Kyle Klein answers with a big shot. His third will put himself within 15 feet of the pin. He's going to put all the pressure back on Eagle, who's got at least twice the distance just to save his par. Meanwhile, we can check in with the FPO scores.
Kristen Tatar still up on top by a stick over Paige Pierce. Tight battle up top as well on the lady side.
Yeah, they're still working their way down hole 3. Paige Pierce and Sarah Hokum were off the fairway as of the tee shot, and we'll see how they all end up on that challenging hole 3.
See if anyone can make a push. Things certainly got a little more compact with Paige Pierce taking that triple bogey to start the round. Going to take another look, though, at Kyle Klein with his putter. Trying to apply all the pressure on Eagle McMahon. Such a big-time shot for the young superstar.
It is. Those can easily slip away from you with some nerves, a little bit of extra anxiety, if you will. Kyle Klein seems comfortable and calm, under control of his game today. Not seeing any big flare-ups of emotions. Just a moment ago, Kevin Jones pitched up. Now we're looking at Adam Hammis from probably beyond all circles. Solid effort there from Adam Hammis. A tough get going up the hill. Settle for a par. From where he was to even have a look at a birdie putt was pretty phenomenal. Eagle McMahon will have to take a short walk just outside circle one, compose himself, and another very important par putt for Eagle.
Yeah, this one's going to be slightly downhill. There is, of course, the slope of the green. If it doesn't find the center of the chains or the bottom of the basket, there is a chance that this could hit some kind of metal or the post, possibly even roll away. So he has to be thinking about that. Of course, he wants nothing but center chains, but there is danger here.
There is. Eagle's been super solid from circle 2 all tournament long. If he doesn't overthink the process, do what he's been doing all weekend long, he should be finding chains, no problem. There's a lot of distractions going on right now. You got the guys teeing off on 16 and 17, less than a couple hundred feet away from them. Hopefully he doesn't get razzed by an unforeseen cheer from the gallery. Wasting no time. Eagle McMahon, ice in his veins, knocks down yet again another circle 2 putt. He's going to maintain that tie with Kyle Klein as he comes up and taps in this 15-footer after Kevin Jones.
Jones collects the par, remains at 21. And routine for Klein, keeping it as cool as he can.
He's doing his best. Let's rewind that huge putt from Eagle McMahon. Got to get in this situation. He has no room for errors. 3 holes to play. Smash, dead center change, drops it to the bottom. Gives a little acknowledgement to the gallery. Cool strut in to go collect his disc. Calm, cool, and collected. He knows what he's got to do if he wants to take down this tournament. He's probably going to need 3 birdies in a row to push ahead of Kyle Klein. All knotted up at the top.
It's a 2-man race with just 3 left to play. The teammates, the young superstars, the Crush brothers, Crush boys, Crush son, whatever you want to call it. There's all sorts of nicknames flying around for these 2 superstars. Of course, Simon Lizotte always in that conversation, but we're going to head over to Paige Pierce right now. She's putting for par.
And Paige is going to be disappointed to only be putting for par. This hole plays as a par 5 for the women. The women are certainly going to want to pick up a 4 with a real potential for someone like Paige to get a 3.
Nice to see Paige knock that one in. We saw the last time she ended up in the woods, she collected a bogey on this hole and let the other competitors get a 3-stroke advantage, collecting her par there. Kevin Jones out to the left again. Going to have a downhill putt on this elevated basket, the last of the event. Might be the mutant from Eagle over stable mid-range. We'll see what shape he puts on it. That'll tell the story.
That is hard left. I don't see that flipping back enough.
I don't think he gave that the right angle out the gate. Disc is a little too overstable. Gravity's working against him. Not the best shot. Opportunity for Kyle Klein. Looks like he's got a similar disc in his hand. Asking for it to turn. Unfortunately, does not. Catches a tree, knocks him down. He's going to be outside circle 2, more than likely just a pitch up. I don't think he's got any airspace to attack the basket. Let's see if Adam Hammis can learn anything from the last guys. Make the adjustment. Low line drive. That is beautifully on line. A little bit hot past the basket, but not too bad. He'll be inside circle 1. A little bit of an uphill putt. Should be very comfortable from there.
I'm going to take another look at Eagle McMahon off the tee here. Certainly frustrated with his effort.
Yeah, that was high and left out the gate. If he was going for the center line, that was not the space, and Eagle McMahon disgusted with that effort. opening the door for Kyle Klein, who fortunately bailed him out with not the best shot of his own.
So much respect for these two players. I find it funny that as Kyle Klein is out there competing against Eagle McMahon, trying to take him down, he's actually wearing an Eagle McMahon signature jersey. What does that say about the respect of these two as we're looking at Katrina Allen on T4?
So Katrina picked up a birdie on hole 3 and now has laid down a beautiful roller on hole 4.
That looks identical to where she was yesterday.
It does. She's just close to the mouth of the entrance up to the basket.
Eagle McMahon once again having to manufacture a scramble play from out of the woods. Going back to that same red mid-range. Looking for a crease in the window. Out cleanly. A little bit long and hot, but opportunity to save par for Eagle.
And the key thing was missing that guardian tree. It does not let anything through.
Yeah, they'll even hang them up there in the tree if you come in high on those two guardian trees in front of the basket. They're very grabby. Take another look at what Eagle was trying to do over there. Sidearm flick, sharp angle. Not the best effort, but not the worst. He still got a chance. Kyle Klein now has no real look at the chains. Best he can do is just scoot this through the trees and inside circle 1, collect a par, and take it to hole 17.
Great shot by Klein. He's got to play a little bit of that nose-up angle. That's the one thing I was worried about. He had the low-hanging branches. He needed to be clear of those, but also you didn't want the wind to push it down. So you saw him kind of give it a little nose-up angle so it could float to the pin, and he'll be dunking it in, walking away with the par. He's going to have to see how Eagle can respond, but here's Kevin Jones from middle circle 2.
High and left, and that's going to be gaining some feet as it passes the basket, as the pitch of the ground starts to go downhill a little bit, and Eagle McMahon's going to try to see if he is out or if Kevin Jones will be putting again next. From the looks of it, Eagle's about 5 or 6 paces off the basket, not too deep into the mish. I think he's just going to go on ahead and play because he's ready. I think Kevin might be a bit further out. Eagle having to drop down to a knee. He's got an open swing.
And he converts.
Solid up and down from Eagle McMahon to stay knotted up with Kyle Klein.
I feel like win or lose this tournament, Eagle McMahon is going to look back to 16 and just know that was a
opportunity. Squandered. Absolutely. These last 3 holes are gettable for Eagle McMahon, and pretty much the rest of the field. 16 has got a fair lane right down the middle. He's just got to shape the shot properly. Kevin Jones squeaking another one in on the left side. Sure, he's a bit disappointed in his showing today, but keeping his head up and trying to salvage what he can out of this tournament.
And it's so helpful when you have the crowd appreciative of your skill. You know, they're, for someone like Kevin, who's a real extrovert, you know, he can't help but be really filled with energy with the crowd.
Back-to-back big-time par saves from Eagle McMahon. Awesome job.
The pressure that's being applied by Kyle Klein, making Eagle McMahon capitalize on every single one of those putts, and you have to wonder, is that going to mentally strain you at all when you're making long putts or solid putts? That's just to keep pace. Is that starting to wear on you in the last few holes of this event, Philo?
It does every time. This is crunch time, you know, mentally exhausting. And speaking of these last 2 holes, the finishing holes, both of these guys having an incredible second shot after really being out of position off the tee. Kyle Klein first up with the big spiking hyzer, finding that little crevice through the trees and finding himself on the green, able to convert. He can't believe it, super excited. And then Eagle McMahon straddling the boundary, full speed, flexing, and oh my gosh, this was such a dime. Incredible shot. Bouncing up onto the plateau and converting that bare putt inside circle 1.
A moment ago, Emerson Keith teeing off here on hole number 17. The gallery is erupting just behind our lead card, and we're thinking this is the reason.
Full flight, full send from Emerson Keith. Well down the fairway, safe.
I feel like that's the longest tee shot that we've seen here on 17.
That's one of the longer ones, that's for sure. He got all of that one.
Wysocki looks to have a good line on it as well. Unfortunately for Rick, not much of a factor here today. Just really didn't get things going. He sits 3 under. He sits at 18 under overall in a tie for 9th. Now we're going to watch Corey Ellis. Corey, right where he started out the day, tied for 5th. That's where he is right now. He's at 22 under. I think he's just looking to maintain that positioning. Again, the standstill, so much power. Philo, I have to feel like there's a number of our viewers out there that with 2 full run-ups aren't throwing it as far as Corey just did uphill from a standstill position.
You can put me on that list of people who can't keep up with Corey Ellis from a standstill. The guy's got an amazing snap, great rotation, keeps his swing plane right on target pretty much every time. Simon Lizotte from a pretty ideal spot down in the gully, mostly flat land. Plenty of speed to make the carry up to this elevated green. A little bit shallow, a little short for Simon Lizotte. He's looking at it like he can't believe he came up that short.
We see just how close Wysocki and Emerson are. Again, Emerson sits at 23 under. Next closest competitor in front of him is Adam Hammis, who sits at 24, both with clean scorecards today. Emerson trying to push up onto the plateau. That'll get him into position right around circle's edge. If he converts, that would push him to 24 to tie up Adam Hammis, who sits there in 3rd. Wysocki playing the flex line, flirting with the trees, but filtering through. That'll be a look at birdie for Wysocki. And we're going to jump back over to our FPO lead card. Here's Kristen Tatar.
And she'll be putting for par. Well done. Paige is sitting in circle 1 after 2 shots, so she's looking for a birdie. Meanwhile, we'll have Sarah Holcomb with her par putt.
Holcomb from short range.
Gets it in there. So she follows the birdie she had on hole 3 with a par on hole 4. And Paige looking for a very close tap in for her 3. So Paige has taken to birdieing every other hole. And Paige now ties it up with Kristen, who are sitting at -12. And Katrina Allen, who we see here putting in for a 4, has elbowed her way into the party, just 2 strokes behind at -10. Sarah Holcomb has got a bit of breathing room as Haley King has carded 3 bogeys in the first few holes, so Haley not off to a good start. So our top 4 women remain on the lead card.
Continue to keep our eye on it as we're closing out on the MPO card. This is our chase card, back with you on the green of 17. A moment ago, Simon Lizotte couldn't convert. Now we've got Emerson Keith. Again, this would tie him up with Hamas at 24.
Didn't touch a thing, and Emerson Keith will be disappointed in that effort. Unable to capitalize on a good second shot to get him up to the plateau. Ricky Wysocki able to convert on his birdie putt.
And now back to the tee. Adam Hamas with the honors. The lone birdie on 16. He does not like it. This is tracking toward the OB on the left side.
Clearing out the gallery, and that's way into the OB. That shot was very sawed off. Adam will be taking his line, taking his drop from the last place he crossed in bounds down where that spotter is. Not impossible to get up and down for par from there, but definitely not what he was looking for.
Kevin trying to fight back to the short grass, but not enough hookup at the end. And he's going to be out of position with an awkward stance.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of guys get up to the plateau from around that area, so it's not impossible. See if he can manufacture some kind of play to get him up onto the plateau.
Plenty of power. Cannot find the short grass. Well, finds the medium grass. Should be good position for Eagle McMahon.
You hear the folks in the gallery moaning and groaning about how mashed that was. In disbelief at how far Eagle can throw on one angle.
And I'm sure some of the crowd have played this course in the early days before it was cut off earlier this week for the competitors, and they know that they can't get 2 of their throws that far.
Kyle Klein made the adjustment from the earlier round, keeping it nice and high, spiking. That'll do. Center of the fairway.
And we take a look at James Conrad, who picked up the birdie on 18. That pushes him from 10 to 11 under on the round. That is, in fact, the hottest round that we've seen out here. So nice work by our world champion in James Conrad He finishes with that 10 under. Still, the hot round out of all competitors out there today. Made such an incredible push. Certainly part of the storyline to open our day, as he had 9 birdies in 10 holes throughout the early goings of the course. But James Conrad, our champ, is going to finish at 23 under par overall. And hole 17, second hardest hole on the course. Philo, how do you go at it?
For me, I don't think I can take the route you're watching these guys throw out and around over the road. That's a long, long carry. I'd be trying to throw a flex down the middle line, aiming it to the right, and knowing the disc is going to get that overstable finish. Such a tough get to push all the way up the fairway to get yourself into position to have a really good angle and distance to attack this elevated green. Man, once you get into that sweet spot, it's a green light go for most of these guys. If you find yourself off into the bush, it's a real tough up and down. Obviously, you don't want to do what Adam Hammis just did a moment ago, cutting his drive off, sailing out OB. Now he's going to have a long, awkward stance to get up to this very, very steep, very slopey green. Beautiful hole to come into on the finish, though. Such a gorgeous shot.
We've seen the heroics over rounds 1 and 2 by some errant tee shots. I guess you can't throw a hero shot if you don't throw a less than ideal opening shot. But today, they made the adjustments, as you said. Klein, McMahon, both in position to attack the green. Philo, let's start thinking ahead just a little bit. Are we thinking playoff here?
Very possible. We'll see what Kyle Klein does. Well, first, they got to get past this hole. If they both make birdie here, I kind of want to give the nod to Eagle because he's birdied 18 both times so far this tournament. Not sure if, we know Kyle Klein's got a solid sidearm, but I don't know if it's quite as strong as Eagle's.
Well, first, hole 17. Klein is out and first to act. Going to finish left of the pin. Going to get up onto the plateau.
Looks like he's right around circle 1. Going to have a safe putt for his birdie. Transferring the pressure back onto Eagle, who's going to have a couple of players to wait. Adam Hammis first to act. Along the OB left side there. He's got a nice angle to get up there. Let's see if he can match the angle of the hill and use the correct speed. That's drifting a little too far to the right. Adam Hammis will probably be just outside circle 1, putting back up the hill through the babushka. Swinging on over to Kevin Jones, most likely. Off to the right of the fairway in the rough. Yeah, he doesn't look to be too bad, and looks like he's got a swing.
Can you hear him say good enough?
I think he said that's good enough. Feels comfortable. He can put a full send on this and attack the green.
A little bit
Gallery
short.
approves. Must be inside circle 1. We're very close to it. I'm going to have an uphill putt. Eagle McMahon will make his way over to his lie, just off the fairway. He can go around that tree on the right, which will probably be his best option. Be a little bit of a tight angle trying to go around it from the left. Take out his Bushnell, get a number. Get a feel for the amount of speed he needs on this shot. Big time shot coming up for Eagle McMahon.
Here up ahead, the chase card clearing out on hole 18. Let's see if Eagle can put the correct angle on this.
A little bit too much heat once again from Eagle McMahon. He's going to be past the basket, putting back towards the slope. Good effort, but a little too much heat.
Some of the cheering we've heard is from hole 18. This is the green where Emerson Keith is trying to close out the tournament at about 40 feet.
Just a little off the mark, dancing off the rim. Slightly disappointing finish for Emerson Keith, but overall a really good showing here in Michigan. Nothing to hold his head low about.
Now Emerson sitting in a tie for 5th at the 23 under par. He had parred out from 13 on, including this one on 18. This is Corey for birdie. And the fist pump and strong finish for Corey Ellis. He's at 24 under par, currently tied with Adam and James Conrad. And actually that putt, excuse me, Philo, yeah, did bring him past James Conrad. So Adam and Corey both tied at 24 under.
Adam Hammis probably in the 60, 70-foot range off the target. Manageable position to get up and down for par.
And this is a very tough putt. I think he really has only the option to try and put it close to the basket, which he does very successfully.
You see him lunge forward, the uphill motion. And Hammis, assuming he taps that in, or obviously he will tap that in, that means he'd be looking at a bogey. That would push him to 23 under, giving Corey Ellis the nod for sole possession of 3rd. So
Eagle is now lining up his shot. A little bit constricted. He'll need to navigate that hanging foliage to make sure it doesn't alter the trajectory of his shot. It's well within his range.
McMahon for birdie on 17.
And I don't know if he's peeked at the scores yet, but he can't help but feel what an important putt that is. Nerves of steel. Just nerves of steel.
We rolled the Zuka replay. There's no peeking for Eagle. He knows he needs it. He gets it. He's going to run it down, and Eagle McMahon has the lead going into the final hole. The question is it the sole possession, or will it be knotted up with this man, Kyle Klein? He needs this to remain tied with Eagle McMahon.
We saw how relaxed Eagle's putt was. And that's the key when you're in these pressure situations, is to somehow get yourself in that zone where you're just relaxed, you're not tensing up any muscles, which will affect your ability to make an accurate shot.
Kyle needs this for the tie.
And he didn't look comfortable, did he? You saw him start and stop several times.
Yeah, too many clutches there.
Off the mark for Klein, and that might seal it as Kyle Klein doesn't get the birdie on 17. Advantage McMahon going into the final hole. Klein so close.
I'm sure he's a little disappointed at the moment, but overall he's got to be thrilled with the way he's playing this weekend, giving himself an opportunity to win an Elite Series. Kevin Jones banging one in there, not showing any quit. Hasn't been his day, but he's still been grinding and putting up a gritty performance.
That pushes Jones to 22 under par, currently in 7th. That's kind of been his magic number. He's finished no worse than 7th over the last couple of years. Klein with the tap in
pretty nicely to 7th place as well. Got a couple strokes over Ricky Wysocki.
Let's take another look at the putt from just behind Eagle. It looked good the whole way. And he runs it down. Eagle McMahon is in position. And Philo, you talked about giving Eagle the advantage. Well, he's 5 for 5. He is perfect on hole 18 for taking birdies. That is a tough statistic to run up against if you're Kyle Klein right now.
Absolutely. He's going to have to pray for a little bit of love and a miracle for Eagle to miss this one, going 5 for 5 over the last 2 years. All of these putts outside circle 1. Got to imagine that Eagle's feeling really confident heading into this last hole, and Kyle Klein potentially a little deflated after not being able to convert on that closer putt. Kind of got big putted from Eagle there. Here we go. First on the box is going to be Kevin Jones. See if he can add one more birdie to his tally. That's a fantastic shot. That'll give him an opportunity to tie for 4th place. He can connect with that putt. Shot of the day right here for Eagle McMahon. He puts this one close around circle's edge, and it's more than likely game over.
And that is what appears to be the sweet spot for Eagle McMahon. 2 or 3 steps outside of the circle. He's converted 5 out of 5 prior times.
You hear the hometown crowd roaring for Kyle Klein, trying to cheer him on to one more beautiful shot.
The hometown crowd wants to see Kyle Klein put this in. Can he force it?
Not a bad shot. He's right around the same distance as Eagle, different angle. He's going to have to see who's further away to see who gets to go first and watch.
I think that's going to make all of the difference here. If Kyle Klein does go first and puts it in, it's going to force Eagle to do the same. Here's Adam Hammis. He sits at 23 under, trying to maintain 3rd place, possibly a tie for 3rd if he can convert. Philo, my heart is racing. This may be the last drive of the day by Eagle McMahon. Not if Kyle Klein has anything to say about it.
I'm sure he's hoping it's the last throw of the day for Eagle McMahon as well. He's grinded his way back into the lead 2 or 3 times today after Kyle Klein's been chomping at the bit and chasing him down. Here they are going to be walking up this hill to the final putt of the day, potentially, unless if Kyle Klein can knock it down, and Eagle should not convert.
That man, Eagle, opened 9 birdies in the first 10 holes, and he still needs one more putt to close this out because his fellow teammate Kyle Klein right there pushing him the whole day, trying to claim the title.
Adam Hammis will be away, right around 40 feet.
Adam sits in a tie for fourth. If he converts, he'd move into a tie for third with Corey Ellis.
Not the effort he was looking for. Adam Hammis will settle for a par here on the last hole. And they're trying to figure it out now. Who's going to go first, Kyle or Eagle? Looks like it's been deferred to Eagle.
And we saw how comfortable Eagle was on that previous putt. He's in a good place. Got to think that he's probably going to put this one in again. A lot of good karma on this hole.
Yeah, he's had some really good vibes. He's got a relatively flat putt, even maybe a little bit down the grade. Kyle's going to have to putt up the grade a little bit. Let's sit back and watch, see if Eagle McMahon can ice this tournament with another Circle 2 putt.
To defend his title, birdie attempt for Eagle McMahon.
Bang, baby. Big time boom. Eagle McMahon, super pumped, super hyped. Back-to-back winner here in Milford, Michigan. Any of that talk about Eagle McMahon can only win on the ball golf course has got to be starting to dissipate. Eagle McMahon taking it down on one of the more challenging technical courses on tour. I'm clapping my hands for the youngster, Kyle Klein. What a fantastic performance for Kyle. Staying on the tail of Eagle McMahon all day long. And listen to that crowd.
Klein just one stroke short of chasing down teammate in Eagle McMahon. Put up one hell of a battle.
You might not see it, but off camera, Kyle Klein just walked up to Eagle and gave him a big high five and a hug, congratulating him. Kevin Jones also comes up just a couple inches short. I was just talking about this moment just a second ago. Kyle Klein walking over, congratulating his teammate Eagle McMahon. Eagle didn't have too many words to say. He's still trying to get his mind wrapped around this big win. Let's take a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 39th annual Discraft Great Lakes Open champion and defending champion Eagle McMahon.
Eagle McMahon, congratulations on back-to-back victories here at the Great Lakes Open. Tell us how you're feeling right now.
It's honestly unreal how it shaped up. I can't believe I had the same putt to win the tournament. Like, again, I didn't keep track of the scores. I had an insane start. I was like 9 under through 10 or something crazy like that. And, oh my gosh. I thought that was going to be like enough to do it, but I couldn't keep Kyle off. It's like, okay, I have a 2 or 3 stroke lead, but then he birdied, then I bogeyed, and I'm like, come on, really? I was like, I put in so much work for him to be this close. I thought I was going to run away with it, but you know, at one point, I just was like, this doesn't feel very good. It feels stagnant, throwing so many scramble shots. But I knew the last 2 holes that you know, if I birdied them both, it's going to give me a really good chance, put the pressure on Kyle. And the one thing I'll say is, Kyle, you need to get your own shirt because you're not winning when you're wearing mine.
Eagle, I was standing right next to you before your putt on 17, and your deep breath gave me the chills. How do you do it? How do you collect yourself before a 45-footer staring straight down the hill like that?
Just, it takes time. It takes time to, gain the confidence. It takes practice. It takes putting yourself in the position over and over again because, I remember when I was there for one of the first times, I was definitely missing that putt. It was probably going to hit the basket, roll down the hill. But, just by repetition and then having a healthy respect for the game, you can recreate it. It's winning doesn't owe you anything. You'll grab the win, but it's anyone else's next week. So you gotta keep grinding it out, and just keeping that focus is so key. And looking back on past performances, like that putt right there, I hit that outside the circle putt last year for the win, and then funny thing is every round I hit that same putt, and it honestly feels unreal, but I'm very proud of myself. Proud to do it with a brand new Discmania P2, and this is incredible.
Well, we're all so proud of you. You continue to prove to us that you're one of the best players in the world, but what motivates you to improve? Because from our perspective, you keep getting better.
Well, that's the thing. The one quote I remember, I don't know who is it by, but it's like, I've come too far to come this far. Like, if I just stop now, like, what's the point? So, I wanna get better. There's so many parts of my game that I feel like I can still improve upon, my consistency, and I want to track down a USDGC or a world title. Like, this is great practice for it. But at the World Championship, I felt a little lackluster. I still had a good finish, but seeing James Conrad throwing that shot, I want to be someone who does those incredible things. And I think it starts here.
Well, Eagle, you're an inspiration to me. You're an inspiration to thousands around the world. Do you have anything to say to anybody out there? Pat, we're thinking about you.
Yeah, just, my dad watching, my grandma watching, my girlfriend's with me out on the road. This is the first event that she's playing, so shout out to her. Got a new car, and, just to put that big of investment in and to see it pay off so early, it's really special. And, I love the support that everybody gives me.
Yeah, just let me know when we're ready to build that van.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
All right, congratulations, Eagle. Anything else you'd like to add?
I don't think so. Just, thank my sponsors, Discmania, Grip Equipment, Backstage Organics, Huck Lab, Whale Sacks, Disc Golf Strong, all those guys make it all possible.
Congratulations, Eagle McMahon.
And Philo, we speak of perfection on hole 18, and that's exactly what he exemplified this weekend as Eagle McMahon takes it down.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at all the angles of this putt. Kyle Klein off to the side, watching as the disc hits the chains and realizing he's done about all he can do, but Eagle just had enough to edge him out. Nothing to hold his head down about. He stepped up there and banged in his own birdie putt, but another look from the back end. Eagle McMahon finishing putt right on the pole, just about as well as all the other ones. In the middle, center of the chains. Impressive stuff from Eagle McMahon. You've heard him. We've been talking about this for a while. Eagle McMahon, he wants one of those majors. He's got Kona Peace Day, but that's not here on American home turf, right? He wants to win a Worlds. He wants to win a USDGC, get himself into that conversation of one of the best, in the world, world rankings and as far as major wins. And you can see it. Eagle McMahon on a tear this year. Got 4 wins now on the DGPT, right?
Yeah, it does. The graphic has to get updated because Eagle McMahon just collects his 4th. Such an incredible year he's been having. And I don't think there's any quit in that guy right now. If he comes out and plays anything like he did this weekend, the tenacity, the focus, the commitment, the love of the game, everything that he's doing results in a victory here at the DGLO. I know so many of our players have talked about what it's like to win, but how much tougher it is to defend the title. Absolutely. That's exactly what Eagle McMahon did.
Another big thing I take away from Eagle is his composure. a few seasons ago, you would see Eagle get easily frustrated. You could see his body language shift from positive to negative in a heartbeat, and he would sometimes not be able to recapture that fire and that I'm in this game to win, and he would just kind of float off into the never lands and not really recover. But now Eagle, he makes a mistake, and boom, right away he recovers. Time and time again, he put himself in some really challenging spots and just amazing putts all day long.
It was incredible. He had the one blemish on his scorecard, but it didn't matter because he had 12 birdies to accompany it, and Eagle McMahon is your champion, defending champion, that is, right here at the DGLO. Philo, we're going to cut you loose. I know your heart's still racing after all of that action. Mine is as well. However, we've got a battle on the FPO side. We're super excited to watch that unfold. Kristen Tatar, Paige Pierce, them, and the rest of our lead card. We're going to give you all that and more as we conclude on the FPO side. For Philo Brathwaite, I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you back here in a few moments.
I started playing disc golf with my family when I was 8 years old. When I was 16, I got my first job as a cook at a bowling alley, and that's when I made my first batch of beef jerky. As I got better at throwing, I also got better at making beef jerky. Everyone told me they loved my jerky. After 15 years of making my beef jerky as a hobby, I decided to make it available to everyone. Double G Craft Jerky. Give it a try. You're gonna love it.
Do I have what it takes? I have the dedication. I have the right equipment. I have the fire. Zuka. Disc golf carts for a better game.
The Great Lakes Open is part of the Disc Golf Pro Tour Elite Series and is presented by Discraft, the world leader in disc sports.
Feels like there's something missing, at least it's something different. Get in the hole.
Get in the hole.
Even here, there's not a gimme birdie on this course.
Great. I mean, it's finally set in. You know, just having everybody congratulate me is just really nice to hear.
Hole 5 is one of the best holes we've ever seen in disc golf, without question.
I heard that we have like 1,400 spectator passes sold, so I definitely want to give those people a show and basically say thank you for coming out.
He goes with the scuba. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Look at him. What a shot by Kevin Jones.
This course was one of my favorites to begin with, and then it just got better.
And we're going to see some cool play, I think, coming down to the end of the tournament.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Championship Sunday. I'm Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, alongside 5-time world champion Elaine King. And Elaine, watching the action unfold on the FPO side, what jumps out at me is Kristen Tatar, Paige Pierce both have 3 birdies. However, that's not the full story.
No, Paige had just a terrible start on hole 1. She carded a 6, extremely uncharacteristic of her. So that's given Kristen the advantage. She is now 1 stroke ahead of Paige, and it is just a battle.
Yeah.
So let's go to Kristen on hole 8. Here's her second shot. She put her drive way up the fairway there. And, you know, golf is easy when you do that kind of thing.
The little forehand flick, as we like to see. Kristen certainly relies on that shot. Obviously, you're going to see the same out of Sarah Holcomb. That's her bread and butter. And we're now here with Paige Pierce.
Beautiful shot. So we have 3 looks at birdies.
Katrina Allen, who will be last to approach.
So Katrina had the farthest throw of them all, in fact, past the basket. She's throwing back up. It's quite elevated up to the pin, so the women have to just remember to put a little more juice on their disc to make sure it gets all the way up there. And it looks like 3 quite short and easy tap-ins for birdies. Hole 8 is designated as a par 4 for the women. The women do have a shorter tee.
Welcome, just about to pin high there. So relatively flat putt from where she's standing. Of course, she's on the hillside, but she's at least even with the basket.
Oh, and she
this
hit
could be
that
trouble.
high.
Oh, that's going to be a world of hurt because that could continue to roll. That could go easily 75, 80. It's pushing to circle. That's all the way back. It keeps going. It will not sit down. Unreal. Sarah Holcomb's waiting for the winter toboggans to show up so she can chase this.
Oh my gosh.
What is happening?
It's picking up speed and puts her in the rough. And as you saw, it's such a steep slope there. And that disc was just ready to lay down about 5 or 6 times and just somehow managed to keep going. So Sarah Holcomb's deciding whether she wants to re-putt from the same position or not. Of course, she'd need to take an extra stroke to do that. She says, never mind, I can do it from here. That's a very unfortunate break, and Sarah has got two other women nipping at her heels. She's got Heather Young is just one back, and Haley King is just one back of her.
That had to be well over 100 feet. Oh, that may have even pushed as much as 150 feet back down that hillside.
And we can see it is windy up here, which probably contributed to the disc continuing its roll down the hill.
Meanwhile, Paige trying to collect her birdie from the short-range putt.
Yeah, all the rest of the women are quite close. So there's Sarah trying to put an end to hole number 8.
Just the most unfortunate of circumstances for it to get up and roll and continue to roll as far as it did, giving her no chance at the recovery for par.
And so she'll take a 5, whereas the other women have carded a 3, and that bumps Sarah down in the standings to 6th.
We'll take a look as that hits high, a little bit high left side chain.
And it had just, switching direction. It almost stopped there.
Everyone getting out of the way as it continues to push down. And just when it looks like it's about to flop over, it then decides to make a left turn, follow the contour of the hill.
I don't think I've ever seen a rollaway change direction so many times as that one did. Now, she was probably putting with an iron, which does have quite a thick rim, and that increased the probability of that keeping up.
Oh my goodness. Well, if you want to keep up with all of the disc golf that's happening on the Elite Series, make sure your subscription's ready to go right here on Disc Golf Network. Of course, we conclude today, but then next weekend we head west over to Minnesota for the Preserve Championship. We saw an exciting inaugural event there last year. Then we head down to one of the staples in the Ledgestone Insurance Open. Nate Heinel and crew will be putting that 4-day event on. And then we head just south of there by a few hours the following weekend for the Idlewild Open. So you should be locked in and loaded and ready to go right here on Disc Golf Network. Of course, all of the early round coverage coming to you exclusively right here on the network.
So we'll go over to hole 9, where we're seeing Kristen try to get her disc up high over those tall trees, and looks like she got a kick forward, which is the luck of the draw. You hit those trees, it could go forwards, backwards, sideways, and it could also roll down the hill. Paige is just listening to hear what happens.
And that's all you can really do when you're on the tee, just throwing to that spot and then hoping to hear the applause from the gallery and or some kind of hard hit to the ground.
And you know, Terry, this was a good hole back when the two tall trees in the middle of the fairway were much shorter. Katrina not happy with her effort, but you know, no problems getting up and down from there. As I say, when the trees were shorter, you could see where you were going and you could throw over the trees without it being such a high throw. And now I honestly think that the staff needs to look at that hole and decide what they can do to make that a hole that does not have so much randomness and just chance at the end of where the trees are going to redirect the throw.
A very difficult shot for Sarah Holcomb. We'll see how they can attack the green from there. Stay tuned. You're right here with the Disc Golf Network.
Thank Thank you for tuning in to this week's coverage on the Disc Golf Network. Because of the record support you have given us at the Ledgestone Pro Shop, over the last year, we are able to offer a record amount of added cash to both DGLO and Ledgestone. In addition, we are also planning a very sizable donation to charity. Thank you for the continued support, and please enjoy this week's coverage.
The National Amateur Disc Golf Tour. Take your first step into competition or your final step into professionalism. Visit nadgt.com for more information.
Welcome back as we have located Sarah Hokum's drive. This will be her second shot.
She got knocked down early by one of those huge guardian trees, so she's got a fair distance to the basket, and she's got to weave her disc through more trees. It's that'll be a putt. That's not going to be the easiest putt.
We'll see if she's got an alley or just how obstructed she is from that right side. That looks to be about circle's edge.
Next we'll go to Katrina Allen, who also clipped something and ended up in the middle of the fairway, although considerably shorter to the basket. So she'll just need to pick a spot between the guardian trees, aim and fire. Not too long a distance for her, but unfortunately outside of putting range. Looks like she's lined up with the largest gap. Plunks it up there, nice and close to the basket.
Nice little pitch forward. I think it was in round one we saw her make a very long putt. She'll have to settle for the par today. Katrina, like Kristen, perfectly clean scorecards today. Both of them staying out of trouble. Looks like Hokum will be next up. This is to save her par. Hokum sits at +1 for the day and at -5 overall.
She's got a clear look to the basket. Side slope, not too uphill. She's got to put that last putt out of her mind because, again, there is the potential for this to go downward on the slope if she misses. Unfortunately, that stays still after the missed attempt, so she'll have a bogey to follow her double bogey from the previous hole.
Now here's Kristen for birdie.
Yeah, she got knocked forward with her drive and is in good position. Let's see what she can do. How many times, Terry, have we seen players hit lots of chains and not quite convert on the hole number 9 basket?
Yeah, as if there isn't enough challenge here once you get down to the green. Then it seems like the basket doesn't necessarily want to cooperate. This is a huge moment for Pierce. She can tie things up with the birdie, and she converts.
With very little hesitation. You know, it looks like, although she's had some troubles, her spirits are good.
Paige has now birdied 3 out of the last 4, or 4 out of the last 6. Meanwhile, Kristen will end her birdie streak at 3 with the par here. And exactly as you were just saying, I'm not going to say you jinxed her, Elaine, but same thing. Looked like lots of chains, and the basket just didn't want to work.
I'm staring at that basket to see if it's upright or if it's tilted one way or the other. It looks to be straight and level. And all these baskets are the same.
It looks mean and nasty is what it looks like to me. But
definitely.
Let's take a look at Paige. You talked about earlier, she opened with the triple bogey. We saw the very errant tee shot. Of course, lots of struggles to try and recover. But since then, she's been doing exactly that. She's put together 5 birdies over the next 8 holes. And right now she has a share of the lead with Kristen. Kristen, on the other hand, clean scorecard, nothing but birdies and pars. And it looks like we're going to have a great battle that's going to continue to unfold throughout the rest of the day.
And, you know, if you give Paige a little bit of adversity, sometimes she bounces back very resolute. It's almost as if that kind of wakes her up and focuses her. So let's look at the next hole, hole number 10. It's a long hole. The women play from the same tee as the men, 428 feet with almost 50 feet of uphill on that. So the women will try to get themselves in the best possible position to make the par 3 by staying on the right side of the fairway. And as we'll get up there, you can see that there are some bare patches that will allow the disc to skip up and get a little bit more distance to help the women navigate these low branches that otherwise make it a difficult approach shot.
And speaking of the green, we're up on 10's green. Heather Young, this is for par from about 42 feet.
And Heather is sitting right now tied for 4th place since Sarah's found some trouble.
Oh, that needs to sit down.
Sit.
Most of the holes out here do feature some kind of elevation or slope on or near the basket or at least the putting green. And that actually rolled to just about circle's edge again for Heather. I'm just going to have to collect her composure, her thoughts here. She's going to double check the wind, almost a 90-degree angle from where she was just previously putting from.
And she's got a little bit better of an angle if she misses. It's not quite such a steep roll, so she needs to focus on the fact that this should be a no-fear putt. And she had no fear.
As one of the best putters we've seen emerge in the last few years. We're going to roll that Zuka replay. Understandably a little bit frustrated. She scoops down to pick up the mini with frustration, thinking, why didn't it just go in the first time?
Yeah, Heather Young has won some putting contests that were sponsored by DGPT. And here we're looking at Deanne Carey. Solid. So that will be a 3 on hole 10 for Deanne. It's a hard par, you know. There's virtually no possibility of women getting a birdie, so everyone's just trying to get their par.
Yeah, I look back over the last few years, and this is where I call out and say, I'd love to see a different tee here or a different pin position or something to make this a little bit more of an accessible or birdie accessible hole, because we haven't seen a birdie here in the 3 years that this hole's been played by the FPO division.
So our lead card waiting at hole 10, and now that the putting is finished out, we'll see Paige take her place. And she'll be looking to attack this. Now she might have enough distance to get her to in circle 2, giving her a chance at a putt. And that's exactly the line you want to take. Under that first tree, keep it to the right, allow the disc to travel as far forward as possible, using the slope of the green to gain that distance advantage. Kristen's favorite color is blue. All her discs are blue or white if there just isn't a blue one available.
I think that's a little Homage back to Estonia, where her and her boyfriend, Silver Lot, have traveled from. And powerful drive will put her up almost fully onto the platform. We'll see Kristen, unfortunately, for the last time next weekend at the Preserve. She's made her U.S. tour, including the World Championships. But we will see her at the Preserve before she heads back to Estonia shortly after.
And Katrina putting it well above that guardian tree, and I think Katrina's got perhaps a clean look at it. Not quite sure if that last overhanging branch is going to give her trouble as she tries to approach the basket for potentially a long two. This hole sets up well for a sidearm. As it falls, it can gain the advantage of the slope to get that little extra bit of distance.
And I was just mentioning Kristen and how we've seen her and her boyfriend Silver here in the U.S., and this is the performance that she's put forth in being here over the last few weekends. Of course, the 5th place finish at the World Championships. I feel like she was still getting acclimated to everything that Utah had to offer, including that incredible heat. She takes down the Silver Series, the Clash at the Canyons, 3rd place a few weeks ago in Des Moines. Last weekend here in Michigan, she takes down the CCR Open, 1st place at that PDGA A tier, and right now she is battling for the lead with Paige Pierce. Paige, who's won in such commanding fashion here in the last few years. Paige even mentioned how much she enjoys playing against Kristen, saying she's a fierce competitor but a friend at the same time. So it's been such a great time having them play here. Kristen being the only European player on the FPO side to grace really any PDGA events here in the U.S. over the last year and a half.
It's been so difficult for anyone outside the U.S. to gain entry to the U.S., and for quite a while even more difficult for them to gain entry back home. So Kristen needed to do some, what do you call it?
Quarantining?
Quarantining, that's the word I'm looking for. And so she and Silver did their quarantine, which just adds to the length of the trip. And so we're really glad to see her out here. And obviously, she's acclimated now. She's playing extremely well. And speaking of playing extremely well, that's a great sidearm combination to put Sarah close to the basket.
Should be a tap in for her. And my final note on Kristen and Silver, along with Albert Tom, who are all here from Estonia. I know Kristen and Silver stopped in Croatia to quarantine for a few weeks, and great friends, Dinko and Maya, hosted them as we watch Katrina Allen put it right up next to the pin. That's going to be a drop-in par.
Kristen also favors up on the left side of this slope since she prefers the sidearm approach. And as you can see, a routine shot from where she landed her tee shot.
So now we have the opportunity for Pierce to take the outright lead. She's trying to cash in from deep in circle 2.
She's ahead of that tree, though, or at least the tree is not hampering her. So that's the best position that she can get to. And now it's a matter of will her putter find the chains.
Found them, just not enough.
I should have been more specific.
Needed to find the center of the chains. Great bid by Paige Pierce, high and left, and you see all 4 putters within a few feet of the basket. And again, hole number 10 saying no birdies for you guys. Well,
and so we've been seeing some good shots, but we've also seen some very unfortunate shots, more than we would hope to, starting, of course, with this extraordinary roll that went one way, and then it turned around, and it went another way. And then it turned around again. and I mean, it's just so slow as well. You can see the camera guy, just a leisurely pace, and finally it turns for the 4th time, and here it really starts to pick up some steam. And it only stopped because there was some foliage. It had every intention of just seeing how far it could travel.
Rarely do you say thanks for the long grass, but that's what stopped it.
And then hole 9, which we've found has been just rejecting so many players' putts, spit out 2 of them. Then we have Heather's hit and roll. Fortunately, she did not get as much yardage as Holcomb did, but still rather discouraging.
Well, they're going to move over to hole 11 where we saw bad breaks yesterday. Let's hope to avoid those today, but what are they trying to do here on this hole number 11?
I think all the players are trying to lay up their first shot. The women just don't have enough distance to get right to the basket, and there's no advantage to be gained. So right about where that shadow ends from the large tree is where you want to land. So you've got a straight look up at the basket, and that is way uphill. Your layup shot is pretty level, but then you've got 37 feet of uphill, and you'll notice there's a trench to the right of the basket, and it slopes off downwards, and that's quite a steep slope. It's a pretty easy 3 if you can put your disc where you want it to. Of course, we see an out of position here by Alex Benson. However, she still has a clear look at the basket. She just needs to get that disc uphill, and that is way too low. So now she's going to be putting from the canyon.
Looks like back on the tee area. They're just making some slight adjustments, I think, as the
sun just keeps moving.
Exactly, as the sun starts to set. The players are taking full advantage of the tents and the picnic tables that are out there. Now we've got Deanne Carey trying to throw her second shot up the hillside.
That's very well done. Deanne put her drive right where you want to be putting it. So we noticed today, after the big thunderstorm with tornadoes move through, it's got, really a moderate temperature for Michigan this time of year, but notice the humidity, only 39%. The players are going to feel that difference from the last few days. The hand's going to be drier. It's going to be easier to pick up your disc. It's not going to be soaking wet when you pick it up, even in the middle of the day. And so that should lead to better play and better scores. So you don't want to keep it short when you do your layup, because when you have it short, you are standing in a Russian olive trying to get the better of it. So Heather, she's a lefty. She's moving to the sidearm to try and get around that bush, which is a little bit taller than she is. And I see a disc in her hand that's not purple. What happened?
Somebody must have grabbed it from her and dyed it overnight and then put it back in her bag, leaving her no choice but to still throw it.
I think that speaks to how hard it is to get a hold of discs these days. Heather Young, whose color is purple, as we all know, and has a purple bag, she's had to resort to a lime green disc. Not even in the same color palette.
Wow, and a great forehand attempt.
She got it up, and I think she's in that trench, but probably 40 feet away from the basket, perhaps.
Well, we're going to have Heather and, of course, all of our top FPO competitors join us again starting this upcoming Friday through Sunday, the July 30th through August 1st. We're heading over to Kayla Visca's home course over at the Preserve for the Preserve Championship. We were there last year. We had an exciting battle take place on both the MPO and FPO sides. We're expecting just the same in a few days. So make sure you're all logged in and ready to go right here on the Disc Golf Network. And of course, you get a 50% discount if you're a current PDGA member. Never too late to sign yourself up for the PDGA. You can do so at pdga.com/member.
And Haley King making very quick work of that shot. However, that is off target. So the women discussing the technical difficulty of that hole. And let's take a look again. We have got Kristen and Paige battling. They are pulling away from the other competitors. Katrina was so close, and she's just fallen a little bit behind. And meanwhile, Haley King, Heather Young have surged past Sarah Holcomb with Sarah's string of bad luck and, you know, a missed putt here and there. Haley, having that rocky start, is back with birdies, and you know that's what Haley's like. She is the hailstorm. She's either doing something amazing or she's risking it all and having it not work out for her.
Well, and just to throw out a clarification for any of our newer viewers or fans of the game, you are not related to Haley King. I just want to, every once in a while, make sure we put that out there. Or the Christine King that we've seen during the West Coast Swing. All three of you independent of one another's, yet all part of our amazing Frisbee family.
We three Kings. I've played on a card with all Kings. It was Christy King and Melody King, as she was known at the time. And that was kind of cool to have all the Kings playing together.
Alex pitches up to the basket. She'll likely walk away with a bogey 4.
Yeah, it's one of these holes, if you get your layup in the right place, it's quite a routine 3. But if you're not in position, then the extreme slope of the basket makes it that much harder to land your approach shot where you can get a putt, and not a scary putt. So Heather Young is lining something up at 30 feet. She needs to be thinking of the second putt she made on the previous hole and not the first putt attempt.
For par. And she cans it. Heather Young.
Well done.
Such a proficient putter as she's kind of emerged onto the scene in the last few years. She's so fun to watch, just deadly on the green, as Paige really just playing the conservative shot just to the base of the hill, not putting any kind of significant turnover on it to try and force it up the hill. She's really just chopping this hole into 2 shots, playing it almost as if it's a 90-degree angle straight and then to the right.
And that's what I believe we're going to see all the women do. Kristen with her sidearm, it's a little bit of an easier shot. You can't see it from here, but the ground does have a gentle slope away from the basket, and with the sidearm, she can ensure that the disc finishes towards the basket instead of getting farther away from the basket as it tails off. So Katrina Allen, you'll see her need to put just a little bit of Anheuser on it. And she looks like she might be going long. So hard to tell where that disc landed. You do have the choice, of course, of going long, going by that large tree bush combination out to the other side, and there you have a clear look right up at the basket, which has some advantages because it does not have that big trough between you and the basket, which funky things can happen every now and then.
Holcomb is hoping for a little less funk as we try to approach on hole number 11. Stay tuned. We've got approach shots coming up after a word from these sponsors.
Focus. get rid of any of those pressure thoughts and really center yourself, like where you're at and the shot you're throwing, trying to just really let everything besides the basket bleed away.
Excellence to me is about constant self-analysis. Which habits are helping me towards my goals and which ones aren't? It's the same with nutrition. The foods I eat should help make my mind and my body the best they can be. Thunderbird makes that simple.
Welcome back. We have Sarah Holcomb throwing her approach shot here on 11.
Nicely done. No putting stress with that. So Katrina did, in fact, choose to play the long alley up to the basket, a little bit shorter than she was intending. She'll do a stretch out, and she's got quite a hill to get up. She's so good at those stretch out Anheuser throws. That definitely is a strength of hers. So she puts it maximum 10 feet from the basket. And that will do just fine. That looks like that's hanging onto the hill. She's actually a very short distance away from the basket. And you can see when you put your approach shot in the correct place, this is a fairly undramatic hole. Now, as in contrast to the previous group where you saw they had some not well placed initial shots and there was a lot of struggle. So let's watch again what you do when you stretch out. So she's got a big lunge. You notice a lot of her weight's on her front foot. She arches her back and she makes sure she has a full swing through. And that's how you get your full amount of strength and power when you're doing a step out, or patent pending as it's sometimes called. And I don't think Paige is more than about 15 feet from that basket. It looks a little bit longer with the other camera angle.
Pierce converts. She'll walk away with the par. Again, another hole that just simply doesn't give up a lot of birdies. In fact, I don't think we've seen any here this weekend.
No, it would take a throw-in for any of the women to get a birdie. You know, the men can throw that crazy high Anheuser to get up to the hole, but, you know, the women just don't have the distance. And, you know, in the vein of what you were saying, Terry, about changing the tee or the basket, this is a hole where it would be quite easy to put a shorter tee in to give the women the option to do a big old Anheuser and try and get up for a deuce. So take note, Nate Heinold, for years to come.
And I've got some props to throw out there in a moment. But first, let's take a look at where our leaders are getting it done. And anytime that you are in the blue, whether it's the dark blue or the light blue, you are leading or second in that category. Of course, Paige Pierce, the front runner in many of those, including the fairway hits, the circle 2 in regulations, the strokes gained in C1X, also strokes gained in putting, just dominating so many of those categories, and then strokes gained off the tee. There's not much more you can say. Kristen Tatar, interestingly enough, only really leading one of the categories, but is right there tied with Paige. So although not quite as dominant, she is still getting it done in every capacity out here Also, I wanted to make mention to give them their full credit. Lydia Lyons, along with Jennifer Sawyer, both birdied that previous hole, one in round 1, Jennifer in round number 2, and I wanted to give them their credit. But like you said, it required a throw-in, 132 feet, 133 feet, respectively, for the two of them to get the birdie.
And those were well uphill, 130-foot shots. So as we look, it's still all tied up. Kristen and Paige battling it out. Katrina has some holes left to get back into the conversation, but she'll need to make a move. She'll need to do something extraordinary to make up 5 strokes.
Well, part of the narrative for this event has been Paige Pierce winning by 12, then coming back last year, winning it by 6. I don't think you're going to see that kind of margin of victory by any woman this year, so I don't think we're going to have quite that dominating performance, but they have separated themselves right now from Katrina Allen.
And I think we talked about that on the first day. You asked me what I thought about the margin of victory, and my prediction was it would be much smaller than 6 strokes. It's looking like that is the way it will be shaping up. So we're watching the second card on hole 12, which is just a straight uphill shot. Heather Young taking her time to make sure that she has everything in alignment. The women play a much shorter tee than the men do on hole 12. For the men, it's a 344 foot, but the women, it's just 267. Now, that doesn't sound like a very long hole, but you have to take into account there's about 40 feet of uphill. So it looks like a lot of pars for the second card.
As we just mentioned, Paige has won this event each of the 2 times she's played it. So she is a 2-time champion trying to defend her title. And the Estonian Kristen Tatar right now is thinking she's got other plans. Not sure how many trophies she can pack along when she returns home, but I think she'll worry about that problem when she gets there.
She will definitely pack this trophy if she earns it. As we saw with the men, it was a beautiful piece of glass artwork. And Paige, that is a big throw. She just put it within, 5 feet of the basket? And it throws about 350 to 375 if you were to convert this to on the flat. But Kristen can answer that. I've seen her put it up just about that close.
A big smile from Kristen as she walks off the back of the tee, certainly in position. She's just trying to keep pace with Pierce. Pierce has an all but gimme. Kristen a little bit deeper. Here's Katrina Allen. That looks a little bit tight. And it is off to the left side, but still a makeable putt. Holcomb really has to trust the angle she puts this on, and that one's going to fight back too hard.
And you know who doesn't have to trust an angle? Paige Pierce. She threw it straight, flat, got around the wrong side of that pair of trees, but there is a gap there, and that puts her sitting pretty. So let's do a flyover. As I said, it's 267 feet of length and about 40 feet of uphill. The women have a straight look at it, whereas the men had to navigate a turn. But it's pretty narrow. The women want to keep the disc pretty high, right about here where it gets pinched on both sides with hanging branches. And you can see that double tree to the right where Paige just snuck in on the right side of it. And the slope gets a little bit more gentle when you get towards the basket. However, that basket is right up near the road. You can see a lot of open area. So if there is wind, the wind will make its effects felt during the putting.
Fully committed to the caddy duties is Sarah Holcomb's caddy. Successful pitch out by Holcomb.
Next up will be Katrina, who had a little bit of hyzer on her shot and is left over there on the opposite side of the fairway with, we'll have to see if it circles edge or a little bit farther. Yeah, we can just see the whiskers there. She's just outside the circle, so she can fall forward if she wishes to. That was a bit high. Good strong bid. But Katrina's quest to put herself up with the top two is looking like it's going to be less and less likely as we're 2/3 the way through the round, and she's just lost an opportunity and will likely lose another stroke to Kristen and Paige.
Tatar converts. That is just to keep pace with Paige, who should be tapping in for her birdie and pushing to 16 under. Just about pin high for Pierce. A little bit sketch on that left side, but nonetheless, it'll be a 2 on the scorecard.
You may use any part of the basket you like.
And Pierce and Tatar will gain one more stroke on the rest of the field. Holcomb will tap in. Oh, slight lapse there by Katrina, and she's going to walk away with a bogey here on hole number 12. In fact, giving up 2 strokes to the 2 women in front of her.
And she's going to need to watch the people behind her.
So that catches left side chain, and we promise this is the last commercial break you're going to catch here in regulation. Stay tuned. We're going to be right back for the conclusion here of Championship Sunday at the Great Lakes Open.
The Firebird has changed my life. I think that without the commitment shown to me from Innova to make this disc in 2015, I would never have made the leap to take my game to a level where I can call myself a US champion, a top 10 player in the world. In my mind, the Firebird is the greatest disc ever made.
Welcome back to the Disc Golf Network, and let's have a look at the current standings in the Disc Golf Pro Tour. And so we see, no surprise, Paige Pierce, Katrina Allen up top. Jessica Weiss currently sitting in third, but she's not having the greatest event here, and the Great Lakes Open will not improve her standings. Same with Kona Panis, she's well down in the ranks. And that gives Missy Gannon in fifth the opportunity to possibly jump past the other two women as she's sitting on third card. And of course, Sarah Hoping in sixth will improve her standings, but she has got a number of points to make up, being at 307, whereas the rest of the women in front of her are 400 or better.
Looks like
Here
we're
we
gonna
go
read
to Deanne Carey, who won the Resistance Open. That was her first big win. It was a DGPT Silver Series. She was so excited to finally get a win after she's been on the road for a couple of years now. And her distance has improved, her accuracy has improved. And to prove my point, that was not an easy shot. She was not lined up perfectly with that gap, yet she controlled the shot to go right under the basket on hole 13. Hole 13, the women played from the same tee as the men, but it's considered a par 4 for the women. And just like the men, we'll see them trying to get down from the tee to a good spot so they can look through that alley. But of course, not everyone has gotten to that spot, and no surprise, Haley King probably was trying to go big, and like so many of her shots, it is spectacular, or she finds herself in a challenging spot.
She is not loving the spot that she's in right now. As you can see her contemplating if there's any way to get to the basket with her second shot. She constantly putting up her hands in confusion.
Like, what do I do? Why are all these trees in front of me? So again, it's a question of, you know, she can always pitch it up to the fairway and just take her par, or she can get aggressive. Yes, and, you know, why would I even be mentioning pitching up? The disc is much skinnier if you throw it on an angle, so she's going to throw it vertically, and she has punched through.
Going for the hero shot, and as you said, punching through. She may still have a look at birdie.
It gives her a chance. Absolutely. And, you know, as her skill set continues to improve and refine, that mentality of being aggressive is going to start to pay more and more dividends.
Here's Alex Benson. Trying to rack up the birdie from long range. That was her third shot, just flashing past the basket.
Kristen looks kind of bored.
She's just sitting there anticipating.
There's no cards, there's no crossword puzzle. You know, it's no wonder they're bored. Usually the top women's group has something going on to amuse themselves during the weights. And we can see they've been playing so cleanly, the top group. There's been a lot of birdies. There's been a lot of just very clean play, not too many struggles. Whereas the second card has found themselves in more challenging positions. So what that means, just more waiting for the top group.
And it's almost as if they're being penalized for how clean they're playing as they continue. Like you said, very few blemishes on the scorecard. But that means they are waiting on the cards in front of them. And Heather Young kind of pokes her head out from the front side of the foliage.
So remember, Heather's a lefty. So what must have happened is her drive must have just straightened out. And so she's way deep. I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone in that particular position. But she looked out, she got her bearings. And really at this point she has no choice but to punch through, aggressively count on some tree limbs, branches, slowing down the disc, so she'll need to give it some extra gusto from what she normally would to make it to the basket.
Looks like she's picked her window. Can she execute?
That's a great go from where she was at. If you want to see all the best shots all the time, well, you know where to go. It's the Disc Golf Network. Not only is there live disc golf, you can go back and watch all the disc golf you missed when maybe you were playing a tournament yourself. So if you're a subscriber, you can get all the action. You can get it now. You can get it later.
Also exclusive content that you can find out there, podcasts and other interesting pieces, mini docu-series, so many things available on the Disc Golf Network. Please go out and subscribe today. If you want the action from rounds 1 and 2 during most of our tournaments, that's how you're going to find it exclusively live on the Disc Golf Network. Haley with a little pump fake, resets, and she is in for the birdie. So working hard for it, but it pays off.
Heather looking for another hard-working birdie. And I gotta say, hole 13 is one of my favorite holes. I think it's a hole that the entire women's field can birdie if they land their initial shot in a good place. You can try and go aggressively, even giving yourself a shot at a 2, but it's a very risky shot. So it's a hole that you can play backhand, you can play it sidearm with equal opportunity. And it's very picturesque as well.
As Deanne Carey collects her disc, it looks like they'll be ready to go back on the tee.
Now, Paige has not played this hole particularly well for the first 2 rounds. She's found herself out of position. In practice, she was trying to just put a disc down there gently past the bush on the left, past the tree on the right, just nest down in that spot where you've got a great look. But she seems to be changing her game plan now that we've come to the real thing. She's getting aggressive, throwing her saw, and as you can see, that was a great result. She's got herself in the mouth of that look to the basket.
I think that last kick that she received did not hurt. I think she's going to have a very easy approach to the pin. We'll see what Kristen can answer with. She's going to be throwing a forehand. Not much wind to speak of right now.
She has to make sure she doesn't cut it off too soon, and that goes nice and straight. And she's on the other side of that gap, so that should be in a fine position. And it's better to err a little bit on that side than chop it off too soon and get right into the big guardian tree that leaves you short with an awkward angle. So Sarah Holcomb was taking notes, watching Kristen throw. She'll try to reproduce that.
See if that's the right position. I like it. Just on the right side of the tunnel. She'll
Beautiful
have a
position.
Relatively short pitch up from there. Cat going with the backhand turnover. Continues to glide and float, but catches right at the opening of the tunnel.
Down past the barriers on the other side of the green. So.
Take another look at Sarah Hokum's forehand.
She's using a trace there, which is an overstable driver. Loves the trace. She's leaning over, trying to get it to do the right thing.
Little body English never hurt. It's our 2012 world champ off the tee. And now, as we're flying downhill to the right, this par 4, what are they trying to accomplish here, Elaine?
Well, the first shot, if you want to play it conservatively, all you need to do is take a mid-range shot, get it over that tree that we're flying over right now, continue to stay the left of the larger tree, and just get by that larger tree by, 10 to 50 feet. And if you do so, you'll find yourself lining up in the mouth of that alley. The drone is not taking the right angle at it, but there you go. You can see that there are two ways to go around the tree, to the one side or to the other, and there's the basket in a whole little bowl of its own, beautiful in the sunlight. It's just pretty. It's pretty from beginning to end.
We've seen some incredible putts thrown in from all over the place here on hole number 13. We'll see if there's any magic in store for our final round. Maybe we could even see an eagle at some point. Here's Stand Still by Katrina. This is a routine shot for Allen.
Yeah, she took almost no time. She was in a good position, not perfect, but still good. And, I'm not sure I've seen 4 better shots off the tee. They've all gained into that transitory alleyway to the basket. There's a fair bit of room on the left and the right. Even if you're a little bit in the rough, there's still plenty of airspace to work with. So it's just a little putter flick from Paige.
Here's Hokum, also in good position. This hole is playing as the single easiest hole on the course for our FPO division. 60% of the field carding birdies.
Oh, good shot.
And Silver has recovered from his round. He's probably had a chance to maybe have a little something to eat, rehydrate, and he's back acting as caddy for Kristen. And it's always an advantage if you have a player who's just gotten off the course. They can tell you things about wind. They can give you some good advice, having been fresh off playing, about perhaps conditions on the course. And there we go.
And up ahead, we're going to see hole 14's tee shot by Haley King.
It's essentially a driving range for these women. Tons of space, no OB. You can zing it wherever you like. And beautifully put in the middle of the fairway in the short grass. That's the one thing that you want to do, is get it in the short grass so your footing isn't bad. And Paige missing again at that distance. That's a tough distance for Paige. If she's going to miss something, it's in about the 15 to 20 foot range, where she's not putting enough spin on the disc for it to flip out to flat, and she does tend to let it glance off left. So what she needs to do is put a little bit more Anheuser angle on it from that short distance.
And with that, Kristen Tatar takes the outright lead here at 17 under par. Paige will be settling for the par. Kristen continues to have a hot round going of 6 under. We saw the pace set by Paige in the opening round with 8 under. Haley King, I believe, second round had an 8 under, but right now Kristen is 6 under through 13. And that may come back to haunt her. We're going to take another look. Short range putt for Pierce. Can't say if the sun was possibly distracting her at all or if she was thinking about it, but you said this seems to be a little bit of a...
Yeah, she needs to either throw it harder or she needs to throw it flatter, and I've seen her do that a number of times. So with that, Kristen jumps 1 ahead of Paige. Katrina is looking very solid in third, can't catch up to the leaders. But then the real story is fourth, where we've got Heather Young and Haley King battling it up. And speaking of Haley King, she needed to battle it a little bit harder up that hill. She's now got an out-of-circle putt. So Heather also put it short. She won't be happy about that, and now she's got a sidearm. She's out of position, and the best she can hope for is par.
Heather, certainly not the distance that we see from Haley. In fact, quite contrast in terms of their distance. However, both of them very effective on the green, and assuming that's within...
I don't think she's too far by. She's just going to have a lot of stuff and probably a little bit of wiggling around to get to the right position. But we've seen several of the men eagle putted from there not too long ago. It does give Haley the opportunity, if she can this long putt, to take fourth place.
So now we have Deanne Carey.
And just an approach shot. She wasn't feeling comfortable going from it for that distance. Well outside circle 1. And again, just a bit too far for Haley to convert, so no change there. Meanwhile, as the second card is putting out, the lead card is ready to unleash. And Kristen throwing the Grace, which is her favorite driver, puts it smack in the middle of the fairway. Great position.
Sarah doesn't like it out of her hand. It's pushing to the left side, and that's the one mistake Sarah really shouldn't make here on hole 14. She can be short, she can be center, and she can be right. She can be in any one of those places to try and bend her forehand up to the basket, but I think when she pinches herself off to the left, she's going to have to throw an Anheuser forehand the entire way, and I'm not sure she has the power to do that.
Yeah, she threw it too low. If she'd thrown it higher, it would have flexed back. So Kat throwing a big old hyzer, getting well up the slope. Paige throwing the Zeus. It's a stable disc, so she can really put a lot of torque on it. And she's even farther up the hill. So yesterday we saw her get to a position where I think she only had about 120 feet to go. Her distance definitely helps make this hole easier.
Certainly a nice sized gallery, all taking in the action live and in person out here at the Toboggan course at the Metro Park. And what are they trying to do here on the one of the easier holes on the course, Elaine.
Well, there's no out of bounds. You'd think maybe there should be with that fence over there to the right, but indeed you can spray it anywhere you like. The interesting part comes in the second shot where we've got that fence that can provide a barrier if the shot is too low. You've got the park sign over to the right and a tree. So that is tending to make some of the players short it to the left. And we'll be watching for that on these second shots. You got to keep it nice and straight. You don't want to pull it too much to the right and miss your line hitting the park sign. Yep, there's Heather. It was a little bit awkward, but she wasn't very far away. So she gets her par.
So Heather with the par. As you said, the battle between her and Haley will continue.
Yeah, I think Sarah's just too far away at this point. I don't think she can get in contention for a birdie.
She's trying to force it up the hill, and
she's still on the upslope.
Yeah,
she's 60 feet away.
Some deep in circle 2. We've seen some pretty incredible putts here. I think Missy Gannon, was that round 1 or round 2? Missy Gannon had hit from way deep in circle 2.
That was an insane putt. Katrina in much better position. She's got better footing. She's more centered. She knows exactly where the basket is. No reason to come up short. She's giving that a full sail. Missed the sign. Oh. She just barely got it over that park sign, but she got it over, and now she's sitting in a very comfortable position to look at a birdie.
Kristen getting a little advice or confirmation maybe from Silver.
It hit something. Not quite sure what it hit. We'll see in a moment whether she got all the way up or whether she was hitting an obstacle and she's back.
Certainly an advantage now goes to Pierce if she can get up and down, but she doesn't like it out of her hand, or maybe she did. Either she didn't like it and it just happened to be perfect, or that was more of an authoritative walk away because she knows she nailed the shot. Either way, she's trying to regain a share of the lead with Kristen Tatar.
Well, she certainly made a good adjustment, and there was where Kristen's disc, it did hit something and it scooted off well to the side. That puts her at about 40 feet. Yeah. Hit the tree, it looks like. So, to recap, we're on hole 13. Kristen Tatar, 1 stroke over Paige Pierce. Katrina Allen solidly in third, but the real excitement, apart from the top two, is fourth place, where we've got Heather Young and Haley King tied. We've got Sarah Holcomb just 1 back. It's going to be an interesting race for fourth place.
And now here's Holcomb from about 75, maybe even 80 feet, just pitching it up next to the pin. She's going to walk away with a par. It seems as if the sign is what might have prevented Kristen's shot from carrying closer to the pin. So she's got this for birdie from 45. Oh, draws metal.
Just about gets it in. It's so tough when you're throwing a blind shot. I think they can probably see the park sign from where they are. So many players have put it more left of the basket and gotten into that viney area, which just absolutely snookers you from being able to get a look at the basket. Katrina, great upshot. She's in good position. And swinging a little too high.
Cat now with the comebacker.
That was on point. I do like the new putt she has with the swing, but I think sometimes she gets into the swing and forgets about the thrust forward. And that's where she misses, but she has been very effective with it.
You see the sunshine on Kristen's face, but
Yeah,
as
she
of right,
just squints and throws it anyhow.
and just a disc length in front of her. This is Paige.
Okay, throw it level, Paige. Throw it level. Yeah.
There it is. And the battle continues. Paige and Kristen all knotted up again at 17 under. You see Sarah Hokum tap in. She will remain at her -5 overall. We're jumping ahead up to 15's tee shot. This is the lefty, Heather Young.
It sets up very nicely for a left-handed player. She gets through the trees, and it takes a funny bounce. And instead of bouncing forward, it bounces into the bushes. Looks like it's probably only a step in. Nothing too serious.
Next to tee will be Haley King lining up a forehand.
Yeah, she's not a left-hander, but let's pretend she is by throwing a sidearm.
Looks like a little too much straight for that. And that's carried right into the left side rough.
So Heather wasn't too far in. She's checking out the distance. It becomes a tricky second shot if you don't have a lot of power, because your disc is going to end up losing its speed when it's going downhill into that valley. And that can so easily put your second shot into the shoal, either over on the left or on the right. So let's see how Heather manages it. Well, she's going to hit the middle of the fairway. So that'll put her in great position to get her par. For the women, this hole does play as a par 4, even though they do have the much shorter tee.
And then way off in the distance, we can see Haley along with her caddy. We'll see how creative she wants to get here.
Well, if her lie is where she's standing, she's head and shoulders above all the shrubbery. So she's got a clearer line of sight to the basket. And we've seen some of the men do some magical things from over on that left side of the fairway.
Looks like a serious contemplation, or she's just picking her spot where she's either aiming or trying to land. She's got her weapon of choice. And we're talking earlier a little bit about what it means to gain points throughout the entire year here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and where that's going to place you for the championship weekend come October. Heather Young, we don't even see her name yet on the list. A solid performance here could jump her up significantly. She had foregone a few of the events earlier in the year, so she's trying to make a push. The more points she can get, obviously, the more comfortable she'll be come October. And Haley King is thinking, hey, I'm ready to show up in October and maybe take home another $20,000 check or more.
Absolutely. And Heather Young did forgo the California swing of the tour, but she will be playing all the events on the East Coast, starting with this one. So expect to see a lot more of Heather Young. Kristen brushing off the foliage from her previous shots. You know, whenever you go into the rough, there are blackberry bushes. There are those Russian olives. There's poison ivy in a lot of places. There's vines, and you usually end up with something sticking to you.
It feels unfortunately like this has kind of been the name of the game today, as they've been continually catching up to the chase card, and then they have to simply wait on them, be able to progress and move down the fairway.
I like the fact that the competitors are chatting with their caddies or chatting with people in the crowd, just keeping it nice and loose. These waits can be very grinding. They can be very boring if there's nobody to talk to or if the group is tense, but it's looking like favorable conditions to get the players to play their best. When there's a lot of chatting, the crowd keeps it interesting, and the players just feel like they're playing at a relaxed pace.
Oh, and
great shot. That almost went in.
Heather flashes in front of the basket with the uphill forehand shot. So smooth and fluid.
She worked hard at that forehand during the COVID shutdown, and she came back out of there with a really solid forehand. She's been working on it diligently, and you can see that was a beautiful touch, very controlled, the right height. Meanwhile, Alex Benson is searching for a disc. It looks like it might be hung a bit in the foliage. There is no 2-meter rule, so where the disc is placed, she can mark it directly underneath and then proceed to put her foot behind there and take her shot.
And just to clarify for anyone at home, if you hear us or others referencing a 2-meter rule, that is the, as Alex pitches out, that is the rule in which if you find yourself above 6 feet 6 inches or 2 meters, that's where it's determined as out of bounds and you must take a penalty stroke. That was a very common rule for the first 30 or so years within our sport. However, in the last few years it is seemingly subsided, and most events aren't playing by that rule. It is optional to each tournament director. As we watch Paige Pierce with her tee shot, a little bit low.
That was just a nice controlled shot. She's leaving herself in the short grass with all kinds of options for her second shot. Kristen looks like she's giving it a more aggressive go. Ooh, keep going. It looks like that probably ended up just fine. Sarah similarly has a great result from her sidearm. Little help from the shrubbery to redirect. An Anheuser shot is one that Katrina Allen can get pretty aggressive at. So it looks like all the women are on the fairway, some to the extreme left side, but they should all be clear to try and make their birdie.
We're back here on the green of 15 with Haley King, just trying to save par. Also welcoming back to the studio, we've got Philo Brathwaite. Provide a little insight here, Philo, as we're trying to close things out. We just have 3.5 holes left to play, and Heather Young, so impressive anytime she's on the putting green.
Absolutely, Terry. Heather Young has got a fantastic putting stroke. She's so consistent, under control, great balance and shift in her weight. It's really a pleasure to watch her play.
Here's Alex Benson.
That was a nice up and down from where she was.
She was in a horrible position down there, and the crowd really appreciated her creativity to get as close to the basket as she did.
So did I.
And now our lead card, Sarah Holcomb, first to throw. Holcomb sits at -5, tied with Haley King at the moment.
That basket must be at least 350 feet away still. It's a good-looking.
It started out looking okay, but that thing got real stable in a hurry once it got to that gully. You were just talking about that a couple of holes ago. Once it gets to that downslope, the disc just seems to get very overstable as it's running at a speed.
Yeah, lots of gravity.
She went in there a ways.
Looking back, we can see the gallery following the lead card of the women.
Awesome to see so many people supporting the ladies. They didn't all run off after Eagle McMahon hoisted his trophy. They hung around to show support to the ladies. It's awesome to see.
Well, there's quite a battle shaping up here, too. I mean, it's hard to say. We've got the rest of 15 and then 3 more holes where a swing in strokes could happen on every single hole.
Katrina Allen giving this a full send, hoping it would unravel a little bit. It did not, and she's headed off into the thicket on the left side.
This is an opportunity for Paige to potentially take a birdie and get back to being tied as co-leader. It's looking a bit low, but it fights its way up.
I think she's going to be inside circle 1, about pin high.
And she did not make the mistake of putting hyzer on it, which could have landed her over in the left. So let's look at that again. She's leaning a bit. Pretty happy with the result.
Not bad at all. And now it's pressure moment for Kristen Tatar. She's off on the right side of the fairway. Looks like her disc rolled out a little bit and looked like it was headed in towards the tall grass. And she's got a clean stance and a good look at the basket.
She attacks the shot.
She's right over there by Paige. Looks like they're going to have a putt off here on hole 15.
And at the moment, they are actually all knotted up at 17 under par, 7 strokes clear of Allen. It's just a 2-woman race at this point. Kristen Tatar very quickly erasing the 2-stroke deficit she started with today from Paige Pierce. And they have just these few holes left to play. Here's Heather Young on the tee of 16.
And that's what we would expect from a lefty. The hole slopes downward to the left. She did a good job in navigating the early obstacles, but once it gets to that point where the disc starts losing steam, it's just going to fall to the right with the slope of the land. We'll see what she has in terms of a putt.
This
Haley,
looks beautiful from Haley King. Absolutely penetrating right down the middle. Park job. Excellent shot from the hailstorm, Haley King.
Here, Sarah's caddy asking if she has what she needs, and she says, I've got nothing.
Sarah's had a few troubles today, but she's keeping it lighthearted.
Sometimes you just know it's not your day and there's nothing you can do about it. And you just have to let it go. And I think Sarah's in that mindset where, you know, it wasn't her day. It's a tough course. She doesn't have much of a righty backhand play, and there's a lot of that out here. But she's still out there battling. She could still make 4th place and gain some big points. And that's not helping the cause there.
Yeah, that is going to make it more difficult to climb up to 4th place. As she said, she didn't have too many options where she was.
It's pretty thick over there, and she didn't progress too much, maybe 50 feet. Hopefully she'll have a better line to the basket from where she's at. Caddy's trying to give her a little guidance and assistance.
And this Michigan rough is just nasty.
We We talked about it earlier on in the broadcast. You got to stay on the fairway. You get off to the rough, and your options get very limited. Nicely done from Sarah Hookham to get up and down.
She'll be looking at bogey on this hole.
Disappointing bogey. You can tell by her reaction. Kind of unfortunate mistake to peel off so far into the stuff and not really give herself much of an opportunity to save par. Crucial moments like this coming down to the wire at every event that, you know, players are trying to mitigate. They're trying to stay away from these situations, and here she finds herself, but she's keeping her attitude in the right place. She's still got a few holes to play. She can make up for it.
And as we've seen these last few holes, any number of things can happen. So it's not over till it's over.
Absolutely.
So we've got a search party going on in that grove. And that grove, there's a little pit in there. And there are trees up there.
While they continue to look, we're going to check back with Heather Young pitching out on 16.
What a great shot. And that was a sidearm. That was a lefty sidearm. Okay. Back to hole 15. We've got trees and we've got vines there. The vines are just all over the place. We've got these Russian olive trees, which have fairly thick branches, so they're not so easy to sweep aside and see what's down there. So it looks like there's quite a few people in there helping to search, but we've got a shot out. Well done.
Allen, a little just flop shot over the top.
So now we come down to two interesting putts. Paige looks like she's just about level with the basket, which means if she misses, she may end up level. However, there is a very significant slope to Paige's left. The safest place is in the basket.
Paige buries it. That will push her to 18 under. And for the moment, she will have the outright lead. Kristen Tatar will have to answer if she wants to remain tied with her with 3 holes left to play. Kristen from a shorter distance. That's back-to-back birdies for Pierce on 14 and 15.
Pure putt from Kristen Tatar, absolutely pure.
2 wonderful pars. This is a tough, tough hole for the women.
Fantastic.
I'm sorry, I meant birdie. I was thinking birdie and the word par came out of my mouth.
Either way, they matched each other stroke for stroke, which is what's important. Right now, they have an 8-stroke lead over Katrina, so we'll continue to just say it's a 2-woman race. It's only going to be Kristen or Paige, and I want to go ahead and throw it out there right now that I checked in with the tournament director, Nate Heinold. He said that if there is a playoff, they will play hole 1. If it continues from there, they would move over to 18, and they will continually play those until a winner is determined. 1, then 18. But first, let's take another look at Kristen Tatar. The birdie putt on 15 to tie it back up with Paige.
Fantastic extension. Her hand goes right into the heart of the chains, and the disc follows. Beautiful technique. Just great birdie.
Never a doubt. And here's Haley King. We saw her drive coming just shy of the basket. Easy tap in. And talk about redemption from what we saw on day number 1. Is that what you were thinking, Elaine?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Haley putted for quite a long time on the basket, and must feel so great to her to just be able to pop it in for a 2. So there's a battle for first place There's a battle for 4th place.
Every point matters here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour as we're just heading into the second half of the season. I know we've talked about the play that we've seen thus far, but we have 4 consecutive weekends coming up with a short break and a Silver Series event mixed in. And of course, it's all on the road to the championship weekend in October. Excited to be there. But first, Paige Pierce trying to push up the left side, maybe playing that from left to right, but looks as if it was maybe a misfire, and at best, that will be a par for Pierce.
That opens the door to Kristen Tatar. See if she can lace one up the middle. There are some obstacles at the start of the hole. You see that very small tree that she'll need to get over, but then she needs to get under the 2 guardian trees. And she hangs it out to the left. Not a bad play at all. It does leave a quite scary downhill putt to an elevated basket. Wasting little time, Katrina goes again over to the left.
Seems like
it's a safe play.
Yeah, I was going to say it's almost as if it's the bailout zone. You're trying to get as much distance as you can, and if you're a little bit off point, at least you're carrying all the way toward the pin. You can decide how aggressive you want to be on the putt. If not, it's an easy pitch up to walk away with the par.
If she can get it turned over enough and low enough. Nope.
Almost has enough speed to get past the last clump of trees on the right.
Yeah, Sarah landed up just about where Heather Young, the lefty, landed up.
A jump over to the tee of 17. Here's Haley King.
Giving this full send right down the middle of the fairway. Looks like it has just enough carry to stay inside those white stakes. Beautiful shot.
That was a long drive. And Heather, being a lefty, she can, well, I was going to say she can hang it out over the OB, but she's chosen safety. So
That's the best place to throw her second from, up on the side of that hill. She had a lot more space, like you were just saying, to hang it out there and try to land on some flat ground.
Heather's readily admitted that distance is one of the things she needs to improve upon to become more competitive with our top players. Her putting is lights out, week in and week out. Her putting, her scrambling, all incredibly impressive. However, it's the distance that she's lacking, she admits, and says Paige, Katrina, Kristen, all of them can throw so much farther than her. She's going to need to make up for that one way or another.
Speaking of Heather, there she is. And you know, Heather is still growing. She has not achieved her full stature. Often for women, the strength also comes when you're in your 20s. So as her muscles and tendons strengthen and develop, she may find that distance that she's looking for. She's not lanky, like Haley King, for example. So she's going to have to get her distance in her fast twitch muscles, getting that musculature, and getting the extension.
Pierce has some work to do. She's got to be careful with the angle in which this forehand comes down. If it catches too much edge, kind of slopes from left to right, this could roll away from her very quickly. She's not careful with this angle.
Yeah, she's got a few options. She could go way around to the left, or she could go under the trees.
I think she's looking at the under the tree line. I don't think that all the way around the left is going to work from this angle.
Perfectly executed. She knows Kristen has got a pretty scary, risky putt coming up, so.
This is one of those moments she's going to have to assess the risk, you know, risk reward. It's an opportunity for her to pull ahead. And we know how difficult hole 18 is, so really she's only got a couple more opportunities to pull ahead, or we could be seeing a playoff.
And again, she needs to decide if she has the best advantage on these holes or on the playoff. Now, Paige did not play hole 1 or hole 3 well, so Kristen may be saying, hey, if it pushes, that's okay with me.
Very much so a match play environment between Paige and Kristen at the moment. Here's Sarah. Actually has a putt from off on the right side. Gives it a soft bid, bounces off the tower. Be a routine tap in for Sarah Hokum. Katrina Allen from somewhere near circle 2. Looks like she's lining up a soft floaty bid.
Katrina sits 4 strokes in front of 4th place, so really nothing to lose in being aggressive for these last couple of holes.
Yeah. So let's see what decision Kristen's going to make. Is she going to get aggressive and go for it, or is she going to give it a soft go, or just simply lay it up?
I think she should, if she was going to lay it up, she would have done it by now. I think she's trying to feel this out. She knows how important getting out in front is. It's on its way.
That's a soft go.
Oh, wow. What an effort from Kristen Tatar. Again, drawing medal from distance. Inches from having perfection.
Yeah, well, watching her line that up and then take that deep breath, that was telling me that she's prepping to give this a go. She really wanted to be dialed in and focused, just barely off the mark.
It looks like she rolled out some 5 or 6 paces, and she'll be next to play another very important putt on this elevated basket.
She's been putting these putts in all day. Yeah.
With confidence, another one straight in the center.
Cat to the elevated pin.
She does like to put it high on that basket, doesn't she? But it's safely in. That was nicely centered.
And they will remain tied with 2 holes left to play. Let's take another look at that putt by Kristen Tatar. Bidding for the outright lead here on hole 17. Correction, hole 16.
She lofts it up and gives it a hyzer.
Oh, so close.
1 inch. What a great effort.
Going to 17, we saw Haley King just give a massive throw. She's not in a bad position, although she's got a little bit of an upslope to contend with.
She's giving this a full send. Hopefully that gives a little flex, and she doesn't.
It's so easy to let it drift off. I mean, she's trying to avoid all the nasty rough on the right, and it just takes a lot of calculation to figure out where you're going to land. So Heather Young, we saw her on the hillside. She's now down on the flats. This is her 3rd shot. She's going to sidearm it up the hill, showing off those sidearm skills that she's been developing over the last year.
That's a really clean motion out of Heather Young. Beautiful up and down. Going to collect a birdie here on the very treacherous hole 17 for the ladies.
And this is what Heather Young does. She's just very controlled. She doesn't make very many mistakes. A lot of clean lines.
Smooth and silky.
Yeah.
Nice rhythm, nice action, great angle out the gate. Allows that disc to unravel as it makes its way up the hill, and parked up close there for a nice tap in.
It looks like back on the tee, we've got Paige Pierce ready to throw. Want to start thinking ahead. We said how hole 18 is never birdied. It hasn't been in the last 3 years. So this may, in fact, be the deciding hole of this tournament.
She wants to go aggressive,
she is
but
going
controlled.
Aggressive. We did see her unravel and go OB once. Absolutely smashed.
Good for her. I mean, she's not one to play it safe. She was just controlled enough to land well up the fairway.
With her arm speed, she's got an opportunity to get up the hill in 2.
She does indeed.
See if Tatar can match.
Hangs it out down the right side, allowing the disc to make its natural fade, and that's got to be inches from out of bounds. Kristen Tatar safe with a green flag.
I think they both played it a little bit closer than they were intending. Now we've seen Kat play an alternate route the previous time she's played this hole.
She's given that a full send. Stands up nicely, pushes away from the OB line. That should have plenty of room. Nicely done.
Oh, and look at that roll off to the flatter area. And you can see the berm of the toboggan run running all the way down the hole. It makes footing very difficult if you're on it or in it. And in fact, the footing all the way up hole 17 is very lumpy, a lot of undulations, a lot of hits.
Sarah Hokum, her drive is away and safely down to the flat. Well executed shot.
Let's take another look at the closest to the pin shot by Paige Pierce. Just really doing everything you could ask for to get that full extension, pullback, release. Just the angle she needed, keeping it all in bounds. And we'll see what she thinks of the shot after the release.
Yeah, it did have quite a bounce off the top of a berm, and it looked like it was going out of bounds. She thought it might be going out of bounds. She was worried, but whew, it's in.
So many emotions in such a short span. And here's Haley King looking at a forehand right into the sunlight.
That's her third shot. Looks like that landed very close. Still all tied up at the top. Woo! That was a little high, but it was a successful putt, and that's all that matters.
Haley King with back-to-back birdies on 16 and 17, and with that she jumps into sole possession of fourth place. One stroke ahead of Heather Young. However, Heather's looking at a birdie as well.
Yeah, Heather had that beautiful forehand up the hill. She pops it in for a birdie. No change in position.
Sarah Hokum now her second shot from fairway right. Plenty of land to work with. Can ride that OB line and let the disc naturally fade back into the sweet zone. And sounds like she's done so nicely from the sound of the applause from the gallery.
As we are rounding out our final round here at the Great Lakes Open, of course, rejoin us come Friday as we're going to be at the Preserve, bringing you rounds 1 and 2 exclusively here on the Disc Golf Network. Thank you guys so much for joining us throughout this weekend.
You can see the gallery following the women. You know there's a lot more people up top watching the action coming in on 18.
Trina Allen trying to get this one to straighten out a little bit and make it all the way up there. Just tapers off a little bit to the left. That'll do to get her up and down for a birdie 4.
So Kristen landed inbounds. She's a little bit on the upslope of that berm.
It's better to be on the upslope than the downslope in this situation. Here talking to that disc, asking it to unravel. She makes it about 2/3 the way up the hill. Looks like she'll be in position to get up and down for birdie 4 as well.
I don't know what she said in Estonian, but I think it was, oh, that needs to go a little bit farther.
Well, we're going to find out here again. So crucial on 17 what happens if they happen to push on 18, but we're seeing that Paige Pierce has 425 to the pin.
I think she's got enough to get inside the circle.
There's 26 feet of uphill included in that distance. She's got pretty good footing. It is on target.
Yeah.
Wow.
Incredible shot from Paige Pierce. That's going to set her up for Eagle 3. Might be just the stroke she needs to walk away with this win this weekend. Look at this shot.
That could have been the throw of the weekend, and that is the passion she's throwing, that purple and white disc.
Absolutely blast that thing up the hill, gets onto the platform, and she's going to have a 5-meter putt to collect an eagle.
If people are wondering what the numbers on the passion are, it's a speed 8, glide 5, fade -1, and turn 1.
Sarah Hokum from just in front of the sweet spot. Gives this one a full send up the hill, asking for it to fade out, and she's right almost to the top of the platform. Maybe one step short, and she'll be inside circle 1.
I'm getting you on 18. What? I'm getting you on 18. Oh, no, you're not.
The cameramen are scrambling up for position, and speaking of cameramen, there are so many ups and downs. It's quite a workout for the cameramen to get into position and to be lugging their equipment up and down, so they're doing a great job. Katrina gives herself maybe a 15 or 20 foot putt. So as Kristen gets up to her disc, she's got to put this in.
Yeah,
she's a very long putt. This is 45, 50 feet uphill. She's got to do it.
Paige on the platform for eagle. Can Kristen get it first?
Whoa, you got to be kidding me. Kristen Tatar drops a bomb from in between circles to keep her tied with Paige Pierce if she can make her putt. What an incredible moment for Kristen Tatar.
She couldn't even see that it landed in. She's so far down the hill.
Incredible. Pressure now goes back onto Paige Pierce to complete this eagle to keep herself in contention.
I'm sure that Paige must have been counting her stroke there.
I was counting it. I thought it was over. And what an unlikely turn of events. Kristen Tatar banging the long range. Sarah Hokum now lining up her birdie bid.
Oh, and Hokum.
Great putt.
Sarah Hokum.
And Hokum has to be happy with that effort. This is a hole that just has too much distance and power for her to possibly get into position for an eagle. So walking away with a birdie, well done by Hokum. Paige Pierce needs this to remain tied with Kristen Tatar.
And it's that distance. It's that 15 to 20 foot distance where she just sort of, she doesn't have enough spin on it that she has. If she's at 30, 40 feet, she gives it enough gusto, it has enough spin for the disc to spin up flat. When she's throwing from that distance, it doesn't have enough torque to go up flat, so she's got to check her release and make it a little bit more of an Anheuser.
Wow, Katrina Allen is in, and folks, that might be the tournament. I talked about this for the last 2 days, that hole 18 is nearly impossible to score on with a birdie. You could see someone throw out of bounds, of course, and possibly give up a stroke, but you're likely not gaining a stroke with a birdie.
Got to rewind this back, guys. We got to watch this again. Kristen Tatar adding a pressure back on Paige Pierce with this huge 55-foot uphill putt. Big fist pump. She knows what that means.
And you see just behind her Paige Pierce, her competitor, cheering and clapping as that goes in, and Paige steps up to her eagle putt and off the chains, just as you've called, Elaine. That distance, medium to short range for Paige, has been her vice. And right now, Kristen Tatar taking her lead into the final hole here at the Discraft Great Lakes Open. The uphill, hole 18, nearly impossible to birdie. Well, it hasn't been birdied. It's clearly not impossible to do so, but certainly not giving them up.
So the main challenge here is we've got these goalposts that you just must get through. And when tensions are high and if players are tense, that can be the first challenge. If you're going sidearm righty at it, that's a fairly safe go. You can hang it out over the OB, and this fence line is OB, and let it fall in. If you're doing righty backhand, you want to give it enough turn so that it will land in the middle. I think the women don't have to do anything heroic here. They just need to have a nice smooth throw up the middle, put their disc by the basket, and certainly Kristen, that's all she needs to do. So Heather is looking at about a 25-foot putt here.
This is for her par. And it's in. So Heather Young at worst will be finishing in a tie for fourth. That's where she currently sits with Haley King, and Haley will need to make this to remain tied. That's a little tap in for her. And that will conclude their tournament. Heather and Haley both will finish -7 for the weekend, and that will net them fourth place finishes. Deanne Carey taps in.
Deanne Carey in a tie for sixth, and she's going to be ecstatic about that.
I think we know what we're going to see out of Kristen Tatar here on the tee. A really smooth and mild sidearm to get herself in position. And I have a feeling we're going to see Paige Pierce try to attack this green with her new disc.
Assuming that Kristen puts it in play anywhere inbounds, yes, that's exactly the response that you're going to hear from Paige Pierce.
Now remember, on the second round, Kristen actually hit the tree to the right, and very fortunately, it deflected in the correct direction. So she's got to be loose and just play a nice, comfortable shot, which she's done.
That'll do.
That will do it for Kristen Tatar if it sits down.
Oh, no,
okay,
no.
We'll
That's
check
still
up.
Okay.
Okay. So Kristen has done exactly what she needs to do. If Paige Pierce wants to tie this up, she's going to need to throw the shot of the tournament right now.
Look what she's got in her hand.
She's got the passion.
It's the right disc. She's got the arm speed. It's that angle and that turn that she's got to worry about.
And she's got to give it enough height as well.
Got to aim high out the gate.
The tournament on the line. She needs this to get up.
Sit.
That's not going to be enough.
That gives her an opportunity.
She's going to be at, what, about 100 feet, so she will need a throw in from there. She needed that with a little bit more height. Clearly, nothing's over. We've seen some incredible throw-ins, but right now, everything's looking good for Kristen Tatar.
Sarah Holcomb is currently sitting in sixth place. Doesn't really have a chance to catch up to fourth. So she just wants to play something safe up there.
Nicely done. And more than likely, this was the putt just moments ago that won the tournament for the Estonian, Kristen Tatar. Traveling a long way to come play in the States this summer. I'm sure taking home this Elite Series win is going to do bunches for her confidence in the future.
And I'm looking, she doesn't use her legs very much. It's all
She uses her legs. She uses a little bit of leg push and pop, but yeah, she's got...
It's not Kevin Jones using her legs.
No, Kevin gets really deep in his drop when he's going into his reach back. She's kind of more of like a Nate Sexton kind of real short pop, you know what I mean? But she's got strong legs and strong arms, and she's got fantastic timing. Obviously, that putt was huge. Kristen Tatar about halfway up the fairway on the right side, a little bit pinched off.
And Kristen able to go to her bread and butter shot. This is her favorite shot in disc golf, is the forehand approach. If she
Just
can
keep it wide enough.
nestle it up there. Okay, should be no problems.
Yes, she did.
Well, she's done her part. Now we're going to have to sit back and wait and see if Paige Pierce can show up with some last-minute heroics and fireworks. In the meantime, Sarah Hookham looking to finish off her tournament with a solid up and down.
So it looks like it's a little bit blind to where she is. Just adding to the difficulty of trying to have this throw in.
Well, you see the blue whiskers. That's, of course, the circle tour, the 20-meter indicator. So she's about 100 feet from the pin. She needs to put this in.
Solid effort, coming up just short and left.
That was a solid bid.
And now we can even start thinking ahead. Of course, Paige was assuming that Kristen is going to make that putt. Paige still has this short putt. If she were to miss it, we might even see Kristen just pitch it up, take the easy win from inside 15 feet. The excitement as they walk up the hill. Kristen Tatar trying to take down the Disc Golf Pro Tour event in Milford, Michigan.
And of course, she's looking to see where her disc is exactly because it was blind from where she threw it. So now she sees a smile on her face.
Great sportsmanship there from Paige Pierce to come on over and give Kristen a little fist bump. Paige Pierce knocks in her par putt. She's going to think back to some of those errant plays that she had, missing some relatively easy drives and par fives.
Sarah Hookham for a sole possession of 6th place for her performance here this weekend. Katrina Allen will finish in 3rd, and your champion, Kristen Tatar, just needs this to claim her title.
Discraft Great Lakes Open champion, Kristen Tatar.
Kristen, congratulations on your first Disc Golf Pro Tour victory. Tell us how you're feeling right now.
It's hard because I've been waiting for this for a long time, and I mean, like, Worlds was tough, and like the following weeks were tough, and I just couldn't like find myself on the course and didn't really recognize myself, and now I'm really proud of myself that I just kept fighting no matter what, and whatever happened on the course, I just kept going. Yeah, thank you.
Well, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. You know, you're a player that we don't really see a lot of emotion out of, but you're obviously feeling a lot of emotion now. What does it mean for you to be back here in the United States competing?
It means a lot. I've been waiting for this 1.5 years, and I've been training almost every day and just dreaming about coming here and competing here, and now I'm finally here, so it's a dream come true.
An incredible display of putting here today. Can you walk us through what's going on your mind as Paige is inside the circle putting for eagle on 17 and you're looking at a 50-footer up the hill?
Yeah, well, I was asking for scores from Silver, and he told me that we're tied, so I just told him that I just have to go for it then, because this is the only way, because I was so sure she's gonna make it. And when I saw the disc come out of my hand, I instantly knew that it was going in. So I was like, yes, I have a chance. And of course, I was sad to see Paige missing it, because you never want to see that. But like, I knew I was not gonna birdie the last one, and so yeah, I mean, it was emotional. Yeah.
Is there anyone back in Estonia, anyone at all that you'd like to shout?
Everybody, just everybody who have been messaging me, and there's been so many, like people from not only in Estonia but from all over Europe, and I'm so thankful. I really appreciate all the support and love, and I feel very blessed right now. And thank you to Silver, my boyfriend, who's like always has my back, and he's always very encouraging. So thank you.
Well, I don't speak for just myself. That it's really inspiring to see you guys travel across the world during this pandemic to compete. So we're just so happy that you're back here competing with us. What's next on the schedule for you?
So we're gonna play in Preserve, and then we're gonna fly back and take part of European Championships, and hopefully come back in the fall.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations again. Anything else you'd like to add?
Just thanks to everybody who came out here, and everybody who were behind the cameras, and everybody who helped the organizing team, Nate Heinold, and just Jeff Springs. You're amazing. Thanks.
Damn. He's all crying, dude. I'm like, oh my God, bro. Oh my God.
Incredible moment here on the 18th green. Kristen Tatar, again, congratulations as she gets the hug from Paige Pierce. Paige talked about how much she enjoys competing against our European contingency, and Kristen Tatar shows up and takes it down here at the DGLO, taking the title away from Paige Pierce, who brought it into this weekend. And here's the putt that did it. The uphill, hole 17 from deep in circle 2. Kristen Tatar knew it, she said, right out of her hands, as Paige Pierce, the competitor and friend in the background, cheering her on.
And it's shots like these that Paige is looking forward to from her competitors. I mean, how can Paige not be inspired by that kind of shot, as well as all of Kristen's beautiful forehands?
It was incredible to see. So again, congratulations to her, as we now can fill in a few of these question marks. We know that the graphics can get updated, as she will put another first place onto there. She'll also move up on that cash line. And the other notable on there for me is that Kristen Tatar is 2 for 2 in Michigan in the last couple of weekends. So maybe the rest of the field will be happy that we're going to move west over into Minnesota, another course that I know will suit her game. She's such an incredible competitor, but 2 for 2 in Minnesota or in Michigan, it has treated her very well. Elaine, we've got so many more things to break down. It's been such an amazing effort out here, seeing that those two, Paige and Kristen, head and shoulders above the rest of the field. 8-9 strokes in front of third place, just dominating out here at the Toboggan. We're going to break down the rest of the day for you. We're going to have Philo rejoin us in the studio. It's going to be the OTB after show. Stay tuned right here on the Disc Golf Network. We'll see you in a moment.
At Upper Park Disc Golf, we're in business to make the game better for everyone. We do that by helping our player team grow their brands, by donating to great charities like You Play Disc Golf, by maintaining a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and by living our core values. Play different, create legendary relationships, be a good human, and enjoy the ride. So when you buy from Upper Park Disc Golf, you know you're buying from a company that loves the game as much as you do. Upper Park Disc Golf. Play different.
Stepping into the daylight, I'm on
In this game, preparation is everything. It gives you that edge to become something from nothing. Success is not by accident. Because you know course plays no favorites. You know what it takes to be the best. In this game, detail matters. Idio Sports.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
And welcome back, everyone. Terry Miller alongside Elaine King and Philo Brathwaite for our OTB After Show. And we've all had to kind of collect our thoughts. We could take another deep breath. We saw both on the women's and the men's side today. Incredible battles that unfolded. A little bit emotional. I'll be the first to admit, a little emotional watching Kristen in that battle, taking down Paige Pierce. Elaine, what do you take away from some of those experiences? You, of course, being a 5-time world champion.
It's so intense when you're close and battling back and forth, and I can hardly describe, every moment, every throw is, you're just putting your best effort forward. We saw Kristen with an absolutely clean scorecard. She did not make a mistake. Paige made 2 early mistakes, hole number 1 where she had that 6 that she's going to be thinking about a lot, and honestly hole number 3 where she got a 5 and she's looking at a 3, so she'll consider hole 3 a bogey. But then she went very, very clean. And what we saw from Paige is, I guess, missed opportunities. That 15 to 20 foot putting range. She'll be thinking about that and trying to figure out how she can get more consistent in that putting range.
Well, and I'll follow that up. And Philo, a question for you is that when I look back at Kristen's weekend, she opened with a 5 under, came back with a 6 under. Today, a blemish-free 9 under. Is there a testament to getting the course dialed in, knowing your game, knowing what your limits or your capabilities are, and just putting it all together in that final round?
I think that's basically what it is. Kristen's got a tremendous game. She's got awesome arm speed. You can tell from the putting. She's all over the baskets, if not in. Gives her plenty of opportunities to score. I think today was just one of those days. She put it all together. Paige didn't play her best golf, and she opened the door for Kristen to do what she did. That putt at the end, she big putted a 5-time world champion. That's the only way to put it, honestly. Kristen really made a very difficult, hard putt. Paige was half the distance on the flat inside the circle and just came up on the weak side, and that's usually a sign of being a little rattled, in my opinion.
Yeah, and one of the storylines for this entire year has been FPO parity. We've been seeing that it's no longer just the Paige and Kat show. We've seen so many other winners. In fact, I believe this is the 9th different winner that we've had out here on the tour this year when you're including the Silver Series and beyond. Of course, Kristen Tatar's first win, and when I think about the competition levels, the world championships, and the events that have been missed over the last year or two, everyone says, I know, but we need Henna. We need Evelina. We need Kristen here. I think that question's been answered, and that call was picked up by Kristen Tatar, and she says, hi, I'm here. I'm ready to take a title.
Well, I wish we could have heard all of the European disc golfers in that moment when she made the putt on 17. All of Europe was emotionally with her because they can't be here. There's so many great European players who the logistics were too difficult.
Absolutely. I've been to Estonia, and they love the disc golf in Estonia. Believe me, they're very quiet people. They're not the most enthusiastic or loud or rambunctious, but when it comes to competition, they are so focused and dedicated to the game. Obviously, Kristen mentioned that in her acceptance speech of her award, how she'd been training for the last 18 months and waiting for the opportunity to get over here to the States. I bet you it's the same thing in Finland with Evelina and Henna. They're just itching to get across the pond, come over here, compete, and show where they fit in with the best in the world on a week-to-week basis. Hopefully in the near future that's going to be a possibility for them, and we can have the full woman contingency out on the course for everybody to watch.
Well, we know that Evelina, Henna, and others are watching and saying, man, I've got to get back over to the U.S. We've got to have big events that are over here. All of that's going to come in due time. It's almost a little sad that this will be Kristen's second to last event here in the U.S. We've seen her with these great performances, a 5th at the World Championships, a 3rd at Des Moines. She picked up a couple of tour wins when
Clash
she
of
was,
the Canyons.
last weekend in CCR, and then also Clash at the Canyons for the Disc Golf Pro Tour Silver Series. Next weekend at the Preserve. Elaine, can she go out with a bang? Can she have a clean sweep her last 3 events in the U.S. before flying back?
Well, that would be fantastic, but I don't think she needs to win to feel like she had such an outstanding performance. You know, just a solid finish somewhere in the top 5. I know she'd love to qualify for the DGPT final, and she's looking at possibilities of coming back again if that were to happen. And, of course, we all hope for that, too.
Well, picking up quite a few points this weekend. We're going to have to keep an eye on that, because having her play in the Preserve, and then like you said, if she could get back here, maybe we'll see her at a women's championships, possibly then the Disc Golf Pro Tour championships. We might see a little more of our Estonian friends come October. That would be incredible. And Philo, you just came back yourself. You were in Sweden. Just give everyone a little taste of the culture and the experience for our international contingency, because I think the U.S. doesn't quite get it for how much everybody loves seeing disc golf in other parts of the world.
If you think all the talent's on this side of the ocean, you are sorely mistaken. I got my butt kicked by 2 18-year-olds in Sweden. Just played some phenomenal golf. I don't know how long they've been playing or how long they've been competing and touring, but I played against a young Linus Carlson, and that guy is a legit 1030 player. You look at the ratings, it says 10. They're sprinkled all across Europe. Norway, Sweden, Finland, Estonia with Silver Lad and Albert. They're coming, guys. Germany's got some solid players. I mean, they're all over the place. So I'm super excited for hopefully this COVID pandemic to be over, things to get back to normal, to start seeing us merge again, for us to be able to go across the pond in numbers. We obviously missed the European Open this year. The Sula Open was kind of chopped up, and the Americans weren't able to go over. The logistics of all that were just too much to handle. I was fortunate enough to go over to Sweden for a week. It was a very short, very busy trip, but it's such an awesome culture over there. They really play with a lot of passion, and there's another word that I like to use when I describe the European. It's kind of like this this respect for the game on a different level than we have it. We have just a different kind of flair here in America, you know, like we're kind of allowed to be ourselves in a different kind of a way than I think other places. So I don't know, that's just my take on it. I love going to Europe, though. It's awesome.
Well, it has been incredible. And people like Kristen and Silver, they're over there. They run the academy, which is where they have people come and actually get lessons from them. So they're training and teaching the next generation of disc golfers. It's such an incredible way that they've immersed themselves in the entire disc golf and Frisbee family.
And it's making the sport more international, and it's no longer a U.S.-dominated sport. So this is great. The pandemic's been wonderful for disc golf, and I look forward to seeing more international competition.
The overall growth and everything that we've seen as a result. Unfortunately, this pandemic is maybe what I guess it's a silver lining in there somewhere of how it's elevated, how it's pushed us forward and put disc golf so much more on the map. And we're glad that you're here on the Disc Golf Network. We're also glad to know that we've got 3 more weekends that are coming up. Back to back to back. We're going to see some of the stiffest competition out there. Philo, are you going to be wearing a microphone? Elaine, are you guys going to be wearing mics? Or are you guys going to be out on the course?
I will be out on the course for Idlewild.
Okay. You've got some other big life-changing moments taking place, a little move.
Yeah. bought a house, so I'll be moving house for the next couple of weeks, as well as fitting in the Master World. So see you back at Idlewild.
And Philo, you're going to take off the mic and you're going to pick up your bag a little bit.
Yes,
What's
sir.
the plan?
I'm going to take next week off and go play Masters Worlds doubles with Dave Felberg and compete in my first Masters ever event at the Masters World. So I'm looking forward to that. And then I'll be jumping back on the tour at Idlewild and continuing on, and we'll be trading off back and forth after that. So it's going to be a busy end of summer. I'm excited.
Well, best of luck to you both. I'll say that.
Thanks.
I'll probably be behind a camera or a microphone watching the best do their thing. Well, only the best is going to give us our shot, OTB shot of the day. Let's start it over on the FPO side.
Oh, I think I know which one it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
The shot that did it. Kristen Tatar.
And I'm still trying to see where she's getting her power from. Like, you're talking about the pop of the legs. So let's just look at that again.
Coming from another angle, Kristen lining it up again. Watch Paige's reaction in the background.
You see it?
Yeah.
You see it?
I
It's
saw
not
the
a big
pop.
burst. It's not a low drop. She's just getting into that nice, tight squat position where she can fire her legs and stay under control and balance.
Yeah, it's the fire forward.
I love the fist pump. You don't see a lot of emotion coming out of Kristen or Silver. Like you said, a little bit more reserved from some of our European contingency, but so impressive. And now let's take a look. Eagle McMahon trying to defend his title here at the DGLO. So calm. Everyone watches on. And the double fist.
Double fist and marching that one in. You know how much that means to Eagle. He's been working so hard over the past few seasons to get himself into a position to be one of the best players in the world. Now he's really putting it all together. His 4th DGPT win this season. The first 3 all on ball golf courses, Vegas, Stockton, and then Glendevere up in Portland. Now getting it done out here in the Midwest, Milford, Michigan. Cash money, baby.
And no one has played hole 18 better than Eagle McMahon. He is 6 for 6.
Unbelievable.
We already know that next year, if the tournament gets anywhere near hole 18 in terms of who's going to be the deciding factor, I am not putting my money on anyone but Eagle McMahon.
I got you with that one, my man.
Take yet another look at it from a angle just over his left shoulder.
And you know he peaked at the score this time because Eric, he knows he won.
Just undeniable. He would not be turned away, even if the young Kyle Klein is wearing the shirt that is his signature shirt. There's Kyle, and I have to quickly touch on the composure, everything that he brought to the table today. Such an incredible start for that young man.
He's going to have a really awesome career. I bet you that. He's got a lot of golf in front of him, bunch of talent, bunch of potential. He's already riding the coattails of guys like Eagle McMahon and Simon Lizotte, Paul Macbeth, taking down tournaments, finding himself in the top 10 bunch this year. He's got a great attitude and a really bright future.
He certainly does. And although maybe the pressure was off, he still stepped up, canned that putt right afterwards to just keep it to the 1-stroke deficit. So Eagle didn't run away with this. Nothing was given to him. Kyle McMahon. That's how much I think of them both and the talent that they are. Kyle Klein clearly going out there, and he may be that. Eagle's young, and to think about the next generation of golfer being someone like Kyle, there's only a few years between them. I'm excited to see what that's going to bring. So we're excited to wrap things up here. It's been a long but yet incredible weekend that we are so happy to be able to share with you. We know this is just the first of 4 consecutive weekends that we're going to offer to you here on the Disc Golf Network. Huge shout out to everyone over in the control room pressing all the buttons so that you can watch the golf, but more importantly, the guys on the ground hustling around, battling the wind, the rain, everything else, and the thunderstorms throughout this weekend. Thank you so much for giving us all of those angles. It was greatly appreciated. For Philo Brathwaite, along with Elaine King, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, congratulations again to our champions, Eagle McMahon, as well as Kristen Tatar. We'll see you in just a few days at the Preserve right here on the Disc Golf Network. Oh, plus, we can't go. Everybody loves a good birdie. I apologize. Stephen Barboa is our birdie winner. We got one more winner to announce. 49 birdies was the correct answer. He won the tiebreaker by selecting the right number on the FPO side. Steven, congratulations. We'll make sure to get your birdie game. Reach out to Boda Brothers. Again, Philo, Elaine, Terry Miller, we'll see you from the Preserve right here on the Disc Golf Network.